The whole world drained into a lifeless, gray blur, matching his stalled-out life like a cruel mirror. He trudged down the street with his chin to the ground, and that crushing weight of another job interview gone wrong pinned itself to his slumped shoulders. He could only fantasize about a life where he ruled as something greater, basking in goddesses instead of being branded a total societal failure. His thoughts snapped back to the tiny apartment he shared with his sister, and he could still hear her cheerful voice ringing in his head as he headed out for the interview. She flashed a bright smile and promised him a hamburger dinner, no matter what it took, even if he failed to land the job. Her sweet, innocent prayer to their dead parents for his success didn't lift a thing. It only sank his guilt deeper and deeper. And ever since their parents got wiped out in a traffic accident 3 years ago, his little sister's been pounding the stock market, day trading just to keep their whole lives from falling apart. He flung his head back in pure frustration, begging his brain to shut up before it drowned him in his crushing responsibilities. He had to smash his streak of rejections and finally land a real permanent job so he could properly take care of her. Her excited plea for sukiyaki and fresh pudding came flooding back, and it lit a fire under him, fueling his grit as he pushed on. Yanked the door open to the outside world and forced a weird, uneasy grin onto his face. His reality screen instantly cut to pitch black for a split heartbeat. With just 5 minutes left before his interview, a brutal, blaring horn suddenly tore his focus to pieces. He spun around in pure horror and saw a massive truck charging straight at him, the driver staring back with the same terror. He scrambled backward, frantic, trying to slip out of the vehicle's crushing weight before it pinned him for good. The truck slammed into a nearby pole with a violent crash, and somehow he walked away untouched, still gasping, shaking from pure shock. Before he even had a chance to breathe in what just happened, a violent clatter rattled from the back of the wrecked, shattered car. A stampede of panic horses exploded out of the cargo hold, their massive hooves smashing his fragile body into nothing. He snapped awake in a towering sea of white, staring into the endless void like, wait, did I just rise to heaven? A weird woman leaned in and told him the truth. He died an absolutely miserable death, crushed and stamped out by a horse. Tears poured down his face when it hit him. He'd just fallen to the same fate as his parents, crushed by a traffic accident. He was drowning in grief until a surprisingly strong goddess ripped him out of it by yelling, furious that he'd been ignoring her. Panic hit him, and in his head he blurted out a nasty comment about her looks. Then she snapped an angry smack straight across his head in seconds. She stared him down and gave him one brutal choice: get resurrected into a lethal new world or vanish for good. Still refusing to die for real, he listened as she swore she'd gift him a special power for his brand new life. Then she laid it out. The new world runs like an RPG, and he has to hunt monsters to level up. He shot down her idea of becoming a knight, then zeroed in on a digital list packed with absurd, overpowered cheat skills. He figured that if he multiplied his experience points by 20, he could cram a whole lifetime of growth into just 5 wild years. With a deep, polite bow, he officially chose the 20 times experience multiplier as his divine gift. The goddess yanked him into a crushing hug, smothering his head in her arms as she totally drowned out his frantic cries for space. With a bright, cheerful goodbye, she blinked out of existence, vanishing into thin air, so he was left alone with the crushing weight of his decision. He froze in that endless white silence, and the truth hit him hard. He wasn't ready for this new reality. His panic screams at the goddess to come back. Then the quiet is shattered by a nearby bed rustling with blankets. A totally different, way younger goddess poked her head out from under the covers, glaring like his screaming had personally ruined her whole night. She casually told him she'd grant him an ability without realizing her predecessor had already done the exact same thing. Before he could get the words out, she slammed the blessing into place and disappeared into thin air. He spun in bewilderment, realizing he'd just been handed a second divine gift by some wild administrative mistake. A blinding light slammed into his vision, and his soul got ripped across dimensions in the blink of an eye. He crumpled onto the unforgiving stone floor, clutching his head as teleportation nausea crashed over him. And when he finally staggered upright, he realized he was totally alone in a massive, echoing, empty temple hall. A wobbling sign pointed him to a book nearby, and he cracked it open with nerves buzzing. The pages magically flipped themselves into Japanese, and suddenly the words clicked in his head. He realized he'd been dropped into the Ozo world, an entire place packed with other people who'd been transported too. He followed the book's instructions, snapped his status screen open, and a glowing hologram burst into view like a signal. He stared at his RPG-style stats in disbelief. Everything screamed, rookie, because his level was painfully low, and he still had no job title assigned. The manual basically said, no job means no stat boost, and you won't learn a single skill. Then he double-checked his abilities, and yup, the first goddess's 20 times experience boost was still blazing and active. With his jaw on the floor, the second goddess's identical gift hit and somehow multiplied the first, boosting his experience rate to a mind-blowing 400 times. He erupted into frantic laughter, finally seeing just how wildly overpowered this stack multiplier could make him. Once the storm in his chest finally eased, he admitted he still had to land a real job. Then he could finally level up the right way. He grabbed the little cloth bag someone left for him and read the note. Turns out it was meant for carrying food or even goods he could sell to traders. He gaped in disbelief as his arms plunged deep into that magical inventory bag like it had no bottom at all. The guidebook practically dared him to ride straight to the northern city of Florence and officially switch his job. Map clutched in his hand, he shoved the massive temple doors wide and stepped straight into the unknown. A brutal wall of towering trees crashed into his senses the moment he arrived. Thick branches and a choking canopy swallowed the sky above him. He stared up at the strange, untamed greenery and took his first shaky steps deeper into the wild. He spun around to find the temple door had vanished into the trees like it was never there, and he just kept staring, stunned by the world's living, breathing magic. His adventure got wrecked the second he stomped on a squishy slime by accident. Splat. It was instantly dead, and a victory notification popped up like a fireworks show, followed by a tiny glowing item drop from the monster he just took down. He froze, staring at the last puddle left behind, shocked at how freakishly this world looked just like a video game. A sudden chime blasted through his ears, and somehow out of nowhere he'd leveled up from that pathetic little encounter. He checked his holographic status, and the moment he saw his rank had shot straight up to level 3, his jaw dropped in pure disbelief. He thrust his fist up in pure hype, grinning at how insanely fast his progress was. Slipping through the bushes, he spotted 2 huge horned rabbits munching in a clearing, then gripped a heavy stone in his fist ready to put his hunting skills to the test. He hurled the rock with a savage snap, blasting it straight at his unsuspecting target. He grimaced and held up the bloodied rabbit carcasses, realizing right then that hunting demanded a stomach of steel, while his system also churned out multiple fresh new jobs. He pinned his eyes on the status screen, baffled because why in the world was he unlocking skills when he didn't even have an official job? He finally got it. His 400 times experience multiplier meant that when he killed 2 rabbits, it basically counted like he'd butchered 800. It hit him like lightning. Getting labeled as no job wasn't punishment at all. It was a special class that let him learn skills with 0 limits. A sudden jolt of panic hit him when he accidentally tried to delete the no job title, so he snapped the prompt away before it could stick. He kept his no job status active on purpose, convinced it was quietly sitting on hidden, never-before-seen benefits. Gazing up at the forest canopy, he owned who he truly was, the world's most overpowered, unemployed powerhouse. He burst out of the tree line, and his eyes snapped wide at the gigantic, multi-layered maze city sprawled in front of him. A towering stone archway stood at Florence's gate, and the foreign words carved into it were so blurry and strange he couldn't read a single one. A bright-eyed female guard at the gate beamed at him and told him to slap his hand on a crystal ball to confirm his status. He broke into nervous sweat as she explained the crystal would sniff out criminals, and he couldn't stop worrying that his no-job status would blow everything up. The crystal glowed bright and steady, and he swallowed the entrance fee, dropping the temple's coins into the payment spot like it was fate. He stumbled into the packed trade district, instantly smothered by the sheer size of the fantasy metropolis. Huddled under the stairs among the demi-humans and armored explorers, he suddenly felt his modern business suit screaming for attention, standing out like a sore thumb. He ducked into a nearby clothing store, and a ridiculously muscular woman in a plain black dress greeted him with a grin. He yanked off his suit vest right there and asked the shopkeeper if she'd buy it so he could finally get himself some casual clothes. His jaw hit the floor when she offered him 3 huge gold coins just for that simple garment. She said his honesty as a fresh explorer felt like a breath of fresh air, and then hit him with the price what her shop made in a whole year. The shopkeeper grinned and spilled the truth. Researchers with fat wallets back in other worlds were hunting those otherworldly items like trophies, and that's why the price was sky high. Still short on enough physical gold right then, she batted her lashes and dared him to come back the next day for his payment. He stepped out of the store in fresh, comfy casual wear, grinning so hard it looked like he'd just hit the jackpot. Chasing bigger coin, he strode into the food market with fearless confidence, ready to unload every ounce of his hunted game. He pushed into the packed guild hall, and the rough, monstrous adventurers all around him made his courage wobble. Towering, heavily armored brutes and those creepy plague doctors loomed over him, and suddenly he felt absolutely microscopic. A super cute rabbit-eared receptionist politely demanded his Explorer ID, and for a split second, he just couldn't find the word. He slumped against the counter in pure defeat when he realized he couldn't legally sell his rabbit meat unless he registered for that one specific job class. Matthias, a sharply dressed old gentleman, stepped in like a pro and smoothed everything over, offering a clean fix to his bureaucratic mess. Matthias hauled him out and told him straight up, the local store unions were enforcing the strict trading rules. No exceptions. The old man grinned and offered to play the middleman, sliding past the rules for a little indirect fee. Matthias stepped up and introduced himself, except he didn't say grocer. He claimed he was a licensed slave trader. The moment slavery was mentioned out of nowhere, the protagonist jerked back in pure shock, his whole body going unsettled. Noticing the unease, Matthias kept his cool and told him straight, his business wasn't just trade. It also rented out skilled workers. Matthias jabbed at a public certification board, insisting those strict laws shielded slaves in this city from abuse and cruelty. The trader leaned in and laid out the insane price tag for buying a slave, making it clear that demi-humans with special skills cost a fortune. He led the young man straight to a towering, intimidating building, the kind that housed his official trading company. Matthias had him sit in a spotless, modern waiting room, then swore he'd bring out the perfect slave for exactly what he wanted. He slumped awkwardly on the sofa, heart hammering with jittery anticipation as he waited there alone. His eyes blew wide with pure awe the moment that door finally clicked open. Then he slowly raised his gaze and took in the person stepping into the room. Two fluffy animal ears and a curvy, generous figure burst into view, and his attention snapped to them instantly. A breathtaking wolf girl stepped forward and introduced herself, Haru Wada of the White Wolf Clan. A hot blush burst across his face as he froze in awe at the timid but somehow impossible to ignore demi-human standing right in front of him. He stood in front of the massive guild building, eyes locked on the cold stone facade. He groaned through clenched teeth, realizing his no-job status had locked the door to entry. Pacing outside, he fumed, wondering why Haru was taking forever until she burst back out at last, clutching a bundle in her arms. She startled him, then leaned in close and admitted she'd commandeered the kitchen to butcher the rabbits. She thrust a lone silver coin into his hands as payment. He was stunned by the price tag, realizing it was triple what he'd expected, as she bowed and apologized with a trembling, guilty smile. They stride side by side through the roaring marketplace, weaving through the crowd like they owned the night. He told her to dive into the local maze and grind through it until she became a full-blown swordsman. She shook her head, saying 3 whole years of surviving was just too brutal to pull off. She brushed her white wolf ears and bragged, grinning like a champion. Her hearing and smell were on a whole other level. He jerked back in panic when she said she could hear his stomach growl and smell the scent clinging to him. They pulled up to a street vendor and grabbed that fresh, smoky roasted BBQ pork straight off the grill. She happily nibbled the meat skewer, eyes blazing with pure delight. He clocked her tail, wagging like she owned the place as she wrapped up her meal. As they head back, they dive into the brutal slave lending rules they can't afford to mess up. Haru snapped back, returned to the slave merchant's office, and bowed with real respect. He waved goodbye to Haru while the merchant leaned in and started laying out her exact situation. Then the merchant broke down the buying rules they'd set for a slave's first year. Haru's buyer had to be way stronger. She needed someone who could physically overpower her in the moment. The merchant leaned in and spilled the truth. Some powerful royal woman was pushing hard on the guild right now. Ice-cold panic flooded him. He finally got it. The noble wasn't planning anything at all. He'd just been waiting out that 1-year limit to run out. He found out the deadline was just 10 days away, 10 days to go, No time to waste. That merchant sized up the rules, then slapped on an outrageous price to make her his instantly. No waiting. No questions. He let out a shaky laugh, bolted out of the shot, and got crushed by the sheer impossibility of that number. All by himself, he fought to justify it because he swore he didn't need to buy a slave. He only needed himself. He froze mid-step, eyes dull as he battled whether that special experience boosting his skills was worth obeying his cold, rational instincts. The goddess's words and Haru's hopeful smile burst through his mind in a flash. He whipped around, jaw clenched, eyes blazing with fierce determination. Staring up at the sky, he vowed to himself that he was going to get Haru. He clenched his fists, realizing he only had 10 days left before the year ended. He vowed to clash with Haru and beat her in just 9 days. Anything less would prove he wasn't strong enough. He marched straight ahead, locked in and ready to forge himself for the fight coming next. He burst outside a small armor and clothing shop. Inside, he chatted with Magnet, a blonde ex-adventurer who ran the whole store. Meganet leaned in close and teased him, grinning at how little he knew. Najanet planted his hands on his hips and leaned in, hanging on every word as he laid out his desperate situation. They sat down and really tore into the brutal truth behind the slave collar, then waited against the White Wolf tribe's fierce pride. He thrust his fist up with raw excitement, swearing he'd get stronger than Haru no matter what. Touched by his spirit, Magnet broke into a smile and nodded, throwing his support behind the plan. Magnet hooked him up with a tough chest plate, slammed on shoulder armor, and handed him a sword. He stared at the gear's worn teeth, and Magnet finally confessed it had been handed down by an old friend. Magnet turned his gaze away, fighting back a wave of sorrow as he told how that friend got slain by a monster. Guilt hit him like a punch for stealing those precious memories. Magnet leaned in and soothed him with a soft, reassuring smile, insisting the items were always meant to be used. He swore he'd give it everything and bolted out the door. He glanced at his status screen and realized the truth. If he wanted the swordsman class, he'd have to actually draw the sword and use it. He clutched the hilt, yanked the blade free from its sheath, and fought the blade's heavy weight as it finally came loose. He sprinted straight for the entrance of the local monster maid. The gate guard, Solon, lit up and waved at him like they were old friends. She leaned in and warned him about what lurked inside, especially the fresh rumors that thieves were already sneaking around. He thanked her with a grin and strode straight into the pitch-black cavern. He plunged deeper down the stone steps and into the dark, choking tunnel. He knew he couldn't master the sword yet, so he grabbed a rock and trained his throwing skill instead. He leaned around the corner and froze there. In the shadows, a hulking werewolf panted like it had been chasing something. He sucked in a deep breath to wrestle his racing heart into silence, then charged forward to strike. Right then, 2 more werewolves erupted from the shadows and closed in on him from every side. Panic detonated in his chest as he sprinted off, clawing for space from the pack. He bolted past 2 other adventurers, yelling for help, while the wolves tore after him. The adventurer Joffrey and his companion Elise just stood there, staring in awe at the whole wild spectacle. They didn't help at all, just traded casual ideas about sliding a bed onto his survival. Joffrey hollered useless words of encouragement, then made it crystal clear he wouldn't step in. He muttered a curse under his breath, and the truth hit him hard. He was completely alone. Elise snapped her whip hard into the ground, screaming for the monsters to stay off them. He screeched to a stop, whipped around, and stared down the snarling beasts. He dropped into a crouch, eyes locked on the threat. He realized he only had to take down 1 werewolf to trigger his level up. He clenched his resolve and braced for a desperate counterattack. He roared ahead and sprinted straight into the path. He ducked under a towering claw just as the lead wolf exploded forward to lunge at him. He clutched his throwing stone hard, lining up a strike for the beast's exposed neck. Just as he raised his arm, the wolf drove its teeth deep into his shoulder. He shrieked in pure agony as the hit slammed him hard onto the jagged rocky floor. Pinned under the wolf, he fought with everything he had, jaws snapping inches from his face. Bloodied and drained, he hauled himself back up to his feet. He slammed his boot into the ground, forcing his trembling legs to calm down. He frantically slapped the status screen, dread sinking in as the notifications stayed completely silent. The 3 werewolves closed in on him again, their noses twitching as they sensed his crushing weakness. Out of nowhere, a storm of system messages blasted onto the screen, screaming that he'd unlocked the swordsman trainee job. A jolt of power exploded through him, and suddenly his whole body felt weightless as he drew his blade. He rocketed ahead at blinding speed, and the werewolves were left utterly baffled. He couldn't believe his newfound agility. He crushed the distance in a heartbeat. He yanked his sword back and slammed the slash skill into action. A brilliant cross-shaped blast tore out of his blade, slicing straight through the monsters like they were nothing. He stood like a colossus as the defeated werewolves crumbled into dust behind him. His status screen erupted in level-up alerts and a flood of brand-new skills. He dropped to his knees, snatched up the magic stones, and grabbed the wolf claws off the ground. A glowing parameter window exploded on screen, flashing his insane new stats and stacking multiple job levels like trophies. He tore through his massive list of skills and instantly understood the real power in him was compounding. He suddenly realized his HP was in the danger zone. One single hit, and he'd be dead. While the whole world teetered on disaster, Joffrey and Elise kept flirting up a storm, acting like his near-death moment was just background noise. He let out a weary sigh, then jumped straight into testing his brand-new job checker skill. He triggered the skill, and job titles flickered in the air above that clueless couple. He limped back to May's entrance and ran into Solon again. Seeing how badly he'd been hurt, she stepped in fast and pressed a healing potion into his hands. He took the tiny glass bottle with real, heartfelt gratitude. He slammed the drink in one gulp, then recoiled instantly as that brutally bitter taste hit like a punch. Saloon waved her hand goodbye and said she was heading straight down to the 5th floor to patrol. Burned out body and brain, he slammed the brakes on his exploration and called it a day. He hauled himself back to Magnet's shop, and the moment he stepped in, they greeted him with a warm welcome that felt like a lifeline. Magnet offered him the guest room so he could recover in peace. Magnet grinned and teased, hinting he might pay for the room with his own body. They immediately started hauling furniture like mad, clearing everything to carve out his sleeping area. He effortlessly hoisted a crushingly heavy table, and the real shock he'd gotten stronger, and he didn't even see it coming. Again, it flashed a smile and hurried to the kitchen, ready to whip up dinner. He stared out of the window at the crescent moon, letting it hit him just how fast he'd grown. He clutched his sword tight, and a fire of confidence surged through him, convinced his future held unstoppable potential. Magnet shot back and ordered him to sink into a hot bath before he even touched his food. He yanked his shirt off, feeling weirdly stirred by Magnet's sibling, like hair. Just then he caught Magnet lurking around the corner, staring right at him. Magnet slapped his own face like he'd just been caught, pretending to be a flustered maiden. Freshly cleaned up, he plopped into his seat and stared hungrily at the mountain-sized portions of meat like he couldn't wait another second. He clocked 3 plates at the table and instantly knew Saloon was meant to be the missing guest. A sudden pounding hit the front door, shaking the whole house. Magnet grinned and sprinted over to grab it, sure the gate guard was about to show up. Magnet swung the door open, and there stood the security chief, grim as death, waiting right on the other side. The chief slammed the shocking news on everyone. Saloon never made it back from the maid. In the dead of night, a voice snapped that Solon vanished from the maze 6 brutal hours ago. A woman in a black dress stood in the shadowy hallway, twisting her hands in frantic worry as the missing girl vanished without a trace. Ishinojo didn't hesitate. He jumped at the chance to go check on her right away. The woman stared him down and warned him maze thieves lurked in the shadows, and the danger was brutal. Even with the danger stacked against him, he refused to back down. He stayed locked on Solon's trail no matter what. He snapped his gear into place fast, yanking on his black gloves as he geared up to vanish into the night. He sprinted through the pitch-black city streets, wasting not a second. He burst up to the local slave trader's shop, then doubled over, gasping for breath. He dropped to his knees and begged the older man, begging just one more day with Haru. The trader flat out refused to hand her over for that brutally dangerous rescue mission. Ichinojo swung a heavy sack packed with 20,000 gold coins down onto the wooden counter with a loud, shaking slam. He begged again, waving a massive sum as a deposit to make damn sure she came back safe. Haru strode forward, her twitching ears betraying her nerves as she blurted out, right from the heart, that she wanted to help him. With their resolve blazing, the trader finally caved in and handed Haru her swords back. With her weapons locked and loaded, the wolf girl stepped up and proudly offered her help to her master. As they sprinted toward May's entrance, Haru leaned in and blurted out, "So the missing girl, was she your lover?" He shot the accusation down fast, swearing he just couldn't stay still while someone needed help. They burst right up to the dungeon's huge, gaping entrance. Haru lifted a tiny cup to her nose and inhaled deeply, locking onto every last trace of Solun's lingering scent. Locking onto the trail, she shot her finger deeper into the rocky tunnels ahead, absolutely certain of the path. A snarling werewolf sprang into their path, and Ichinojo immediately drew his blade. He roared and whipped his sword in a huge arc, cleaving the beast clean in half and dropping it dead on the spot. A notification suddenly blazed in his head. Boom, he'd leveled up, and a new explanation skill had unlocked. He triggered the new ability and stared, stunned, as the razor-sharp text danced right in front of his eyes. Aru lit up with compliments about his sword skills, then quickly shrugged it off, claiming it was only a simple, basic technique. Haru barreled ahead through the twisting caverns, and the others pushed onward right behind him. At the stone staircase, she grabbed his attention and warned him the monsters on the second floor would be way stronger. He begged her to see him as her equal. No more master every single time. She dug in her heels and refused point blank, claiming her clan's rules demanded she bow to anyone stronger than her. They dropped into the shadowy, jagged corridors of the second floor. Monstrous bats and drifting horrors crashed in on them the instant they entered the massive cavern, swarming the whole space. Haru rocketed into the air so fast it looked instant, snapping her twin blades into place in the blink of an eye. She tore through the crowd like a raging tornado, swords snapping with every strike as she dropped target after target. She swept down in total control as monsters rained around her, and Ichinojo stood there stunned. Her raw power was unreal. He scanned her stats, and his stomach dropped when he realized she'd left that beast alive on purpose, clinging to just a sliver of health. She told him that, as a slave, she was meant to stand aside and let her master land the finishing blow so she could soak up the experience. He gently scolded her, reminding her that saving Solon mattered way more than grinding levels through farming. The crushed monsters crumbled away, leaving behind dark, geometric drop items scattered across the cavern floor. They followed that scent and burst onto another staircase, racing down to the third floor. As they walked, they traded sharp words about the brutal truth behind how thieves survived in that deadly maze. Haru explained that the dungeon gobbled up dead bodies on its own, so hiding a murder's evidence there was basically foolproof. He realized the thieves weren't just stealing, they were hunting down dying adventurers, stripping them for their gear and selling it off. Their chat got snatched away the moment they spotted a lone goblin roaming ahead with a club in hand. Then Ichinojo clocked his opening and decided to throw himself at this monster to prove what he's got. With zero hesitation, he burst out of their hiding place, sword in hand and poised to strike. He surged forward and drove a savage slash across the goblin's chest, but it barely scratched the surface, nowhere near enough to kill him. He planted his foot hard on the stone and readied a second strike, bigger, stronger, and about to hit like a thunderclap. The goblin struck back in a blur, snapping his blade around and shoving him hard into retreat. He snapped a curse under his breath, then froze because he suddenly remembered his slash skill was on a brutal 10-second cooldown. The goblin slammed weapons against his, dragging him into a brutal, no-way-out brawl where pure strength decided everything. Haru screamed advice about the monster's gender, and he shamelessly slammed a lightning-fast kick straight between its legs. As the goblin crumpled in agony, Aru leaned in and reminded him his skill didn't need a weapon to work. He yanked his right arm back, and his fist lit up like a tiny sun as raw energy surged right before he swung for the kill. He shoved his glowing hand straight into the goblin's back with a burst of raw power, and the shockwave rippled through its body until it dropped dead on the spot. A fresh notification flashed, and boom, he unlocked a combat-style skill called Searching Intuition. He shot Haru a huge thanks for the razor-sharp advice she gave him right in the middle of that shockingly chaotic fight. They sprinted deeper into the maze, and those jagged, rocky walls seemed to squeeze in tighter with every step. Just when they kept pushing forward, a solid stone wall slammed into them, and Ichinojo couldn't shake the gut feeling that Solon might have turned back. Haru's face twisted in confusion right here. The scent just vanished out of nowhere. Ichinojo just gawked at the dead end in pure shock, and his heart dropped through the floor. Hanix finally spoke up, but dread crushed him, because he knew he'd have to tell the others the horrifying truth. Solon was actually dead. Right when it hit him, his brand new senses ignited. Then he caught a faint aura leaking from behind that solid rock. He stretched his arm out and gently, carefully, pressed his hand against that seemingly unbreakable wall. To his shock, he ripped straight through the illusionary barrier and crashed face first onto the ground. He slid his hand through the fake wall and reached in, ready to yank Haru into the room. He snatched what he believed was her hand, then his fingers clamped down on something shockingly soft, and a brutal, startled shriek ripped through the secret tunnel. In the pitch-black darkness, he realized his hand had slipped and groped her chest, and he panicked, then frantically apologized. Before she could even blink, his ears caught approaching voices, so he yanked her into the shadows in a split second. He pinned her to the wall and clamped a finger to her lips, shushing her hard as they both strained to hear the footsteps closing in. A crew of thieves strolls past their hiding place, acting way too calm, while they trade plans to slip back out for the rest of the day. With the coast finally clear, Ichinojo and Haru tiptoed to the corner and peeked out, hunting for a way to size up the enemy's base. A bunch of rough-looking guys sprawled around a table, bragging like crazy about how they'd snatched the girl their boss was craving. One of the thieves snapped that they were out of booze while they sat there, waiting for the others to come back. Thinking Solon was trapped in the back room, Ichinojo leaned in and hissed a plan to hit the guards before they even realized what was coming. They exploded out of cover and unleashed a perfectly synced dual slash that left the band completely blindsided. Two of the men got blasted backward in an instant when the surprise attack hit with brutal force. Ichinojo slammed his inspection skill on, scanning the room in a flash to hunt down every last threat still lurking. While the thieves scattered in full-blown panic, he quickly relayed the enemy's classes and levels to Haru. Haru burst forward, her blades flashing like lightning as she wiped out the rest of the group with terrifying ease. Ichinojo gawked in disbelief as she tore across the field with ruthless speed and deadly precision. After wiping out the guards, she faced her master again and stood there, calm as a blade, waiting for the next command. He sprinted to the heavy wooden door at the back of the cavern and slammed right into the truth. It was locked tight. He slammed the lock with his sword's hilt, then burst into the hidden room like a storm. Inside, he found Soloon passed out and completely stripped down to her underwear, so he yanked his gaze away, mortified and embarrassed. He whipped a spare set of clothes over her shivering frame, protecting her dignity the only way he could. Right at the hideout entrance, a terrifying presence suddenly showed up, and Ichinojo snapped into full high alert. Haru froze, ears snapping flat as she sensed the crushing danger bearing down on her. A huge, scarred brute strode into the cavern and slammed himself right in front of their only exit. The bandit boss stared down his unconscious men, and fury crawled across his face like fire. He snapped his furious, bulging eyes onto Ichinojo and demanded to know who was behind it. Ichinojo Gulp fired off his inspection skill, and boom, the massive brute turned out to be a top-tier level 14 bandit. The boss roared like a storm, his face twisting with rage as he stalked right up to the intruders. Ichinojo snapped into action, flashed a fake grin, and blurted that they were just brand new recruit. He fidgeted and spun a shaky lie, claiming the other guys had just downed way too much and collapsed on the job. The boss totally swallowed the excuse for a split second, then he erupted, screaming at everyone for their total incompetence. Ichinojo and Haru inched toward the exit like they were slipping out for more alcohol for him. The boss's eyes snapped shut in suspicion the moment he spotted Haru's slave collar, and he demanded answers on the spot. Ichinojo sensed his bluff was unraveling, and a nerve-jolting cold sweat erupted across his skin. The boss yanked out a massive battle axe, flashed a sinister grin, and somehow saw straight through the lie. He swore he'd kill one of them on the spot just to scare off anyone crazy enough to touch his booze. Without a second thought, the ruthless leader slammed his brutal axe down on one of his own unconscious men. Ichinojo stared in pure terror as the boss brutally killed his ally just to farm experience points. He knew they had to bolt right now before they met the same terrifying end as the other. The boss cackled like a madman, swearing he'd kill the boy but keep the wolf girl alive just to toy with her for his own sick entertainment. With zero intention of backing down, Ichinojo shoved himself in front of Haru, glaring defiantly like he'd fight the whole world. Haru stared up at him, her heart swelling with awe at his bravery, even with those terrifying odds looming over them. He hurled brutal taunts at the giant bastard, snapping the guy's focus away from the girls. Rage lighting his eyes, the boss lunged forward, axe held high, itching to split Ichinojo clean in two. 2 and 3 bandits crumpled and groaned in the dirt, face down, while he paced through the cavern like he owned the place. With a sharp metallic snap, he yanked his sword free from the scabbard, and the towering bandit boss's rage instantly snapped to him. A wave of system notifications crashed into his vision, flashing his brand new jobs and pumping his level higher. He stared at his shaking hand, trying to convince himself that wiping out human lives was the only brutal way to save Haru. With a thunderous roar, the massive bandit boss snapped his arm back and set up the kind of devastating strike that would end everything. The heavy axe crashed into the cavern floor, blasting a violent storm of dust and debris straight from the spot where he'd just been standing. Haru hurled herself forward and swung her club, but the boss simply brushed her weak attack aside like it was nothing. He barked a furious curse as the brute launched a brutal swat, flinging Haru away and sending her crashing to the ground. He barely got his blade up in time, slamming it into the next sweeping attack. Teeth clenched under the crushing pressure, he stared in shock at how a guy that big could still explode into motion with terrifying speed. The boss leaned down and sneered, bragging that no clever plan could ever beat raw power. A savage swipe nicked his shoulder, and he had to scramble back in panic, dodging death's blade by the skin of his teeth. With a mocking laugh, the giant finally paused his unstoppable assault just to taunt the cornered prey. The bandit grinned as he vowed to hack off his limbs and leave him twitching like a living puppet, all while he tortured the girls. He just barely twisted out of the way as another wild horizontal slash tore past. The boss grinned and praised the evasive move, soaking up every chaotic moment of that lopsided fight like it was pure sport. He studied the brute's brutal attack rhythm inch by inch, biding his time until the perfect opening screamed for a counterattack. Clamping his grip on the hill, he braced for impact as the giant swung that massive axe high over his head for the final crushing strike. A colossal weapon slammed down like a boulder, crushing everything in its path. His sword slammed into the incoming axe blade with a desperate, deafening ring of steel. That brutal impact slammed into the metal so hard that his trusty sword snapped right at the base. Shattered steel shards blasted outward into the sky. He froze in sheer horror, staring at the busted hilt that still sat trapped in his hand. Right when the boss lunged in to land the killing blow, the giant suddenly froze in place, eyes bulging with pure shock. The giant bandit smashed face first into the dirt and crumpled out cold, fully unconscious, before he even finished hitting the ground. He tore over to Haru's side at once, yanked her into his arms, and shoved a healing potion into her hands like his life depended on him. A bright blush flared across her cheeks as she lit up and realized he finally said her real name. He let out a trembling, long exhale, and pure relief crashed over him. She was safe. Two brand new adventurers suddenly burst out from behind a rock formation, tumbling into view like trouble had plans. The brand new duo gaped in total shock at their boss, sprawled unconscious on the freezing floor. The girl's voice shook as she urgently warned her companion about the ruthless bandit leader they were trying to hide from. He stared at that weird pair with a blank, baffled look, then watched realization hit them. As they realized the danger was already wiped out, the other boy chuckled nervously, desperately trying to brush off their pathetic coward routine of hiding. They eagerly stepped up to haul the heavy bandit back to town, hands ready, demanding a slice of the bounty as payment. He snapped to the compromise at once, because they desperately needed the physical proof to grab their reward. He yanked open the bandit's loot chest, and when all he found were useless rocks, pure disappointment crashed down on him. Once the immediate threat finally died down, the whole squad sucked in a breath and tore into a long, grueling trek back to the village. The two brand new adventurers traded playful jabs as they dragged their massive captive up the cavern stairs. Saloon slowly blinked again, and suddenly he realized he was safe, strapped to the other boy's back. The rescued boy beamed like the sun, pouring out heartfelt gratitude for saving him in time. Solon instantly clocked those two helpful adventurers. He recognized them as the town's most notorious troublemakers. He found out that the duo was notorious across the city, racking up one brutal headache for the local guards after another. He just stared at that bumbling duo, completely unfazed by how their awful reputation always came true. The two troublemakers started panicking and yelling that they had nothing to do with the bandit crew, absolutely nothing. A hard-eyed city guard cut through the chaos and told the duo they were getting locked up at the station for the night, straight up for questioning. They instantly unleashed a piercing, whining tantrum, screaming in protest at the so-called unfair detention. The guard brushed off their pleas, barking for them to hurry and drag the captive straight inside. He and Haru's sweat poured as they awkwardly trailed the loud procession straight into the guardhouse. They finally burst through to the heavily fortified entrance of the local station, dead in their sights. Saloon swallowed his pride and apologized to the guard captain because somehow he'd gotten captured in the first place. The captain bowed deeply, thanking him and Haru for their fearless rescue. Spotting the unconscious giant as the wanted bandit leader, the captain snapped and ordered him dragged straight into the deepest cell. He gave them a heartfelt goodbye, practically bursting with excitement to get back to Margaret because she'd been sick with worry. The captain ordered him to show up at the Adventurers Guild the very next morning because that huge reward was waiting for him. Before he even dared to visit the slave trader, he vowed their first move was getting that broken sword back to Margaret. Margaret burst into tears the second they arrived, yanking Solon into a bone-crushing hug. Nervous as hell, he held up the shattered sword he'd borrowed, tossed out a trembling apology for breaking it. Margaret stared, wide-eyed and stunned, at the jagged, broken hilt cradled in her hands. A warm grin exploded across her face as she proclaimed that the weapon had finally done what it was born to do, shield them all. Out of nowhere, she surged forward and locked him in a crushing, suffocating hug. She tossed it out so casually her insane strength wasn't new at all. It was leftover power from her past life as a max-level warrior. The second Margaret spotted Haru lingering shyly by the door, she snapped her warm smile right onto the young fox girl. She shoved into Haru for a fierce cuddle and blurted, full volume, that she was adopting that adorable girl as her little sister. He chuckled at the chaos and, with a warm grin, pulled Haru in, inviting him to join their table for a mouth-watering dinner. Haru's hands shook as he nervously refused, snapping that some lowly slave had no right to sit and eat at the same table as free citizens. She said she'd gotten so used to scraping by on miserable, flavorless slave rations that it didn't even faze her anymore. She argued that stuffing herself with fancy food right now would only make the brutal return to harsh treatment feel even worse, and Margaret snapped at the girl for spitting out that gloomy nonsense. With a firm shove, the muscular tailor barked at Haru to sit down and dig into the feast. No arguing, no more complaints. The whole house erupted in cheers when Margaret proudly unveiled a huge platter piled high with freshly cooked meat. Later that night, he yanked Haru aside and demanded to know, did she really think he was strong enough to protect her? He met her gaze head-on and boldly promised he'd buy her freedom. Haru went dead still in total shock, her ears twitching as his words crashed into her like thunder. Hit with a wave of emotion, she broke apart into ugly, heavy sobs and clung to the fabric of his shirt like her life depended on him. She wiped her joyful tears with furious intensity and finally admitted this was the happiest she'd ever been in her whole life. In the dimly lit hallway, they locked eyes and shared a quiet, tender moment that somehow said everything without a single word. He softly reminded her of that corrupt noble who was still ready to buy her straight up for his twisted, sinister schemes. He laid out his master plan to dodge the adventurer's guilt completely, skating past the noble sphere where politics tries to grab the reins. Haru shot out a worried warning. Petty Spike might still give that noble a way to screw up his trading rates. Even with fear clawing at her, she still flashed a bright smile and admitted she couldn't bear for him to leave her behind. He flashed her a fearless grin and swore that if the city shut them out, they'd hunt demons in the wilderness and survive no matter what. He leaned in, asked gently for her final call, and begged her to pick the road ahead on her own. She said, with total confidence, that the greedy noble's schemes didn't matter to her anymore, like they'd lost all power. She gazed up at him with pure grit and formally begged, "Let me stay with you as your companion." He yanked her into a warm, protective embrace, and with that hug, their silent pact was sealed tight. He softly brushed his hand over her head, and a warm smile lit up his face as she leaned into his touch. Margaret suddenly leaned around the corner, giggling under her breath as she peeked at the intimate scene unfolding in her hallway. He snapped at the eavesdropping tailor in total panic, and his face flared bright red with embarrassment. The morning sun blasted across the towering walls of the city's infamous slave-trading headquarters. Elderly trader Matthias leaned over the counter and slid the official ownership certificate across with a sharp, final motion. With a jittery breath, he took the heavy metal slave collar and snapped on the matching accessories that came with it. The old man leaned in and broke down the ruthless, by-the-book paperwork rules for replacing everything the second it got lost. Haru quietly shoved her meager belongings into a tiny bag tucked in the corner of the room. Matthias let out a knowing chuckle and said it like a fact the boy never really planned to stop trying to save the girl. The trader raised his voice to praise the sheer grit never wavering, saying real strength isn't just about winning, it's about stepping in to help anyone in need. He told me that Haru's inner strength got dragged into the light after the boy proved his courage during the bandit raid. He couldn't stop thinking about just how brutal the life Haru had survived was, until at last he found a place that felt safe. He truly believed the gods had blessed him beyond measure because somehow he'd won the kind of girl whose loyalty never wavered. Haru burst out from the back room in a rush, cheeks burning as he proudly tried on the brand new adventuring outfit the shop had just handed him. She shot Matthias a deep, respectful bow and thanked the old man for his shocking kindness. The elderly trader bowed right back as they stepped out into the blazing morning light. He spun around one final time, pouring out heartfelt thanks to Matthias for everything he'd done to make the transfer happen. Haru couldn't wait. He urged them to sprint straight to the local guild and officially register as an adventuring party right then and there. He grinned wide, stuck out his hand, and swore they'd stand side by side no matter how far that road stretched. Side by side, they strode into the roar of the city streets, ready to take on whatever fresh trouble was waiting just ahead. They trekked through the streets of a brand new town they'd never seen before. He trailed Haru straight into the local adventurers guild. The receptionist snapped, "Fill out these registration forms," and sent them right to the paper. Haru snapped her gaze to him and declared, "From this day on, I'm coming with you on your journey." When the receptionist asked if he could read it, he dropped his eyes and admitted he was still learning the language of this world. Suddenly, this huge burly guy shoved his way forward, jabbed a finger at him, and barked, "So you're the slave's owner, huh?" A second brute, face wrapped in bandages, jeered at him nonstop, daring him to throw down. Haru snapped to her master in a hurry, warning, "Don't start that fight if you do. They'll kick you out of the guild." He fired off his inspection skill and immediately pegged the guy as a level 18 fighter. The man's face lined up perfectly with what people said about bandit boss Sarasuro. Haru just flashed a calm, friendly smile back at the man's insults. She insisted to her master that she was fine, while he ground his teeth with pure fury. He balled his fist tight and demanded to know if the guild banned fighting. He nailed it. This guy wasn't just some random worker. He was one of the noble's men, the same one who tried to buy Haru. The man flashed a grin, like he'd just proven his boss still owned this place. He warned that if the noble didn't go after Haru, Ichinojo would be doomed to die in brutal agony. The man sneered at him, taunting, "So you're trembling in fear now." Rage flared in Haru's chest as she snapped that the man would never be forgiven after humiliating her master. He snapped his hand onto her shoulder, urging her to breathe, and told her straight up this was just a trap meant to bait them into reacting. He whipped around to the counter, decided to grab their bounty and bolt just like that for now. The fighter didn't waste a second. He challenged him to an arena fight, and this time everything was allowed. He declared himself a master of fisticuffs, taunting the coward to finally stand up and fight him. Haru stepped up and begged for the chance to fight for her, fully convinced he could win a sword duel. He soothed her again, saying the man was a fighter with no sword, so he'd step in and take the fight himself. He swore they'd battle in just 9 days, right when the noble was set to roll in. Once the deal was locked in, they snatched their reward from the receptionist and stormed out of the guild. Outside, Haru's fury still burned, but he leaned in, grabbed her worries, and promised her everything was fine. While they walked, she leaned in and asked if he was finally ready to become a fighter. She broke down the whole job progression system, step by step, like it was the key to leveling up. He realized snagging the fighter job wasn't going to be a walk in the park. After lunch, he decided they'd hit the maze, and Haru swore he'd stick to his side wherever he went. They stumbled into a loud, bustling restaurant, but he clocked it right away. Haru wasn't taking a seat. He couldn't believe his eyes when he found her kneeling on the floor right beside their table. He fired back right away, told her that was wrong, and motioned for her to drop into the chair. She demanded to know if it was really okay for her, still a slave, to even sit on a chair. With her nerves buzzing, she pushed herself upright, and right on cue, a waiter swept in to greet them and welcome them into the shop. The waiter slammed one glass of water onto the table in front of him. Haru couldn't wrap her head around it. Why did they hand them just one single glass? He finally got it. This restaurant didn't hand out free water, and it sure as hell wasn't about to serve slave. He flagged the waitress over, ordered 2 of the restaurant's top meals, and demanded another glass of water. Haru asked, Is this okay? And even while he said it, he confessed he couldn't read the menu at all. He leaned in and told her he wanted her to dig into the best meal she'd ever tasted. As soon as the food landed on the table, she dug in and slurped her soup with a bright, happy grin. He couldn't help but stare. Her table manners were so elegant, it felt unreal, like she had to come from a wealthy family. He blurted out why she'd become a slave, then snapped at her to stop right there on the spot. He rushed to apologize for his thoughtlessness, and she waved it off like it didn't even matter. He swore he'd never hate her for her past, and one day he'd finally spill the full truth about everything that happened to him. After they finished eating, he got that spark in his eyes and declared they were hitting the item shop. He set out to snag Haru some actually useful stuff, like a storage bag he could put to good use. He blinked in shock and asked the shopkeeper if they sold storage bags. With one clear purpose in mind, he realized that the fancy, free item they'd handed him was insanely rare. They stocked up for the road with bread and dried meat, grabbing everything they'd need for the trip. They argue about the city's 3 maze ranks until they finally pick one that's beginner level. At the maze entrance, the receptionist leaned in and told him that beating the first boss would unlock a powerful skill upgrade. He decided taking down this boss would be his ticket out of his old job and into a fighter life. Then he swung open his status screen. He double-checked at everything, clocking his jobless status and all the other skills he had. He spotted a divine blessing that multiplied his experience by a brutal 20-fold. Then he leaned in and asked Haru if he could check her status too. Her status screen flashed level 23 White Wolf Swordsman. He clocked her switchable jaw, and the beast swordsman swore it was no small thing she said that meant a higher rank. He was stunned, because he'd never even known a job like that existed. With his own power, he snapped her job into place straight into beast swordsman, like it was nothing. Haru leaned in and asked if he'd be willing to become a beast swordsman, then laid out all the insane benefits. He told her to check her status screen, then begged her, please, not to scream. Her eyes widened in total shock at the unbelievable job switch that just happened. He leaned in and said his gift for switching jobs was a secret that could blow up in his face if anyone ever found out. He told her, once we're inside the maze, we'll talk about it for real. They stood face to face with the dungeon's dark entrance, staring into the unknown. Right on cue, a fanged beast burst forward and lunged straight for him. With one crushing slash, he sent it flying. He towered over the creatures as they melted away in a gory haze, Haru right behind him. He checked his stats. His level had already jumped, and he told Haru, all right, we're moving on. He blurted out to a distracted Haru as they pushed deeper into the unknown. They soon stumbled on a massive swarm of goblins, packed tight like a living nightmare. He knew their party settings would make every bit of XP he earned spill straight to her. He snapped his rotating slash loose, carving straight through the entire goblin mob in one brutal sweep. A notification popped up and told him his hammer-wielding level had skyrocketed. He snapped back to his status screen, grinning because he was right on the edge of becoming a fighter. He clocked Haru's stare, then gently pressed his hand to her forehead and asked, are you okay? She swore she was totally fine, but then she finally confessed she'd been stuck thinking about 2 things. First, she leaned in and demanded to know if he'd specifically trained to master that one-of-a-kind slash move. He brushed it off with a grin, cheering her on because her beast swordsman skills had finally shot up. She blurted, why am I leveling up this fast? Shouldn't this be insanely hard? He leaned in and asked if she knew about divine blessings, then snapped at her to stop kneeling. Haru told him she'd heard stories of wanderers from other worlds, people who got powers exactly like that. He leaned in and said, yep, I'm one of those wanderers from a place called Japan. When he asked if she was scared, she flashed him a brilliant smile and said, not even a little. Her heart practically burst. He trusted her enough to hand over his story. He thanked her with a nod, then leaned in and told her his blessings weren't done yet. There was one more thing. Haru's eyes went wide when he found out he didn't just have one blessing, he had 2, and one of them skyrocketed his experience gain by a massive 20 times. Then she dropped the bombshell. Daijiro-sama, one of the 4 great heroes, was born in Japan too. He drifted his gaze away and suddenly got it. Daijiro-sama had to be on a whole other level. A history lesson just spilled the truth about the brutal 200-year wars fought between a demon lord and the church-backed human race. It also brings up the 4 heroes who battled 12 years back. One of them was Daijiro the monk. Haru blurted, master, in pure excitement, And the moment he realized he was related to a celebrity, his whole world lit up. "Don't sweat it," he told the shivering slime in front of him. His secret growth power kept pushing him forward, but he couldn't drop that Jobless title just yet. He tore across the battlefield with a savage wide arc, and his sword carved a clean slash straight through the monster. "It's impossible, no way. That's way too soft," he thought, as Haru watched every physical attack bounce off the slimes like they were made of water. He swung a hard punch, and his fist sank into the creature's squishy gelatin as it stretched from the blow. He figured it could corrode metal, so he backed off and relied on his slash skill as the only real way forward. For 10 straight seconds, he rained slash after slash down on the creature. With one last puff, the slime crumbled into nothing and a bright crystal flared in its place. Then he leveled up, unlocking the apprentice mage skill. "Magic," he bellowed, throwing his arms to the sky like he'd just won everything, while Haru stared on in stunned, breathless silence. He couldn't believe it. This strange world's magic blew past everything he imagined. So he steeled himself and opened his magic skills list. The second he spotted the spell, his eyes sparked, and he burst out, "Fireball!" He thrust both hands forward and poured his fresh power into the air like a spark. A burst of roaring fire erupted from his palms, and Haru jolted in shock. "It's working!" he shouted, stunned. Then he confirmed it was real magic, and Haru felt the truth hit like lightning. "Are you a magic swordsman?" she blurted, eyes blazing with awe. He froze up at the thought of admitting he was straight up jobless. So he just pushed the conversation forward and told her to get moving. He asked if magic was fair game in the arena, and Haru said it wasn't banned, though using it would instantly stir up rumors. "She told me the town barely had any magicians left because the real successful ones were raking in so much money, they hardly ever stayed. Because those MP recovery potions were insanely expensive, and only a handful of top-tier chemists could even brew them." A diagram laid it all out, showing how an alchemist forges alloys, while a chemist brews potions. So that's when it clicked. He finally got how the local economy really worked. He figured the chemist's work could actually come in handy, so he went for it. Then he caught a fresh whiff of slime nearby and didn't hesitate. "Perfect timing," he smirked, like he had a plan, and said, "All right, it's time to practice." Out of nowhere, both he and Haru snapped to attention, staring in shock at what just appeared in front of them. A shiny slime shimmered like liquid gold, lighting up the whole place with its glow. Without even blinking, he shouted, "Fireball!" and ripped the spell straight out of his hand. Master Haru the slime tried to warn him, but the damage was already done, and it was too late. The shiny slime got wiped out, and when it finally dropped, it left a sparkling crystal and a tiny round mystery object behind. Ichinojo powered up again, snagging a rare title and a luck-boosting skill, while Haru dropped to one knee beside the item that just hit the ground. "It's a rare metal," she chirped, like the kind that only drops from those rare monsters. She said the thing would sell for a fortune, at least 3 golden coins. "Then we've got big luck," he announced, and with that, he pushed us to hunt down a different one. He spotted one lurking far off and instantly flung a rock at it, leaving Haru stunned. He slumped in pure disappointment, staring at the emptiness like, where are all the monsters? Then Haru leaned in and told him the truth. Most folks just sprint straight for the boss in a beginner's maze. "Stay sharp," she said, and we're moving on. As they trekked along, 2 more adventurers, a witch and a skeletal warrior, swept past them. So it feels like he's being forced to reset the boss stage, then it hits him. The other adventurers probably already cleared it. They burst up to a towering stone door that screamed, "This is it," the gateway to the boss room. It's shut tight, so it's done for, and he clocked that instantly. Haru leaned in and told him the boss was the Goblin King, and she'd wipe him out by herself. "Man, you're insanely reliable," he grinned, then ruffled her hair with a quick, affectionate pat. Because the door still wouldn't budge, he pushed them towards some food while they waited. He leaned in and asked if she was okay eating the exact same ration as him. No fancy meals, just plain survival food. "Thank you, master," she chirped, and her stomach growled right along with his, because he spread out their simple meal of bread and dried meat. Haru took one bite of the meat and practically lit up, declaring it absolutely delicious. She said she absolutely craved this kind of tough meat, then admitted yesterday's food was amazing too. He recoiled after the first bite, spitting it out because it was way too hard, way too salty, and it reeked of alcohol. When Haru happily dug in, he smiled and offered her his own share too. "I'm good with my own share," she blurted out, cheeks blazing, while her tail thrashed wildly behind her. Ugh, what a waste, he huffed, then decided, fine, I'll take it myself. Her whole mood flipped the second she promised she'd give her best for him. He let out a laugh at her cuteness and tossed her the meat. She took it with a shy little nod. Then he fired off a wild question: do White Wolf Clan members hate being touched? Haru told them for their kind, only a recognized master is allowed to touch their hair, tail, or belly. So I can touch you, he said, and the second he heard it, he noticed her cheeks burning red. Do whatever you want, she said, then spun away fast, cheeks burning. He shot his hand out and softly brushed her fluffy tail, and she let out a little startled cry. He couldn't meet her gaze as she admitted this was her very first time. Just as he lunged for her ears, she suddenly lost her footing and crashed into his arms. I suddenly feel so weak, she rasped, begging him to keep going. Then her gaze slipped down to her stomach as if something inside her had already betrayed her. I swear it'll be amazing, she breathed. Just rub my belly for me. Then she told him that rubbing the belly of a white wolf meant the bond was absolute, the highest kind of trust. I really hope Master finally touches it, she said, gazing up at him with shining, hopeful eyes. With a shaky breath, he slowly slid his hand onto her stomach. His fingers brushed against her soft belly. Her boots scraped softly across the cavern floor, shifting with each step. He kept stroking her hair, slow and soothing. Master, please, a little higher. Her face was burning as she begged. Are you sure? He demanded. Then his blood went cold as he realized she'd gone completely still. She'd finally drifted off in his arms, snoring softly like the world had gone quiet for her. He stared down at the half-eaten piece of meat still sitting in her hand. His eyes bulged with horror when he realized the dried meat was laced with alcohol. He snatched her clothes into place, eased her down to rest, and just couldn't stop smiling at her adorable sleeping face. He screamed inside his head, doing everything he could not to wake her up. Suddenly, an arrow clattered against the stone right by her head, snapping her awake in a jolt. Oh, you're up, he said, raising the bow he'd just snatched up. He asked, breathless, whether she was finally feeling better after she blacked out. He told us the boss room was sealed by a sneaky, invisible wall. Everything got slapped back, even arrows fired by the bandit outside. Haru instantly got it. This boss fight shuts down any attack from the outside. He was crushed to find out she didn't remember a single thing from before she blacked out. What are we waiting for? He blurted the moment the door swung open. All fired up. They stood tall, victorious, with the defeated Goblin King at their feet. Haru made short work of the little goblins guarding their leader, wiping them out with zero effort. He matched her every move, fighting shoulder to shoulder with her. After the fight, Ichinoho shot up another level, popping new skills and unlocking fresh jobs left and right. Haru grinned and proudly declared that her beast swordsman's skill had finally surged to level 3. He told her the goddess's blessings were the reason, and her tail started wagging like it couldn't contain the joy. One of the monsters he'd already crushed let a sword fall to the ground, and Haru instantly recognized it as a rare treasure. She told him the spell would force those goblins to bow and obey him. Master, come on, let's rush into the inner chamber and pray to Goddess Sama, she urged, jabbing a finger to point the way. He snapped to attention, stunned by a massive statue of Kareem Sama, the goddess who had dragged him here in the first place. Haru jabbed at a second, smaller statue and asked if he recognized that goddess too. She was Toralulu Sama, soaked in positivity, ruling the games of luck and living the high life of leisure. He double-checked with Haru that the only thing he had to do was pray to the statue. He dropped to his knees before the statue, shut his eyes tight, and felt something enormous step into the world behind him. Suddenly, Corinne, the goddess, flooded his thoughts, telling him it had been too long and that the blessings she'd given him still didn't satisfy her. She jabbed a finger at his chest, ready to call out his jobless status, but then she swallowed the words and let it go. She shook her head and said straight up, joblessness really shouldn't exist because it isn't something anyone should be by default. She told him straight up his gift to swap jobs and peek at other stats was way more powerful than any normal blessing. That's the catch. She warned him not to touch him and made it crystal clear never ever tell anyone about that jobless title of yours. When he asked who he could trust, she just shrugged and said it was on him, no bragging. He blurted out heartfelt thanks as she got ready to hand him his reward after he cleared the stage. She grinned, thrusting the prize wheel into your hands one shot. That's it. Spin it, and whatever you land on is what you walk away with. A sharp system notification chirped inside his head. Ugh, what a shame when the goddess mulls over it. She clearly sees that this skill lets you dodge the shower brush. She swept her hand in a dramatic flourish, daring him to hit the other labyrinths later. He craned his neck at the colossal goddess and demanded to know what happened to his little sister. She promised she'd dig into it before they ran into each other again, then spun on her heel to leave. As she walked away, the thought hit her hard. He had no business having a little sister. Master, congratulations. Haru's voice shattered his focus. She confessed she was freaking out that he was just going to snag a stupid shower brush. But when nothing showed up, it only meant one thing. He had scored a real skill. He checked that his common language skills were locked in, so reading and writing wouldn't give him a single problem. Haru's tail sank the moment she realized her chances to help were slipping away, and she still forced a smile to mask the crushing disappointment. He leaned in and promised her, I might be from another world, but I'll still need you way more than you think. With fresh fire in her chest, Haru swore she'd give it everything, and they chose to head back. They crowned him with a brand new title, Labyrinth Victor. Margaret Sand threw the shop doors open and greeted them with a loud, My, welcome back. She told him dinner would be ready soon, but that quick order made him shove aside everything else. Then he turned around and peppered Haru with questions about her clothes. He spun to Margaret Sand with urgent fire in his eyes, demanding she sell him clothes for Haru right away. Margaret snapped, insisting she'd pick out the clothes herself as she waved Haru over. She brushed aside his objections and told him she already knew Haru's size and she'd take care of the rest herself. Margaret dressed Haru in a brand new outfit that fit her like it was made for her, then sweetened the deal with a discount on the spot. After dinner, he lit up with gratitude and thanked Margaret for jumping in to help. Norin leaned in and demanded to know how long they planned to stick around in town. He leaned in and told her they could be heading out for Balasura as soon as tomorrow. As Margaret's sadness spilled out, Haru leaned in and swore he'd lead her anywhere, no matter where he went. Margaret leaned in and told him to think of her as a mother, and anytime he wanted, he could come back. Then she offered to pack them a bento for the road, and he bombarded her with heartfelt, nonstop thanks. That night, right when the silence hit, someone pounded on his door. He caught Haru standing there, practically itching to talk about everything that went down before the boss fight. She admitted she blacked out while he was rubbing her stomach, but when she told him, he waved it away and insisted she was just drunk. His eyes bulged with pure shock. Keep going right here, she demanded, and when she said it, her vow of loyalty rang like a promise she'd never break. She said it was a full moon so the white wolves could get pregnant with zero trouble. Is it really okay? He screamed, sweat pouring off him like rain. He hovered at the edge of the bed, stomach in knots, while she peeked out from under the covers like she was just barely brave enough to show her face. Please be gentle, she whispered, and the moment the words hit, he blushed so hard it felt like his whole face was on fire. Next morning, that thought wouldn't leave his head. I finally graduated from virginity. He jolted awake with a sharp gasp. He lay in bed with Haru, softly running his fingers through her hair as she slept. She jolted awake, yanked the covers up to her chin, and whispered him a bright good morning. He shot upright, face blazing with embarrassment, so intense it left him speechless. They pushed outside to find Margaret and Nora already there, trading bright morning greetings like nothing could steal their momentum. He clocked it instantly. Both of them wore the same eerie, worried look. Margaret scooted in close and hissed that her house's walls were so thin you could probably hear a secret from the street. So mortified he could have keeled over, while Margaret just erupted into laughter and dragged them to breakfast. She teased him for it being Haru's first time, and that hit him like a challenge, so he swore he'd become a great master for her, no matter what. He didn't ignore her mother's teasing. He snapped back that him and Haru were officially lovers now. He blurted out his plan to hawk his wares at the guild, then bolted toward the intermediate labyrinth. Margaret told him, "Don't you dare do anything wild, especially with Haru right there." She vowed she'd haul their stuff to the carriage before they even left, and he turned to her and thanked her like she'd saved the day. Right before they headed out, he smirked and said Haru's skirt was way too short. He backpedaled fast and blurted, "I'm not here to judge. I'm just scared of what other adventurers might think." "No worries," Haru said, lifting her skirt and flashing her bloomers like it was no big deal. She flashed the tail hole and told him, straight-faced, that he could look all he wanted. Margaret broke it down. Bloomers were once a quirky hobby item from lost folks, but they caught on and became totally common. They burst into the loud, packed entrance of the intermediate labyrinth. Karu told everyone the crowd had gathered because the dungeon was brutal, and the teleporters inside made it impossible to just wander in and out. She jabbed at the teleporter. This magical gadget could yank a full party of 6 straight to wherever they needed to go. A booming voice from the crowd snapped out and called the rookie over. 2 adventurers leaned in and waved them closer, urging them to team up and take on the intermediate level together. Haru told them it's totally normal for parties to hold seats open for friends. He felt like he'd been stuck in a never-ending line at an amusement park ride, just waiting for the moment it finally ripped into motion. Joffrey, the male adventurer, insisted teaming up with someone powerful would rake in serious profit. He demanded to know where they were going, then flat out said he was determined to be back by the afternoon. Joffrey casually pitched teleporting straight to the 95th floor, and the moment it landed, he just froze in pure disbelief. Joffrey and his partner, Eliza, strutted around bragging like they were the ultimate first-class warrior and the ultimate first-class magic beater. They froze in this absurd pose and shouted that, together, they were destined to be second class. Haru leaned in and whispered that it was probably entry leeching, just a sneaky way to rack up points for wiping the floors, without doing the real work. He couldn't stop thinking that keeping them safe might be way too dangerous. He told them their levels didn't match, and to his shock, they actually agreed. Joffrey snapped his plan into place fast, pushing them toward an easier spot, and sweetened the deal by offering up the last hits on monsters. He barked that the intermediate dungeon was straight up impossible for them. Joffrey thrust a ring into view, and Haru clocked it instantly. He stumbled on this get-along ring, and honestly, its name totally won him over. Haru explained that the ring lets 2 sides fuse into one. He accused them of snatching the priceless item, and they slammed back with a fierce denial. And Joffrey swore they'd gotten it as a gift from its own creator, Daijiro, years back. He nodded and went along, snatching one ring for himself, while he thrust the other into Haru's hand. He slid the ring onto her ring finger, and Joffrey practically erupted in outrage. The ring suddenly reshaped itself, snapping perfectly onto her finger like it had been waiting all along. At the teleporter, Joffrey shamelessly demanded he cough up the toll for everyone. They burst onto the 55th floor, and Joffrey jabbed a finger at a bizarre new spawn of fish lizards. The 2 of them erupted in cheers, swearing this was nothing at all for them. Joffrey leaned in and told them it was an F-ranked extermination quest straight from the guild. He snapped to the truth those supposed helpers had been playing him, and now they were stuck doing the quest the hard way. Joffrey made it crystal clear anyone could cash in on those quest rewards, and there was 0 punishment if they failed. Saying it through clenched teeth, he decided it was totally fine as long as they only had to collect the lizard scales. As they walked, Haru clocked something off the complete absence of magic beasts. A scream for help ripped through the air from the stairs right nearby. A monstrous lizard exploded out of a side passage and clamped an adventurer in its jaws. The whole party went silent, eyes locked on that massive, towering beast. Then he realized they'd been boxed in by sneaky little lizards that had slipped in without a single warning. Joffrey and Eliza snapped into full-on panic when they finally grasped just how disastrous everything is. Haru told him to unleash fire magic because lizards couldn't stand the heat. His tiny fire spell exploded into the air and slammed right into one of the creatures. The blast slammed the lizard backward, blasting it straight toward the entrance on the 55th floor. He yanked his sword free and carved a path straight through the swarm, fighting his way forward. They finally burst onto the stairs for safety, and in the chaos, his level shot up. Lizard-like monsters lunged in, but a brutal chain of tiny blasts ripped them apart in seconds. "Haru, we're boring it," he shot back, sprinting right beside it. They stared up at a colossal creature, and Haru immediately clocked it as a dragon. Their boots slammed into the gravelly rubble littering the labyrinth floor, crunch after crunch echoing through the maze. When he finally hit the 55th floor, it hit him. There was no way a creature that huge should have been able to climb those stairs. He fired up his status screen and grinned. His jobless skill had leveled up, and now it was handing him fresh jobs and brand new skills left and right. After mowing down around 80 lizards until Haru's power kicked in, and it felt like they'd gone from 1 to 24,000, he realized he couldn't stop grinning at the progress. Haru lit up as she confirmed her level had jumped her tail, thrashing wildly while she bragged about her fresh sword saint speed. He shot her a quick question. "Can you still fight?" And she lit up, saying they could take down one more right now. Before they knew it, they were standing right before the stairs that shot up to the 56th floor. Seeing that monster crowd mass up, he pushed Haru back and barked, "I'm hitting them first." He burst straight into their ranks and swung his blade in a vicious arc, unleashing a devastating slash. Touching down like a whisper, he burst forward and rained down a barrage of tiny fire spells. While Haru stared in awe at his own mind-blowing magic, he shrugged it off like it was just some tiny throwaway spell. "Forget everything else, lock onto the enemies right in front," he snapped, and ordered Haru to jump with zero hesitation. He tightened his grip, braced his stance, and whipped his sword around in one full, thunderous rotation. The circle/rip through the horde, blasting monsters flying in every direction like they were caught in an explosion. Haru couldn't believe it, one attack and he wiped out so many with it. He told me that before, the moment he cast magic, his job snapped instantly into a magic user class. Then, the second he wanted sword arts, he instantly swapped into a sword-wielding class. With no job to tie him down, he had the freedom to pick as many as 5 classes, and the system would automatically lock in the option most likely to win, no matter the situation. Suddenly, a gigantic lizard burst into view, and Haru snapped out a warning. He snapped out of the way just in time, dodging the beast's sweeping tail attack like it had zero chance of landing. He stared at that massive mouth as the creature roared. "Just wait, I'll hook you up with something delicious," he said, tossing his old job aside and snapping his hand into a blazing fireball. He shoved that tiny flame straight into the monster's gaping mouth. The spell detonated with a brutal burst inside the lizard's skull. He watched the creature get trapped in crystal in an instant, and the sheer destruction in that blast blew past anything a normal petiter spell could ever do. While Haru praised his work, he let out a heavy sigh because now he had to scrape up every last magic stone from those monsters he just wiped out. They both looked at each other like, "Wait, we just leveled up from that fight." Pain twisted across his face like it hurt to breathe. It felt like his head was about to blow apart as a brutal wave of brand new skills and job upgrades slammed into his status. He'd just unlocked the sword skill and the title skill mania. Then a loud voice barked, "Hey, rookie!" 2 adventurers, a guy and a girl, stumbled right up to them, panicking and admitting they were totally lost, then pleaded for directions to the teleporter. Ian Haru froze, staring back in pure, breathless shock. Eliza stared in awe at the gigantic magic stones, while Joffre frowned and insisted that a subjugation quest for those massive spawning monsters must have been running. With a grim stare, he figured the other adventurers who showed up for the quest were all gone, devoured somewhere out there. Joffre proudly announced he'd yanked the request off the board, calling it pure genius. Then he was hit with the news: fast pull a subjugation quest without permission, and you get slapped with a fine. And in Ichinojo's eyes, that makes him a total idiot. Back at the Adventurers Guild, they charged through the loud, packed hall like they owned the place. He strode up to the counter and grilled the receptionist, asking if he could sell his magic stones and all the materials he'd gathered. A burly adventurer he recognized stepped on up to him, and they both nodded like, "Let's score a huge payday for this haul." Oragarawu then snapped at Haru, calling her a poor master, and instantly her calm shattered into raw anger. And Guriru lured him into the arena with a straight-up challenge, and he snapped at the bait without hesitation. Eliza jabbed a finger at the dueling stage and said, "If you step onto that floor of your own free will, even your death gets stamped as an accident." When Joffre tried to make him examine the stuff, Ichinojo snapped, begging him to stop and let his duel prep play out. Orgariru just laughed, sure that a coward like him would be the one sprinting the whole time. The receptionist snapped open the news. Mr. Origero's bounty was a whopping 032. With a receptionist or a Garyu grind, either way, get the stage set and ready. Another adventurer dropped the bombshell that Ichinojo wasn't even registered as an adventurer, and Jiriru brushed off the worry, grinning like he already knew he was about to shove that bastard straight into the brutal lessons of life. Ichinojo leaned in and told the word receptionist, "Don't panic, everything will be fine, and as long as I hand in the application." He told his party he'd handle the last rental fees, and then they all charged into the duel together. They blasted the rules from up high. This match would turn into a draw, unless someone sealed victory within the next 10 minutes. Or Azuriru stood there, calm and fearless, and told him to hit the start button whenever he felt ready. Spotting 2 cloaked figures lurking behind Orogiriru, he snapped, "So what are you cooking?" And Jiriru shot back, "That's the rental fee," then tossed him a small pouch of coins. Right as he reached for the coins, Origuriru shot forward and lunged hard. A brutal punch slammed into his gut, stealing every last breath from his lungs. Even with his legs buckling and knees smashing into the ground, He still managed to speak, and that shocked the hell out of his opponent. Jiriru sneered that fighters were weak to magic, then snapped for his mages to unleash the attack. 3 fireballs screamed through the air, arcing and twisting straight toward him. Master Haru screamed as the spells slammed together and erupted in a blinding blast. The arena erupted, smoke and flames burst through the air in a wild flash. Jiriru smirked like he already had the victory in his pocket. Then the smoke finally thinned, and there he stood, unscathed, leaving everyone utterly stunned. "Are you listening, Cooley?" he demanded, explaining that his job runs on magic too. He blitzed the 2 mages with a rapid-fire barrage of tiny wind, tiny water, and tiny stone spells. Then he hurled a tiny burst of fire, and Orijiruru stumbled back hard, screaming in pain. He shot his hand up and ripped an enormous wave of magical power into a blazing fireball that swelled to massive size. The whole crowd gaped in pure disbelief as that massive spell loomed over the arena. With his foot pinned on the beaten man's back, he fired back Oregariru. His class doesn't even get a name. Then, with a grin that faded fast, he admitted it, he didn't have a single one. His voice snapped into something deadly serious as he warned the man, saying that if he ever heard his precious friend Haru's name, he wouldn't pull a single punch. As Oregariru spun away, he hauled himself up. But Oregariru's not fast enough, because he meets the man with a swift slash across the leg. The receptionist bolted in on the spot, ready to patch up the screaming adventurer. Outside the guild, Haru clutched his arm tight, pleading with him not to overdo it. "I'm not pushing myself," he snapped, yet she still sobbed and begged him to anyway. Nearby, the adventurers who'd saved Oregariru rushed to his side and started working to heal his wounds. By the time the duel was over, word had already exploded across the adventuring world. Everyone was buzzing, stunned by the wild magic they'd just witnessed. Joffrey and Eliza stared in pure disbelief too, because they straight up didn't expect him to be that strong. Inspired, they kicked into gear, bolted out fast, and set out to make something incredible happen by their own hands. He warned Haru that if they kept going like this, they'd better ditch the city because they couldn't afford any revenge schemes or trouble for Margaret's son. They nodded and agreed to hang back at the horse carriage waiting room until a ride finally showed up. Once he confirmed Haru wouldn't get motion sickness, he grabbed 2 tickets and pointed them straight to Bellisura in the carriage. Just then, Joffrey and Eliza burst in shouting to them that they'd scored an enormous profit, then proudly announced they'd bought a horse. Joffrey strutted around, proudly parading his great horse until Haru burst the bubble and shouted that it was really a donkey. They traded good wishes, and Joffrey told them, "Need a ride anytime." "They're a total weird bunch, right?" he said to Haru. A young voice blared, urging them to jump into the carriage like they couldn't afford a second delay. Margaret's son and her whole family showed up to see them off. She thrust a bag into his hands, sandwiches inside, plus a water bottle ready for the road ahead. He thanked them again and again as the carriage finally lurched forward and pulled away. Ian Haru gave them a final wave, swearing he'd come back and visit again someday. A heavy carriage rattled down the dirt road, hauling itself away as it left the town shrinking behind it. They raced past a huge welcome sign, announcing Florence the labyrinth city waiting for travelers. I cracked it open, and he grinned. "Yeah, I've seen it all now. Best feeling ever, getting to experience this city." Their journey surged on as they finally set off toward the city of Bellisura. In a dark, cramped little room, a purple-haired young girl sat alone, swallowed by silence. Not far from there, the forest floor was soaked in blood, showing the brutal attack's horrifying aftermath. While riding in a different carriage, he grabbed the jerky for breakfast, and it chewed up his morning like it was trying to fight him. That tiny dog girl slittered food toward him, but Haru lunged in fast and shoved her own meal in front of her instead. Haru shot him an apology for staring, saying she only got worried because the little buds on his clothes were ruining his meal. He admitted it was a shame he'd already scarfed everything down, and all he'd wanted was for her to try the jerky he'd found, even if it was so tough it barely gave in. A spark hit him, and with a quick unleash of his throw skill, he flicked the jerky straight into Haru's shocked hand. He swallowed his pride, apologized for trying his new skill on her, and then shoved the jerky into her hands as a proper apology. He kept his mouth shut, praying the other passengers wouldn't think they were flirted. He paused, and with a quick mental scan, he checked where everything stood. With a grin spreading across his face, he thought, "Man, there are way too many jobs to pick from right now." He stumbled on this wild class called Playboy, and it came with a downright weird requirement. He was utterly rattled by the insane requirements he had to meet just to land the job. Still, he didn't back down. He spun to Haru and boldly asked for her hand. She flashed a smile and held it out to him, and the moment their hands touched, he let out a warm chuckle. He tried to pull off the playboy job, but nothing at all happened. He realized it had to demand their hands truly cross. No just holding would cut it. Still, nothing shifted yet. He couldn't stop himself from noticing how soft her hand felt. He couldn't help wondering what kind of skills he'd unlock, so he figured he might as well poke around and put everything to the test. He couldn't stop thinking about how the goddess pushed him to live his life right here. He wanted to max out his jobless level and take sweet, slow rides with Haru like the journey was part of the prize. He gasped, staring at her hand, and blurted out that it was unbelievably soft. Just when the ride felt peaceful, a killer aura crashed into the carriage coming straight from the other men. He broke into a sweat, instantly realizing why they were coming for him. Haru's ears flicked the second she felt the tension in the air. He couldn't shake the fear that it was already too late for the other adventurers nearby, because judging by their levels, they didn't look ready for what was coming. Haru admitted that even he couldn't resurrect dead humans, then shot back, "So should we go help them?" Her sharp nose caught the stench of monsters and the copper bite of human blood. She declared, "Me and you were unstoppable." He leaned in and told the coachman, "This is our stop." Both of them spring off the speeding carriage, landing cleanly in the woods like it's nothing. Haru instantly bolted into the trees ahead of everyone. They burst in to see a massive bear ripping into several adventurers at once. He snapped a warning to her, telling her to slow down, because in the clearing, another gorilla-like beast was already lurking. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why were all these totally different monsters converging in one single spot? Haru, handle the small stuff, he ordered. These bears are mine. He yanked his sword free and squared up against a whole pack of bears. With a thunderous war cry roaring from his throat, he barreled into the pack like a storm. He ducked under a claw swipe and slammed a brutal punch into another bear's jaw. The bears he slammed down crumpled to the ground, completely beaten. He froze in shock as the rest of the bears suddenly spun around and walked away without him. He stood there totally baffled as they blatantly ignored him and then erupted into furious digging into the dirt. This presence detecting ability flared to life, snatching a reading from underground the moment the ground started to split. A colossal monster tore out of the dark, and before he could even blink, another beast slammed toward him, no time to look away. The bears started mutating on the spot, bodies warping and twisting as they unleashed a synchronized, bone-chilling roar. "Burn it!" he roared, and dark magic tore through the air like a savage blast. A bear exploded out of his blind spot and caught him completely off guard. Haru exploded forward, slammed into the attack, and snatched him out of death's grasp. A notification flashed that his skills had leveled up, and Haru lit up so damn proud she'd actually been useful. They stared at the wreckage, and he choked on regret. No matter what they did, they couldn't save a single soul in the end. Then it hit him. The monsters weren't just lurking, they were digging furiously for a buried crate, and from beneath the ground, a faint singing was leaking out. He dropped to his knees by the torn-up ground and shouted, "Is anyone in there?" Haru shot up and warned him more monsters were about to crash in and a huge wave was coming fast. A terrified voice from inside the box screamed to be freed because it knew time was running out fast. He yanked the crate open and found a small, gloomy girl. Then it hit him. She was a slave. The girls froze, eyes locked straight ahead, standing over her in stunned silence. He and Haru locked eyes, both of them instantly worried. He begged for forgiveness for failing to save her owners, but she only muttered that it was all her fault. She stared up at him with hollow, empty eyes. "But please, just kill me," she begged, leaving him and Haru utterly stunned. Haru hurriedly blurted out that she was just a rental slave, and if anyone killed her for no reason, the heavens themselves would come for them. He leaned in, promised the girl he'd never try to kill her, and then demanded, "Why are you buried?" "So tell me, what are you exactly?" he demanded, staring straight at her. Finally, he chose to bury the fallen adventurers for the moment, and the girl immediately shot back, asking what they'd do with the adventurers' items. He promised her they'd bury those items too, because they weren't desperate for cash. He called the girl Carol and told her they were tearing off for the city of Alasra. He leaned in and asked if she knew the way, because they were totally lost. Then she gave a small, shaky nod like she wasn't fully sure she should. He flashed a warm grin and said, "Go on, lead the way." Hustling behind her lead, they finally spotted a city's silhouette looming on the horizon. Balostra was a massive beast of a city, an enormous wall-clad fortress, settlement under the dominion of Tor. As Carol marched through the main gate, the guards zeroed in on her with a hard, suspicious stare. The guard grabbed his attention, thanked him for bringing her back, confirmed her owners were dead, and then made him press his hand onto a verification crystal. They charged through the non-stop chaos of Balostra City's Central Plaza. Aru told them slave merchants' rules are brutal. Rental slaves aren't allowed to ask for death, and they're even barred from killing themselves. Since he couldn't just swap out of the jobless crowd, he knew he'd have to be ruthless with criminals, only nothing else. He decided their very first mission was rip Carol back from the slave merchant. His eyes snapped to a towering statue planted right at the heart of the plaza. Haru leaned in and told him the statue was Torul's, then revealed the goddess church only took it in because some lost person had urged them to. Heck, he was blown away by her deep knowledge, and she shrugged it off like, I just devoured books at the royal palace, where her parents worked. He realized he knew basically nothing about her past, and it hit him hard in the best way that she was finally opening up to him. Aru pitched the idea of making an offering, and Carol immediately shot back. Can I do it too? He ruffled her hair and told her not to worry. Kids had nothing to do with this, but she snapped back that she wasn't a child at all. He tossed out an apology for treating her like a kid, and she explained her secret: she was a half-mini human. So yeah, that's why she looked way young. He said Haru looked way too mature, and it instantly made him wonder how old she really was. I look my age, I blurted with a grin. After all, I'm 18. He blushed hard when he confessed he didn't know. And in his head, he figured asking a girl her age would be rude. He spun toward Carol with a shaky voice and blurted, So how old are you? Actually, I'm 16, she said, flat out, shocking him again like it was the first time. All right, he blurted out fast, basically trying to dodge the awkward topic. Then he said, let's make an offering, like that was the only way to move forward. A girl stepped up and blared, I'm back, to Madame Quince. Quince burst out, welcoming Carol back, then leaned in and demanded to know exactly who those adventurers were that had pulled her out. Quince snapped for Carol to go back to her room and change, while she took care of the brand new guests. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Haru while Quince snapped her focus onto them. He demanded to know why it kept happening, and Quince snapped that this was the fourth group already wiped out with Carol. Carol told him, dead serious, she had a unique job, and that's why it had to be that way. He couldn't believe the phrase unique job. Haru laid it out, some jobs run in the blood, from nobility to even criminal life. He pictured Haru's job like a siren song, and then Quince dropped the bombshell Carol was a temptress too. Quince told them the job isn't something you choose. It's a wild power that spits out a pheromone and drags monsters right in. He leaned in and asked Haru what a lock-set skill was supposed to mean. He instantly clocked the nightmare ahead, an uncontrollable skill that would summon monsters. Quince said those monsters the temptress lures in don't attack her. They only hunt the ones standing right beside him. He admitted he was worried the city was dangerous after dark, and that kindness instantly made Quince grin. She promised him it was no big deal, as long as Carol stayed locked away in a sealed room, so her rare skill became pure gold as a rental for adventurers. Quince practically breathed out in relief, grateful she was back safe and sound, and then he slapped down a reward as his thanks. He swore it was just a lucky coincidence that they happened to be passing through. Then he told Haru to hit the pavement for a stroll until Quince snapped, Wait. Haru stared at her master, hinting that his power might just be the key to helping them. He chewed on her words, and a plan clicked. Maybe he could shift Carol's whole job, but he knew that if he pulled that off, word would spread fast and everyone would realize his job change ability. He tore apart the whole idea, buy slaves just to free them. That plan would rip his secret wide open and spill it to everyone. He realized he couldn't possibly save everyone he cared about because Haru had to come first. He softly patted Haru's head and admitted he couldn't push himself past his own limits. Eastside snapped that he wasn't rich enough to buy her freedom and told her they had to haul their monster materials and turn them in. Haru praised him as a brilliant master, but he still snapped that she needed to eat right or else he'd feel like a pathetic excuse for an owner. She grinned and poked him, laughing that she was just kidding, then urged him to head straight to the Adventurers Guild. Haru snapped that her hands were already jam-packed. She couldn't let go of anything she was fighting to protect. Just then, Quince yanked their attention with a loud shout from down the street. She offered to have Carol lead them through the city like it would finally even everything out. Shock hit him, but he nodded and accepted the offer. Carol said she'd throw on a dress because she had a special rental coming up later, then promised she'd lead the way. Haru told him about the dress Margaret sent her and asked point blank if he wanted to see it. She snapped up fast, all flustered, insisting it was something she'd never wear around town. He stared at the dress sitting in his inventory and thought, Margaret picked the absolute best. This is incredible. He leaned in and asked Haru if everything was truly okay, then told her to speak up anytime she felt like she was being too confident. Carol fired off a question, aren't we slave and master? And he snapped back, insisting, I'm not a child. He made it crystal clear they weren't a slave and a master at all. They were dear companions. He snapped that Haru was precious to him, and that confession made Carol rush to apologize before they even started the tour. She mapped out the safe spots marked by the guilds and ends, then snapped a warning about the deadly back alleys. He pressed her to spill everything about the town's dungeon. He stared at her like, how do you know all this? But she shrugged and said she only learned by reading when the moon was out. He stared at how brutal the world really was, where letting a slave read was treated like some kind of kindness. They pushed on through the roaring, crowded streets. As the man strode by, Haru blurted, what is that? He couldn't believe anyone would willingly choose to live the playboy life, and he said he was genuinely impressed. He joked that all he had to do was stare at the man's face to know. Carol told me playboys rack up insane luck stats, and you can usually spot them in the casino, right where the roulette's spinning. She said plain and loud that only the rich could swap jobs at the temple and gamble their luck. He ditched the rest, went full hunger mode, and snagged 3 cups of juice from a vendor. He handed Haru a cup and then slid another to Carol, thanking them for the tour. Haru beamed and showered her master with praise as they both dug into that delicious juice together. He leaned toward Carol and asked what she wanted to eat, basically setting them up for an early lunch. They slipped into a nearby restaurant just as the rush died down, relieved they'd made it at the perfect time. He spotted Carol standing silently behind them. He ordered her to take a chair instead of the floor, remembering how Haru had been the same way at first. Haru leaned in and told Carol, it's fine, really. He asked what she should get, and Carol immediately pointed him to the crowd-favorite bacon-egg sandwich. He exhaled in pure relief when their food finally landed. He waved them over to eat, and the second he did, he realized the girls wouldn't touch a bite until he showed them it was time. He tore into the very first bite of his sandwich. Then the girls jumped in and started eating too. Carol was nearly brought to tears by that meal. She hadn't tasted something this good in ages. After they wrapped up, he praised her knowledge again, and she admitted she keeps reading travel journals all the time. Their tour wrapped up the moment they rolled up in front of the Adventurers Guild. Carol asked to stop her guidance right there, and that sent Haru spiraling. He couldn't shake the fear that her being near the guild would put her in real danger. He told them they'd reached their limit, thanked Carol for everything, and then they all pushed inside. But then he spotted the reception area packed wall to wall with people. That tough, gruff receptionist with the eye patch stared him down and demanded, business. The man barked at him to haul the bear carcasses out to the dissection area. Then the receptionist thrust a knife into his hands, telling him to use it for the dissection. He burst into laughter and snatched up the bear chopper, grinning at the gesture like it meant everything. Outside, he laced up and geared up to clock in and get to work on the bears. He switched his and Haru's jobs to hunter, then started slicing into the animals like a pro. Right after they were done, he glanced over and their hunter levels had shot up even higher. Suddenly, a pack of thugs surged in, snarling at them to hand over the bear. No questions, no mercy. The leader sneered, claiming it wasn't robbery at all, just kindness served with generosity. He grabbed Haru and held him back, shooting a look like, are these guys really that stupid? He realized self-defense wouldn't save him, so he flipped the whole thing, threw out a threat of his own, and turned the tables on them. He ordered them to never pull that stunt again and to go hunt for themselves. Inside again, the receptionist started tallying the dissected materials and put their worth at 9,800 cents. He snatched the cash, and the moment it was in his hands, everything clicked. So that's why the thugs had come swinging for it. Then the receptionist leaned in and told him to upgrade his weapon like, right now. He nodded, then jumped at the chance to grab a brand new sword for himself and one for Haru too. As they stepped out of the guild, he clocked the sun already slipping toward the horizon. He noticed Haru stayed glued to his side all day, and when he asked, she swore it was just nerve. They busted into the weapon shop next door. He decided he had to get a steel sword, just like the bear chopper he'd used earlier. He leaned in and grilled Haru, asking if she'd spotted anything she just couldn't walk past. He nudged her to head right by the short sword display, convinced one of those blades would fit her perfectly. She snapped to a halt right in front of a specific sword. The shopkeeper took one look and declared it was a dragon fang, plain and simple. He broke it down like this: it turns raw, physical strength into magic and then unleashes roaring flames. He yanked the sword through a test swing, and it burst into roaring flames. He shoved the powerful weapon into Haru's hands. She thanked him, swore she'd cherish it forever, and while he started to wonder just how useful it could be, his mind raced. Then he grabbed a traveler's mantle for himself and pulled it on like he was ready to hit the road. He leaned in and told a stunned Haru that its huge back wasn't just for show, it was built to carry a rucksack right on top. Haru suddenly ducked under the mantle and begged him to act like she wasn't standing right there. He whipped his head around, stunned. Why was she hiding from him? He spotted two men dressed to the nines slipping into the weapon shop. Every man, Lord Oliger pointed out, he tore into that shabby store with his sharp, brutal remarks. From where he stood, he watched Haru tremble under his cloak. The Lord flat out said no sword could match him, and he demanded a blade forged just for his hand. The shopkeeper beamed and thanked the noble, grateful for every coin of his patronage. Once the nobles finally walked out, the shopkeeper let out a breath he'd been holding, and Haru burst into view at last. She swallowed her pride and apologized, saying the noble was the one who tried to buy her back then. He leaned in and told her, "Don't worry," swore he'd protect her, and pushed her to stand tall with her head held high. The chapter kicks off with a plan to hit the casino, and the night's barely getting started. He thanked Haru for the clothes, and she grinned and said they fit him perfectly. He snapped his gaze to her with a grim face and told her, straight up, there was something he had to talk about. She dropped to her knees, and he calmly told her, "It's fine, breathe, relax," just to put her at ease. He kicked off his secret origin, spilling that he was born in Japan and got carried into this world by a goddess after a deadly accident. He flashed his status to her, pointing at the blessing he'd told her about earlier. He blurted out his job title, Jobless, and somehow only he could see it, even though everyone else was completely blind to it. She froze in disbelief when he casually confirmed that Jobless wasn't a side gig, it was his main job. "I'll always believe in you, Master," she vowed with total faith, then earned a grateful stroke on her head, like the words meant everything. He laid out the catch of the job. This thing was supposed to be unable to learn any skills, and it promised zero stat growth until you hit level 19. Then he pulled back the curtain on its real power at level 20. It unleashed something massive, so wild it let him do the impossible and rewrite her job title. He spilled the truth and admitted it was only because she mattered more to him than anything else. Tears shone in her eyes as she vowed to guard his secret with her life. Then he calmly told her that kind of extreme pledge wasn't needed. Choked with emotion, she slipped behind him and locked her arms around his shoulders. Then she leaned in and told him she had something huge to talk about. Her tale kicked off 14 years back, when the humans and demons tore each other apart in the Great War. She told me the White Wolf clan was split in two. Her father chose the Demon Lord, and everything fractured from there. After the Demon Lord fell, her father was dragged into a death sentence for his loyalty, while her mother was locked away for life. A year ago, she got sentenced to slavery, and that brutal memory still haunted her, so he yanked her into a tight, comforting hug. She kept talking, insisting she was lucky Matthias-sama bought her, because if he hadn't, her fate would have been way, way worse. He zoned out for a second, picturing a scrub brush, then snapped back the moment she started telling him about her life as a dungeon guide. After she turned down those nobles' advances, the adventurers cut her loose and stopped hiring her, leaving her staring at the emptiness, wondering where she even fit in anymore. He stared at her, the air buzzing with emotion, and realized she'd become the one person he couldn't live without. She leaned in and asked, voice trembling, if it was really okay for someone like her, once the Demon Lord's servant, to serve him again. He wrapped her in a fierce hug and swore her past didn't define her, because to him, she was pure gold. His words soothed her like a warm blanket, and suddenly tears spilled as her deepest insecurities finally cracked open. She admitted that getting to meet him and serve him gave her real, pure happiness. "Same here," he said, grinning with warmth. "I'm seriously so happy I got to meet you." To shake the tension, he declared, "It's my turn," and stepped in to wash her back. He pushed to do it himself to show how grateful he was and to help her nurse her body back to strength. He jumped at the chance and insisted they get the maintenance finished fast and done right. He insisted that snatching stuff from criminals and bandits didn't count as real theft. His mind drifted back to the wooden box they just hauled out of the bandits' hideout. Since he knew it was locked down tighter than a vault, he raised his mineral appraisal skill and went straight for the guarded thing. Both of them froze in shock as the skill pinpointed the contents as mithril, or he knew turning mithril into usable metal was brutal. So brutal that only the rarest ore ever made it through. Because most countries hoard mithril for themselves, he decided to stop waiting. He'd train his own skills until he could process it all on his own. He ripped open his job settings with laser focus, ready to grind his levels higher, and he even swore he'd help Haru level up too. With their weapons cleaned and every prep for tomorrow locked in, all that was left was to shut their eyes and sleep. He grinned, thanked her for the idea, and pitched the plan. Let's get to know each other together. Her eyes flared with excitement as she begged him to teach her, swearing she'd give it everything she had. Her earnestness hit him like lightning, and he leaned in to steal a kiss from her. A lonely howl ripped through the night beneath the crescent moon's glow. The next morning, the sun blazed over the city streets like it had a mission. As they walked along, he whistled that tune, and Haru lit up as he complimented him for it. He told her it was one of his player skills, then capped it off with a warm, affectionate head pat. They rushed to the casino, and Haru's sharp nose helped them dodge every noble they didn't want to run into. When he spotted the casino's metal purchase tax, he grinned like it was a secret bonus stage meant to level up his commoner skill. He pushed his skills to the max, hunting the moment he could finally unlock the healer job. They burst into the Grand Casino, and right there they learned the nasty rule metals could buy stuff, sure, but you couldn't trade them for a single coin. Inside, it was pure spectacle cards, spinning wheels, and tables everywhere, shining like a riot of excitement. The host swept them in with a crisp, polite welcome, like he'd been waiting for this moment all along. She led them step by step, making sure they knew this was their very first time. The hostess broke down the whole metal system and then hit him with the shocker. Every single purchase gets taxed 25. He grabbed a scarf for Haru, and the moment he paid, his commoner status shot up on the spot. She looked absolutely stunning, and he made sure her slave collar was hidden tight so nothing would bother her. He took a shot at a slot machine by himself, leaning on his hunter job and his delicate, razor-precise skill. He tossed a coin into the machine, yanked the lever, and kicked the game into motion. It wasn't some huge victory, but he still cracked a smile because that easy win hit hard and felt electric. He overheard a group of patrons whispering about a clown magician named Marina, one who'd just blown minds with her performance. Hoping to finally spot Haru, he started weaving through the casino floor, searching everywhere. He spotted a huge crowd packed together and then zeroed in on Haru right in the middle, shoulders slumped, and panic hit him hard as he worried she'd lost every single one of her medals. To his utter amazement, he stared. She was standing there, buried in a mountain of winnings. She planted her eyes on the roulette wheel as the dealer snapped the ball into a wild spin. The ball bounced right back to her number, and he just froze dumbfounded by the crazy luck she kept pulling. The crowd whispered in stunned awe she'd just bagged her 7th straight win, a streak that felt like the impossible made real. "Amazing, Haru," he blurted, and when he finally reached her side, his voice hit like a burst of spark. Shame burned in her gut, because no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't read the ball's path cleanly, so she had to slam her bets on 5 slots at once. They counted their winnings, an intimidating stack of black and green medals staring right back at them. Their celebration got smashed to pieces when a giant of a man stepped in and introduced himself as Gorsa, the casino's boss. Gorsa threw down a challenge to his companion, eyeing those insane winnings like he didn't fully trust a word of it. He clocked that the man was a gambler, then pondered it, this VIP seat wasn't an invite, it was a warning. He tried to politely turn them down, asking if they could just swap medals and let him walk away. He said they only wanted to swap for a few things, and to his shock, Gorsa actually nodded and said it was a great idea. Then the owner broke down a crazy, unique method for cashing out. They turned it into a never-ending grind swap medals for a special coin, cash it out at an antique shop, dump the money right back into more medals, while big, brutal taxes kept taking a bite every single round. He finally clocked it. This plan was a perfect win-win, raking in tax money for the casino owner while slipping under the radar with zero unwanted attention. As soon as he stepped out of the casino, his commoner level blew up to 72, unlocking fresh jobs on the spot. Now he finally got his hands on an apprentice warlock and a magic scribe. Haru stared at him, completely blown away by how fast he thought and how smartly he handled everything. He handed her a wind brooch he'd traded his metal for, and he was convinced it looked absolutely stunning on her. She praised him as rock solid and promised to meet his standards. And that's when he nudged her gently but firmly to put her own life first and actually cherish it. Right as he was about to suggest they head into the maze, a young boy came sprinting up, yelling disaster. The boy screamed that demons, these woolworm monsters, were storming the city, then begged anyone, any adventurer at all, to come save them. He stared at the city walls, then whipped his gaze to Haru, resolve burning bright. He slams up a stone wall he made on the spot and crashes the Minotaur's axe swing dead in its track. The worm horde suddenly stops dead in its tracks, frozen as if time itself got stuck. They snap into sync, then fall back together fast. "What the hell just happened?" he blurted, watching the guard freeze in stunned silence. A notification flashed on his screen, and suddenly he leveled up. He clocked a guard gripping a bleeding arm and rushed in, offering to help. He clutched the wound with one hand and fired off his freshly leveled healing magic. Stunned by the magic, the guard blurted out whether Haru was a noble right as Haru sprinted up beside him. He reassured her he was okay, shielded by the wind and his safety by the blade of the brooch she'd given him. Then he showed off total command of magic, fusing a fire spell with a water spell to conjure steaming hot water inside a bucket. "Hot water's ready," he declared with pride, and Haru watched, stunned and wide-eyed. After handing the guards a bottle of water, he snapped to Haru, "Turn around," then leaped in to help wipe the sticky mucus off her. Later, the townsfolk ripped into the grim job, scrambling to recover the worm carcasses. A guard told them the heroes who fought would get paid straight from the city's own funds. He grimaced because being jobless usually killed his chances at rewards like these. But having Haru in his party made it feel like he'd finally earned a shot. Yithing Taru thanked her for the help, then spun back around to fire off a question to Quince. He demanded to know why she'd risked everything and shown up at the gate during the attack. Quince spilled that she'd heard whispers about the worms, and she was pretty sure Carol's monster-attracting power was the reason they showed up. She scanned the room, realizing Carol wasn't there, and blurted out whether anyone had spotted any nobles. He instantly clocked it, remembering he'd rented Carol to Olagursima that exact morning. Quince blurted out, "Why'd they attack just to vanish?" And then without warning, he spun to Haru and begged her to track Carol by her scent. With a jolt, he realized the monster backing off could only mean one thing. Carol's scent was slipping deeper into the maze. "Quince," he warned with a grim face, this exact nightmare was coming back again. The moment Carol's skill could be unleashed inside that maze, the threat was so huge it couldn't be ignored. "All right, tell me straight, what do you want to do?" Quince demanded, locking eyes with the fire burning in his gaze. "Watch me, I'm saving everyone on this street," he vowed. "No one's going to end up a victim." Haru shot her a worried glance and asked, "So you're really going to use your skill?" She laid out his whole scheme to Quince. He'd unleash wind magic to shove the pheromones leaking from the maze entrance back on course. "Haru, can I borrow your strength?" he demanded right there, right now. With Haru's pumped-up yes ringing in his ears, they took off, ready to drag Carol back. They slipped into the maze, and he realized the nobles had already bullied their way past the entrance guards. At the gate, a guard spilled the truth. He had no power to block the nobles' command right before the swarm of worms erupted. He leaned in and laid out his plan to Haru, then made it sound like a stealth mission, with stakeout work hidden in the shadow. He let out a heavy sigh, grumbling that crossing the nobility was dragging his life straight into trouble. As they pushed deeper, he realized the monsters were suddenly gone, like someone had already wiped them out. And he couldn't shake the feeling it was Sebastian's son who did it. He couldn't help but blurt out what kind of job a noble even does. Aru made it crystal clear you can't just become a king like it's some title you pick up. It's a status you're born with, tied to the king tribe. Then it hit him. Why was that noble so obsessed with getting Haru? Her cheeks flared red as she blurted out just how thrilled she was that he'd picked her over anything else. He grinned and prayed the nobles would look right past her. He leaned in and asked Haru if that scent was still way off, and she nodded, saying it was even farther up ahead. She warned him this town's maze was crawling with minotaurs. The air's getting heavier by the second, Haru realized. 3 people are packed close together. He shoved ahead, convinced that even if he didn't care about the nobles, their deaths would crash straight into problems for Carol and Quince. With his present search skill, He caught a huge pack of monsters moving as one, all charging in the exact same direction. "We're pretty close," he told Haru, then decided to storm ahead and handle the rest by himself. Haru threw her head back and insisted on going with him, saying she'd tag along too. He softly shoved her back, told her to get to the inn, and promised her he'd be fine. Then he spun around and sprinted off, and he left a worried Haru standing there staring after him. He burst in right on cue and caught the sight of a colossal minotaur bellowing and roaring down at the nobles. Sebastian lunged in to intercept the beast, slamming himself right in front of its crushing fist. The butler stared at the damage and knew it was over. His leg was wrecked, and their supplies were already running bone dry. Oliger begged his servant, but Sebastian snapped that he was already at his breaking point. Sebastian cursed the way his naive mind underestimated Carol's brutal skill. Oliger shouted, "Let's kill her," convinced that if she was gone, the minotaurs would finally stop showing up. "Don't you dare say that," Sebastian roared, lunging between his master and Carol as he shouted, "You can't die in a place like this." He was put in charge of guarding Oliger's Sama, and he'd do anything, no matter the cost, to make sure that promise never broke. He shoved his master hard, barking for him to run and escape. "I won't let a single one of them die," Oliger screamed, gripping his resolve and refusing to leave his men behind. "Don't you dare care about me. Just run," Sebastian begged. The young noble's defiant roar jerked the minotaur off balance, and it slipped. Suddenly, he appeared out of nowhere, blade already drawn, standing right between the boy and the monster. "Are you hurt, noble Sama?" he blurted, whipping around to the frozen boy. Sebastian dropped to his knees and pleaded with the newcomer to lead them to safety, promising him any reward he wanted. "I refuse," he snapped, slapping a hand down on Carol's head. And just like Sebastian warned, fresh minotaurs kept showing up, swarming in from every direction. He clenched his fist and surged straight into the oncoming horde. A roaring blaze exploded from his body and instantly turned the nearest minotaur into ash. Sebastian stared, jaw on the floor, as one lone man started crushing the monsters like they were nothing. He tried swinging his sword and casting fire, but their skin was too thick, so he snapped and fired off a totally different spell. Petite Thunder, he screamed, and electric arcs tore through the Minotaur's ranks. "All right, get us to the surface," he snapped, and then added, "I'll take the back." Carol grabbed Oligara by the moment and urged him to move fast, because they had to hurry. The young noble shot a glance at his butler and demanded to know if his leg was all right. Sebastian didn't just warn, he swore more monsters were crawling in, streaming in from the other floors. He knew curing Sebastian would leave him exposed, but Carol dug her heels in and swore Oligir's Sama had to reach the surface. Teeth clenched tight, he realized one slip could get him killed, and all he could think was, if only one more fighter was here to share the fight. Suddenly, a colossal new beast burst out of the corridor ahead and slammed itself right in their way. Right when he braced for yet another strike, a minotaur lurking behind him slammed down with a colossal axe. That brutal blow got smacked away by a gigantic stone shield that shot up from the ground like it was alive. Haru stood her ground in front of the stunned nobles, sword poised and ready to strike. He couldn't stop grinning at the sight of his rock-solid partner. Oleg stammered, spotting her instantly and blurting, "Haru Watat." The fox girl stood there, staring back. "You," Oligir said, locking eyes with Haru. "You saved me again," he blurted, staring at her like he couldn't look away. "Tell me, can I ever beat you?" he demanded. Haru barked, "Quick, let's drop down to the 25th floor right now." A minotaur bellowed a roar so huge it shook the air. Hinojo swallowed hard and asked, "Isn't that going to cause way more trouble than it's worth?" "If we're in the boss room, none of your skills would have spread past the area," she said. "Got it," he replied. "Everyone, heads down," Haru barked. The whole crew dropped low as the monsters thundered past the doorway and that massive stone door started slamming shut. From the safety of the next room, the party stared as the rampaging beast got locked up tight. Then Haru screamed, "Master, the gate is closing." "Yeah, if I can't reach that door, I'm done for," Joe screamed it, then flung himself forward in a desperate dive. He dove under the gate the exact instant it slammed shut behind. Safe, he finally let out a shaky breath of relief. "Everyone's safe," he shouted. Master," Haru said next, fidgeting hard, nerves all over the place. "Thank you, Tilda Haru," he said, flashing a confident thumbs up. "You saved me," she answered, staring up at him while he ruffled her hair. A thunderous growl rumbled from inside the room. "Don't drop your guard," he warned. And there it was, a hulking, muscular beast looming right in front of them. "This is the 26th floor boss, King Minotaur, and Carol's just been identified. His power is thrown off by Carol's skill, and Ichinojo makes the call. Still, it hit him so hard that he snapped into alarm, and he stared like, whoa, that's intense. It looks like we're really staring down a boss-level monster. Haru started breaking down how the room works, and you're telling me the gate won't open even after the boss is beaten. I asked for clarity, then my eyes snapped to the side. Olager stood by the entrance, and I couldn't escape it. He'd been staring me down for ages, and Ichinojo finally clocked it. Does he even realize I'm Haru's master? Ugh, this is getting messy. Hey everyone, back up, Haru snapped, stepping forward. Haru, I need you to back me up. Leave it to me. Now watch the king's power in action, he thought. And whoa, he screamed as Ologir rocketed past him. And Ologir-sama, Sebastian yelled, while the King Minotaur locked its eyes on this brand new challenger. King Minotaur, brace yourself, Ologir thundered. I'm Ologire, Elri Robudi, descended from Lord Robudi of the Arendelle Kingdom in Decim. I'll be your opponent. Ideat, fall back, Ichinojo roared. The King Minotaur flashed a grin as it hoisted its massive axe. And Loger-sama, the blade came crashing down with bone-jolting terror. Sebastian Ologir roared. His butler shoved in front and took the full punch. Then Ichinojo burst through, slashing the Minotaur's side. The beast reeled backward from the attack. Then the thing hit it straight on, and he couldn't ignore the thought, one strike like that could kill. Sebastian, say something. Ologir sobbed, dropping to his knees beside his servant, because if he didn't heal him fast, Ichinojo would start freaking out. His jaw clenched hard as the fear hit. King Minotaur roared in fury, the crowd swelled with noise. Ichinojo gritted his teeth and braced himself. I took it on the chin. He caught it in that sharp breath, then paused, staring at his sword like it had answers. Damn, wait, he shouted as the Minotaur thundered past him. Carol became the next target thanks to you. She was still in the fight. Then a new adventurer stepped in front of the beast's path as a voice shouted, right there. Now, I'm not going to waste time. Ichinojo cooked up a plan. Even so, I wanted to end it with one strike because it doesn't just hit with insane strength. It thinks fast, too. And if this drags on, Haru, he called. Can I count on you to be the bait and pull the boss's focus, he asked. This won't be easy. Yes, she shot back instantly. Thrilled, she thought, from the master on down, I'll build up my strength and then I'll give you the signal. And he ordered, till that moment, I hand everything to you. Leave it to me, she shot back. Then the Minotaur roared and brought its axe crashing down. Pairing with my blade won't do a thing, Haru snapped. Then she clocked it. Its raw strength would flatten me. So she made her move, darting in close and weaving her head out of danger, refusing to let it land a hit. The massive axe head scraped her blade so lightly it was almost a tease. Looking at the Minotaur King's axe, she knew one thing at arm's length. Dodging was nearly impossible. Then I'll use the sword master gave me. She stabbed her flaming blade into the ground, planting it like an anchor, ready to meet the next hit head-on. Harriet screamed, flung herself in the axe's path, and locked her stance as the brutal force tried to crush her. Harriet shouted again, snapping her blade aside, clang, sending away a second hit. Ichinojo's power exploded as he flipped rolls at breakneck speed. Haru screamed, then launched himself skyward in a single wild leap. Yeah, she snapped back, dodging out of the way, and he swung his energized sword straight down with surgical precision, carving the monster clean in half. It tore you apart, Dan King Minotaur roared, one last deafening roar as its body split wide open. The boss's split body collapsed in two, crashing to the floor. Thanks to Haru, he said, and the moment she praised him as only a master could, a system window snapped onto the screen, listing his skills and laying out his job progression. Awesome, he thought, buzzing with pride at how far he'd come. Then the monster's corpse vanished into nothing, and all that was left on the stone floor was one huge horn and a nose ring. He sprinted straight to Sebastian's side. Don't grab him, back off, Ologir screamed. Sebastian, hang on, I'll fix him. Petit cast a healing chant while Ichinojo kept chanting too, so it doesn't heal like a game. Huh, he muttered as the wound sealed, but the man's pallor never left. There's a blood transfusion. So tell me, does this whole world even have that kind of treatment? He couldn't help but wonder. But how am I supposed to pull this off? Who's going to carry Sebastian? Ologir blurted out, panic shaking his voice. Ichinojo stared at the numbers and body sizes like, yeah, only I can do this. Then he shook his head. No way he was letting Haru fight alone. Carol will be the decoy, he said, and Carol immediately volunteered. While Carol pulls the monsters in, everyone take this opening and run, she yelled. Nope, Carol shut that idea down instantly. And Ola Jure watched her like something was about to go horribly wrong, his face twisted with worry. Olajur told me he got it straight from the slave market. The temptress wouldn't get a word in, because once that skill hits, the monsters would see her as the opposite sex they crave most, and Ichinojo slammed the conclusion down with dawning horror she'd be violated. I can't let this happen. No way. So I've got to bring Carol with me and smash through everything with brute force. And then I ask, what if we send Haru and Terrell first? Olajur suggested. Wait, let me see Haru haul Sebastian on her back. No way, that's impossible. The temptress skill is way too much for that, Ichinojo muttered, furious. Are there any good plans left at all? Just like I feared, I'm stuck using my jobless skill again. But wait, who the hell is Haru? Isn't the room up ahead the one with the goddess statue, he asked. It's probably true, she shot back. Then she pointed ahead at 3 looming presences. But tell me who else would be here besides us, Haru snapped, like the idea itself was impossible. If anyone's inside the goddess statue room, the boss won't spawn, so you'd think it'd be safe, but it's not. Something's definitely in there, and danger could be lurking, so I'm going to check. He tiptoed up and cautiously peeked through the doorway. If that's true, then we might be able to slip out of there too. He realized then. His eyes landed on Joffrey and the rest, passed out in a messy pile. Why the heck are you two here? Joe demanded it, you know. Are they your comrades? Olajur demanded. Hey, no, we're just acquaintances, he stammered. And then he snapped. Oi, wake up, Joffrey, as he yanked him awake. Don't you dare open your eyes right now. What happened? Something's wrong. Wake up, he screamed. My stomach dropped into a full-on growl so hungry I couldn't even scrape together the strength to talk. We left the city 2 days ago right after Ichino-Joe said, return my worry, with a stone-still face, then added, calm as ever, there's something I'm itching to ask. If your preserved food's still good, would you eat it? Here, take this, he barked, then shoved a chunk of bread straight into Joffrey's face. All right, I'll eat it myself, Haru snapped back, because the master was always that good at saying things like that. Oh man, I couldn't stop myself. Jafer shoved food into his mouth and still muttered that I was bad at it. And yeah, that crap still makes my blood boil. Ichinojo snapped. Shut up, eat it fast. Then Alyssa shot back. No, I want Joffrey to eat first. Alyssa, go on eat first, Joffrey barked, and the 2 of you dug in fast while Aquino Joe roared from the sidelines. Time's up, so that's it. Thanks for the meal, Tilda. And tell me, did you pack Kendra's portion too? Elisa demanded. Kantaris is starving too. So what's the verdict? Joffrey barked at his mountain. Elisa told him, go ahead, eat it. Then turned to Haru and said, hey, Haru, can you hand this veggie to Kenteris for me? Please, he begged, spilling out how terrified he was of monsters. Then she nodded and snatched the vegetable. Now, hold up. Why are you two hanging out in a place like this? He asked, spinning back to them. Look, I really can't stand talking to you people. Just say the main point and spell it out, he snapped, his face turning cold. I'm out of time, he snapped. So tell me already, how the heck did you all end up in this maze? Elisa blurted, I accidentally stepped on Kenteris's tail. Then it didn't smash into the rock wall at all. It sliced right through it. And that's when Joffrey realized they just uncovered an unexplored maze. And just like that, we got an item box and that glass ball too. Joffrey pointed and said, over there, a sword's jammed into a slab. They said it can't be touched or pulled out. This sealed wicked thing would go bad for anyone who tries. Leave it to me, Ichinojo sighed. Then I already had it in my hands. Maybe Elisa muttered it. We plan to rip it out for you, she said then. Right after that, the floor cracked open like a trap, and Joffrey snapped. Wait, why? Why? He and Joffrey shouted. With that, we dove down like we were falling through the sky. Yeah, I mostly got what was going on, and Ichino Joe said it plain. When he said plunge down, he meant above. He stared up at that massive ceiling and realized you didn't just drop. You fell from some creepy hidden room you never even knew existed. Honestly, didn't these guys spend the whole time messing around for no reason? He thought, still seething. What's the deal with that wicked sword? It's not trying to tick me off. Now, I've got to settle down. I've got to calm down. I'm telling myself that. So forget chasing the past. Right now, the situation's way better. And with that, we'll make it through somehow, he said, and fresh hope surged back in his chest. If Ken Terrace carries Sebastian, Haru and I can finally team up for a full-on battle. So Aludger barked, "Hey, what's your name?" Right to his face. "I'm Chino Joe," he shot back. "All right, I guess it doesn't really matter now. Tell me, what do you want?" "If it's you, then you're exactly the kind of person who can be her master," said Olager. "So that's all I wanted to say. Didn't you plan on buying Haru Ichino?" Joe shot back. "And you heard it from her mouth, you rewrite." Olager finally confessed, right there with no hesitation. "I was trapped alone in the maze's floor lane, seconds from getting squashed by a slime, when Haruwada burst in and saved me, and the moment he looked at me, he swore it was love at first sight." "Are you seriously going to bring that up?" Shinojo thought. "She's exactly the kind of person I'd want as my ideal knight." So Olager kept going. He wanted to redeem her and lock her in as his knight. Haru had one condition, and as everyone predicted, it still didn't pan out. Ichinojo said so, flat out. "My last fight was getting here and training with a temptress I only heard about through rumors. Then she shocked me even more by getting stronger. And still, she saved my life again. So yeah, I get it. You want to go all out if you think you can take on her like Joe did. Before you go any further, look around and think you are summoning monsters into the city and putting your fellow travelers in danger too. And I'd never, ever pressure the guild like I'm never going to bully the guild. And I'm not against Hurawada serving you either, though. Yeah, I've clearly jumped the gun and decided all royals are brainless idiots way too fast," Ichinojo thought. "But yeah, bitterness still claws at me. Did you two finish your meal?" He called out to Joffrey and Elisa. "Offer up your prayer to that goddess statue and we'll finally get out of here." "So why is Joffrey asking all confused?" "Offering a prayer only takes a second," he said, and then he leaned in. "Maybe we'll snag a useful item or skill. Either way, it can't hurt." Joffrey frowned. "So this is the deepest level of the maze. We stumbled into the deepest untouched maze, right? And yeah, I'm not going to pretend I know everything. This is Bolasura's maze." He shouted for Torul Sama, voice cracking through the chaos. "Come out!" he bellowed, slamming his fist against the door until it shook. Suddenly, the room exploded. Roulette tables blasted out in a roaring torrent. "Excuse me. Torul Summer," he muttered. "Why do we only have roulette tables?" He stumbled on a note someone had left just for him. He scanned the list of possible rewards, and the responsibility hit him like a ton of bricks. Haru offered to help, but he swore he'd have way better luck at a casino. He spotted 6 balls lined up, one for each person in the whole mess. "Sorry, Oleg," he said, and then he made up his mind to start with someone he barely cared about at all. The ball thudded right onto the brush reward, dead center. Then he whipped around, aimed at Joffrey and Elise, and released the ball with everything he had. Then he zeroed in on his own spin. And that's how a brand new lifestyle magic skill got unlocked, changing their whole way of living. He blurted, "What kind of magic is this?" Then whipped around to Haru. He decided to lock in every last bit of focus on the next spin just for her. "Haru, lend me your strength," he roared. The ball clattered straight into the slot. "I did it, Haru." I celebrated a little too loud. The others crowd around their prizes, grinning at some and scratching their heads at others. He whipped around to Haru and demanded to know if she had any clue about lifestyle magic. Joffrey leaned in and said that this wasn't battle magic at all. It was the kind people use every single day. He kept raving about how rare and promising it was, but honestly, he just didn't find it that special. Every single Joe stared in shock, completely struck by awe. Joffrey lifted his intimacy ring and offered it to Elise. Ichino Joe walked up to Haru and checked in, and she looked like she'd completely vanished into her own head. He pitched the plan used Carol to lure the enemies off his trail. Haru stared him down with pure, unshakable determination. Sebastian handed Joffrey his own mission. Joffrey snapped it up with zero hesitation. The two groups braced themselves, then stepped back, ready to go their separate ways. He yanked Carol up and slammed her onto his back. "She's light," he told himself, like a warning, so she'd hold on tight. He burst down the stairs and sprinted like his life depended on him. He hacked his way through the Minotaurs, his sword whistling like a streak of light. Now that he'd leveled up like crazy, every battle felt ridiculously easy. He dodged, slipped, and weaved through the monsters like a blur. "This is our golden shot," he burst out. On the 24th floor, they burst in and found the place packed tight with enemies. A brutal horde of Minotaurs thundered ahead, roaring like the world was ending. "I'm blasting through that space right now," he roared. The beast bellowed like thunder, ready to slam into its target. He told her, "Hold on tight just one more time," and didn't blink. The Minotaur surged forward, weapons thrust high like they were about to crush everything in their path. With a thunderous shout, he hurled himself into the sky. He blasted over the stunned monsters' heads like a comet, leaving them gaping in his wake. He slammed down on the other side and kept sprinting without slowing. He clocked that the stairs were in the wrong direction, but he gritted his teeth and kept going because he had to lure the monsters away. As he sprinted through the area, people started scattering and the place quickly emptied out. A notification suddenly popped up and told him he'd unlocked a brand new skill. Carol grabbed his heart and begged him to run, leave her behind and flee while he still could. "They caught up," she screamed, staring back as the monsters bore down on them. He fought to calm her down when a massive beast suddenly blocked their path. She snapped that he'd been stalling and that as long as she was on his back, he'd never be able to strike at full power. "Joe, listen." Carol started to say something right before she got cut off. Another level-up ping flashed across his screen the moment he demanded why she wanted to die. They stood alone in a ruined hall, dead silent and torn to pieces. She leaned in and told him the truth. Her parents were slaughtered by monsters. "So Carol would get killed too," she said, voice numb, like she already knew. He snapped that he'd rather blame it on her instead. "She told me that her temptress power finally woke up right there, that very night." She spilled the heartbreaking tale of her parents' deaths and how even her father was taken too. With nothing left to pay the debt, they dragged her into slavery and sold her off like property. She stared at her fate like it was a punishment she finally deserved. Tears rained down her face as she choked out that it would have been better to die beside her parents. He slammed on the brakes mid-step and spun toward her. He dropped the truth on everyone his own parents were gone, and it happened because of him. He leaned in and spilled his secret plan, an epic birthday surprise he'd been cooking up for his little sister. He'd sworn to give her the best birthday of her entire life. Instead, her parents' death in that accident crushed her, turning the whole day into the worst day of her life. He confessed that he'd already thrown in the towel on so much because he figured his sister was blaming him. But I was wrong. He remembered how she broke down and sobbed. He told me what his little sister taught him, that chasing happiness is a right you don't let anyone steal. He suddenly remembered the time she tore through a chunk of their country's constitution from memory, like it was stamped into her mind. It was a line from Japan's constitution he'd never let slip from his mind. His sister didn't just warn him, she hammered home the right way to work, along with the responsibility that came with it. She insisted, loud and clear, that it's totally okay to be happy, even if you've never done a single bad thing. He flashed a soft smile, convinced Carol's parents would say the exact same thing. He stared her down and told her that Carol had never once done anything bad before. He leaned in and demanded, "So you still think you don't deserve happiness? Don't worry, I'm going to make you wildly, unreasonably happy," he swore, eyes blazing with unshakable resolve. He shoved the ring into her hands and told her to put it on and test her status. Her status screen flashed one brutal detail: Temptress, level 1. It also revealed that his job could shift right down to a level 3 commoner. When he spotted the temptation's skill, he immediately knew he had to flip her job before it was too late. He demanded she check her status and swore it was her very first step straight into happiness. Her eyes trembled as she locked in on the jobs section of her status screen. It happened right in front of her eyes. He jolted back to reality, screaming at her to hang on tight as the Minotaur closed in around them again. He told her the temptress skills were wiped clean, but the threat still loomed right where it always had. Carol stared in shock and couldn't believe her job had suddenly become ordinary. He proudly declared this was the goddess's own protection, like a shield wrapped around him. He smirked to himself because part of him knew it wasn't a total lie. He told her, "Your prayer must have reached Irul-sama." He ducked the strike, shot her a look, and told her thank the goddess later. In the middle of the fight, he blurted out, "So what job do you want to chase now that you're finally free to choose? Tell me, what job are you dying to chase someday?" he asked. "You can be whatever you want," he roared. Then he slammed his blade into another monster. Her eyes snapped wide as realization hits like a shockwave. "I'm going to be a peddler," she roared. She burned with one goal: become a top-class peddler, just like her parents had always tried to do. He burst out cheering, telling her, "You've got this. But he reminded her, this road won't be easy, and it'll only open up if you grind through it yourself. Is it really okay for Carol to finally grab her happiness? She asked, her voice bursting with hope. He snapped aside a crushing strike from a minotaur. Still, he roared, I can do something like backing Carol. The last minotaurs roared like a war storm, pure rage bursting out of them. Carol, live on and be happy, he bellowed. A message popped up, begging readers to rush over to the translation group's website. On the stairs up to the 23rd floor, Haru stared ahead, her bag totally empty. So what were they even going to eat? Right then, her master burst in. Carol slung across his back and yelled for his companions. After what felt like forever, the whole party finally slammed back together in the desolate dungeon corridor. He told me once Carol's job changed. Those passive skills that used to lure monsters vanished, so the monsters stopped coming. His friends stared at him, eyes bulging with shock and disbelief. Everyone burst into laughter with relief, and Haru lit up so glad they were all safe and sound. He decided they'd trust Haru's monster-repellent incense to blast their way back to the city so they could finally treat Sebastian. Haru clocked the nervous look on his face and immediately asked, what's wrong? He broke down this new gift he got, counterfeit judgment, a power that lets him size up any item on the spot. Carol swore she wasn't a temptress anymore, and Alice gripped the moment because the incense was still burning and working. He made it crystal clear that Kentaurus wasn't ignoring Carol because of the incense. It was a sluggish donkey-type monster, and that was the real reason. Elise snapped at her Kenturus, Joffrey, for stuffing grass like it was normal right at a time like this. The others erupted into laughter, and Sebastian just stood there, staring uneasy as his new allies laughed right past his nerves. Elise yanked a carrot out and held it up, praying it would bait Joffrey into making a move. With a scream, Elise streaked past him as the jaw bolted down the corridor in a sudden rush. He pushed them to go along because it was the fastest route straight to the surface. They rushed up to the pharmacist's guild before anyone could catch their breath. Inside, the pharmacist leaned in and told them, Sebastian only needs rest. With gratitude blazing in his eyes, he thrust a heavy pouch into the young boy's hands. The boy took it, and you could see it in his face otherwise. It would have driven him crazy. He told Haru she'd just found a wonderful, seriously important-looking owner, and the moment he said it, she blushed so hard it was pure joy. He told the kid to drop the royal act and wave them off like, get going. The boy swore that he'd get stronger because he was going to take them on again in the rematch. He snapped up the challenge and swore they'd cross paths again. Meanwhile, Lila yanked Elise back before she could bite into that snake-like gift the royal had sent. They huddle up and map out their next play, send Carol back to the slave shop first, then reward themselves with some seriously delicious food. He teased Aless about his preserved food stash, and Aless fired back that they could trade their rewards for cash. Elise and Leela proudly flashed 2 rare medals, each one worth a jaw-dropping 30,000 cents. In the blink of an eye, Joffrey yanked one of the medals out of his grip and swallowed it whole. Everyone burst into panic, screaming at the Centaurus, spit it out now! Leela, calm as ever, said, it's fine, and Elise grudgingly gave in. She bent down and stroked the Centaurus, then breathed out that everyone was safe because of its fierce, tireless effort. They cashed in that gift money, stayed loaded, and then hit the shops like it was a victory lap. The cheerful trio threw their hands up and waved goodbye, swearing they'd meet again soon. He watched them peel away, convinced they were just a loud, nonstop crowd. He pictured Carol's future, praying she'd grow strong enough to live on her own and stay healthy. Haru saw the worry on his face and grabbed his hand, telling him she'd follow whatever choice he made. He spun to Carol and out of nowhere asked her if she wanted to travel with them. He told them their plan was basically a no-strings adventure, hit the road, see the world, and rake in cash while stacking up real-life experience. He told her, dead serious, that money wouldn't be a problem. He had a ton of stuff ready to sell. He vowed that the moment she scraped together enough, they'd break the chains and set her free from slavery. Carol froze in shock when that sudden, wildly generous offer hit her out of nowhere. He gently poked her forehead and told her she'd have the whole night to decide. She thanked him again and again, and he promised he'd run off and straighten everything out with Quinn's son. He suddenly remembered the intimacy ring he'd loaned out, and Haru shot him a grin, assuring him they'd probably cross paths again soon. He stared at the quince through the slave shop window, then lit up a cigarette. He broke it all down how the goddess's protection worked, and why Carol's job had to change. Quince finally got it. Carol wasn't a temptress anymore. She teased him, grinning like he was way too happy about him. Then she shot him a question. Was he really planning to buy Carol like he actually had the money? Quincy smirked and teased, asking if Haru cheated at the casino, but Haru shot back a quick, furious no. The slave trader stared, thinking that anyone with those skills could walk straight into a casino job anytime. Haru puffed out her chest and swore, "I'm your shield, I'll never let you die." Quince demanded why Carol had his heart so tightly, and Quince just shrugged, saying he wasn't chasing feelings at all. He was only answering Haru's loyalty. So the answer's just nothing special, huh? Quinn already called it. She snapped his world with the bold, "I like you," right then, and just like that, she offered to sell Carol for a measly 10,000 cents. She told him, straight up, if he thought Carol was worth more than that cheap price, then just pay the amount he truly believed was fair. She told him to come back tomorrow, winking hard as she teased him about turning into a slave merchant. Soon he and Haru stormed into the Adventurers Guild, where a noisy drinking bar was buzzing with life. A huge adventurer was screaming at a bunch of rowdy guild brats, calling them out for going wild and blowing their new money. He told Haru he'd start processing their reward for taking down the woolworm. He actually felt the wild, boisterous buzz wasn't as awful as he expected, though the sharp stench of alcohol still had him worried it might mess with Haru. One of the adventurers came up to him and told him straight up that the defense commander had been singing his praises. He quickly shook his head, insisting he'd done nothing special, then realized the woolworm rampage was just a rumor tied to their breeding season. He let out a breath of relief when everyone finally cleared Carol, and he eagerly took the reward money. When Haru suggested they go shopping, he suddenly sprang into his arms and clung on tight, like he wasn't letting go. With her voice shaking, she pleaded for him to not cast her aside. He pulled her in tight, promising her with total certainty that he'd never hurt her like that again. She spilled her insecurity, scared that once he got stronger, she'd suddenly become unnecessary. He looked her dead in the eye and swore he'd need her, then credited their recent win to her hands on help. As she clamped onto him tighter, he suddenly felt her sag and go limp against his chest. He jerked in shock the moment he caught the smell of alcohol hanging in the air. She was drunk. He grabbed the attention of a nearby adventurer, begged for a place to rest, and got pointed straight to the first aid station. He carefully set the sleeping Haru onto the bed and thanked the staff member right after. That big-time adventurer from earlier pulled him aside for a drink, and he nodded like, "Yeah, let's have a little." He ripped open the secret King Minotaur's nose ring, forged from pure gold, and he was ready to sell it. The adventurer blinked at the coin pile, so massive it could have fed and pampered every last member of the guild. He nodded in agreement and swore he'd bring the King Minotaur's meat too for the feast. He swallowed his fear, then stood up and demanded everyone's attention. And the adventurers kept whispering, "Who is he?" until someone finally shouted, "I know him. He's the one from that magic-wielding duo." He blared it to the world. Everything's on him tonight. So everyone hit the dance floor and party like there's no tomorrow. The crowd erupted in approval the second he promised everyone they'd get to feast on King Minotaur meat. A second later, the sheer weight of his own big declaration crashed into him, and he went beet red with pure embarrassment. But the guild members were already losing it, cheering his name, calling him the best, and already plotting to party drink until the sun comes up. He fumbled up his mug, then blurted, "Everyone drink like it was the most important moment of the day." The whole bar blew up with cheers. Everyone raised their mugs and clanked them together in pure joyful toast. That night turned legendary, shattering the guild bar's all-time sales record in one wild blow. He was stunned to see Haru crashed in his bed, sleeping peacefully right beside him. Then it hit him. He'd ended up pounding way too much to drink. An amazing master, Carol grinned. He couldn't help but marvel at how ridiculously convenient his purification skill was. At the inn's front desk, he and Carol grabbed the check and headed out. The flustered innkeeper practically pleaded with them to keep it down at night, so the other customers wouldn't lose their minds. He strode out with his head held high as the innkeeper beamed and thanked him. On the street, a woman stepped up and bowed, calling out, "Good morning, Ichinojo-sama and Haruwata-sama." She stepped up and offered to lead them straight to Quince. Quince greeted them and blurted, "I've been waiting," but the page in front of them was totally blank. Quince pointed at Carol and told her she could speak up for herself. Carol blurted out how thrilled she was that he wanted to make it right. Then he suddenly froze mid-step. She threw an honest apology at him, then swore she couldn't bring herself to chase after him. He accepted her decision, but a wave of disappointment still flickered in his face. Haru stared in stunned silence as Quinn snapped his address to Carol. Haru spun toward Carol and demanded, "Did you really say that for your master's sake?" Quince laid out exactly how Carol drowned in worthlessness, haunted by the life she left as a temptress. Haru confessed that if her master ever stopped needing her protection, she'd feel instantly unworthy. Quinn told them point blank that falling into that kind of thinking crushes your worth, and that if they just kept working hard, their value would finally hit like a truck. Carol sat in silence, staring at the question of her own worth like it was a storm she couldn't outrun. Quinn told them, "If we spot something valuable in Carol, we're buying first she has to prove her own worth." Quince leaned in and asked Carol straight up if she could really be useful to her master. Carol blurted out that she'd studied like crazy and was about to prove it. She poured out everything she'd learned, begging the world to believe she'd make her dream come true, becoming a peddler. He stared in awe, admitting that was knowledge he didn't have. Then he pushed on toward their journey to Murray Grill. He admitted that getting someone who actually knew their stuff would be a huge help because he'd never been a peddler at all. Haru snapped his gaze to Quince and shot a knowing look, asking if anyone at all matched that description. Swallowed by emotion, Harold's eyes welled up, and he broke into tears. She wiped her tears, then screamed that she'd lead them straight to their destination. Carol swore she'd do whatever it took to help them. "Please, Carol," she begged, and he roared back, "Fine, I'll buy you." Quince gathered every document he needed, then tossed in a few extra clothes like he was ready to disappear at a moment's notice. Once the registration was done, they geared up to bolt out the door. Quince leaned in and dropped some last words for Carol, right as she stood there, glowing in her brand-new clothes. Quince flashed her a grin and urged her on. He thanked Quince for every bit of help, and the whole crew threw out one last goodbye before parting ways. "All right," he said. "For now, we're heading to the church. They'll switch your job to a peddler." He told her she'd need a proper job certification to peddle goods once they reached Murray Grill. Carol told them, "You're taking a boat out of Kobe Port, no way around it." She laid out 2 routes, then pushed hard for taking one of the countries instead so they could dodge the whole dispute map. He snapped his head to Haru and demanded her take what path was the smarter choice. Haru stood there, torn in 2 cravings on one side, the mouth-watering meat of Dhaka, and on the other the irresistible vegetables of Korat. He chose the way, declaring that no meal in the world could top that delicious meat. Then it hit him, his brand new jobless skill, and he knew he'd have to explain it to them later. Terrell leaned in and asked Haru if he could start talking to her way more casually from now on. He stared at them, and it hit him hard. Carol looked just like his sister back in Japan. He chose to double-check the road ahead, then told Haru to grab some preserved food before they pushed on. They found out there weren't a single horse carriage rolling south. Carol pushed for a horse carriage, then leaned in and asked if he'd mind calling her just Carol. He went completely stunned when she insisted on calling him Ichino, even after he reminded her his name was Ichinosuke. He demanded to know what song she used to sing, and she told him her mother had taught it to her, the kind of tune that keeps you pushing through suffering. He nodded and promised, "I just know you'll meet someone amazing one day." Haru's tail snapped out of nowhere and swatted him hard from behind. Carol leaned in and told him the only thing that mattered was one thing he finally had to understand, even if it left him totally baffled. He tried to reassure her about her height, and it immediately hit him with that nasty deja vu look. She let out a heavy sigh, told him it was okay if he needed a while to get it, and asked him to take care of her. Haru rushed back with the food she just bought. They rolled up in front of the church, and he clocked the towering cross carved into its facade. Haru leaned in and said that the cross didn't just look cool. It stood for the 4 major races living across the 4 continents. She rattled off the human, tiny dwarf, and giant races, and then he jumped in, asking what beastmen were all about. Haru jabbed a finger at the star marks on the door and told them straight those stars named the priest's race and level, because elves and beastmen follow the spirit, not the god of. So the priests were locked out of anything on his list. No switching jobs unless it was up to a swordsman or a magician. The priest told them that going from a commoner to a peddler would set them back just 0-100. Carol spotted the price, and it left him completely stunned. She stared in disbelief at how far he went for her, then shot back that it was the price they had to pay. Carol dropped into a deep bow, thanked him like crazy, and vowed she'd work her hardest to repay him. Haru chose to pray to the statue of Sethlin Sama while everyone waited. But Carol's nerves exploded as she blurted out, asking if she could also offer prayers to Toro-sama. He reassured her, told her to stop stressing, and ordered her to speed up. Get that new job done. She shot back in moments, beaming with pride as she flashed her brand new peddler certification. He spotted Haru still praying with her whole heart and told Carol she could pray as much as she wanted. They barreled into the roaring trading market, weaving through the chaos like they owned the place. He couldn't shake the loneliness after he dumped the horse carriage plans entirely on Carol. As her guardian, he chose to trail her and closely watch the trading market in action. They accidentally caught other merchants trading whispers about the year's huge harvest. He went up to the shopkeeper and demanded tips on which items would fetch a monster price in Dhaka. Carol cut in fast, saying her plan wasn't to grab the plain, obvious salt. The shopkeeper said the early bite of winter meant most peddlers were hauling salt straight to Dakota. Carol broke it down. If this plan worked, Dhaka would drown in salt so they could haul it in there for dirt cheap. With the horse race right around the corner, she figured shoppers would chase luxury spices like crazy to cook up the tastiest meat. He trusted her instincts with zero doubt, nodding along as she pushed him to buy the pepper and chili pepper. Then he leaned in and demanded her pick on how much they should buy. She proposed buying 5 barrels for 25,800 cents, and he said yes on the spot. No second thoughts. Next, Carol stormed over to buy a staggering 34,200 cents worth of iron ore. When the shopkeeper spotted them pulling out an item bag, he immediately figured they must have had a huge horse cart waiting outside. Yet another merchant shoved 7 boxes of Eagle arrows at them for 28,700 cents. An elf merchant accidentally spilled the shocking news someone had uncovered a brand new top-tier iron vein just nearby. Carol seized that info and bargained hard, slashing her offer to just 45,000 cents for the arrows and iron. The merchant jerked back when he saw that low price. Carol pushed her advantage hard, snapping that those old iron ore stocks would be impossible to sell. The second word of the new vein leaked out. The elf finally caved, admitting that anyone with sharp ears peddled no more. Because the old ore deal was already down, they locked in the final price, and he just stared, blown away by Carol's pure skill. He hauled the purchased goods and helped her stuff everything into their item bag. Carol lit up because she could finally help, and he praised her with a grin, saying she wasn't bad at all. She declared trading was her battlefield, and in that instant, it hit him. Maybe he wouldn't even be needed for this part of the journey. He slapped his fist to hers and called her a reliable peddler. Once they finished shopping, he declared it was time to track down Haru fully, certain she'd picked out an amazing horse cart. They rolled up to a farm on the edge of town, and Carol spotted Haru in a flash. Haru beamed at her master and stood right beside a stunning white horse. An absolutely stunning horse cart sat there, all polished and ready, waiting for them to climb aboard. The farmer handed them the cart and then threw in a white horse too. He told me the horse was a brute, but the instant Haru stepped in, it went totally obedient. He snatched up the offer with a grin, thrilled that they could finally tap the money they'd been saving. Haru leaned in and demanded her master what they should name their brand new horse. He praised Haru for her incredible work, then told her they'd take their time and slowly come up with a name. With his 2 incredible companions at his side, he declared, loud and clear, that they were leaving for the land of Dakota. As they charged toward Gomaki Mountain, he begged Carol to belt out her song for them. And just like that, the adventure of these 3 friends kicked off right here, right now. The 3 of them broke into happy song as the cart rattled down the road. Haru spent a full 5 minutes trying to get near her master in the driver's seat, only to finally realize she couldn't. Just like you'd expect from Ichino-sama, Carol burst into cheers from her seat in the wagon. The wagon wheels clacked in perfect rhythm down the road, and then she lit up. "This is awesome," as she glanced at the materials he was busy working on. He lifted a freshly purified ore, grin flashing on his face. Then she asked, "So you're an Alkei Magi swordsman?" He couldn't shake the feeling that it was weirdly true. "I changed my jobs to ones with high magic attack," he explained. Because his alchemy skill runs on magic attack power, he kept going, then realized just how cheat level his abilities really were. "I can sense smelts with way more precision than regular alchemists, and that power shot my level up so fast I couldn't believe it." He'd been smelting non-stop ever since they tore off from Balastra City, because what else was he supposed to do? He couldn't exactly flirt with Haru, and so the wagon just kept rolling down the road. "Haru, if you're worn out, take a break," he told him. Fuyun had that obvious soft spot for Haru-san, and Carol couldn't miss it. He knew that horse would only listen to Haru, so he had to keep a close watch. Fuyun, please get used to everyone soon. Okay, Haru said to the horse. They named the horse Fuyun because its coat was as white as winter snow. But when she came near, it just stared off and completely ignored her. A nasty chill ran through him as the horse shut him down so openly, and then he jabbed a finger forward and blurted, "Oh, the village." "Master, Gomaki village is right there," Haru confirmed. "It sits smack in the middle of a wild mountain range." They rode into the tiny settlement and screeched to a stop right by right in its heart. He couldn't believe it, no inspection, and they didn't even charge an entry fee. Haru told them that taxes only got collected in the big cities, and then he leaned in and asked, "So how are you guys feeling?" With a chirpy little carol, she raised her arm. "All right, before we go, everyone buy mountain shoes first," he decided. He also wanted to hunt down a maid under Kashmir-sama and grill her about his sister. "We're fine like this," Haru said, but he wouldn't back down. He grinned and said, "I'm telling you, we're buying them." And then, in the shoe shop, Carol's heart sank when she saw they didn't have a single pair in her size. "Excuse me, where are the kids' sizes?" he asked the employee. The man pointed him straight to the right direction. "Check this out," he said, dropping to one knee to help Carol. It's all right," she whispered, trying not to cry. "Carol can do it herself," she insisted, though she admitted those strings were a total nightmare to tie, so he jumped in anyway, and she stood up to test them. "Perfect fit," she said, grinning like she'd nailed it, and he nodded, turning to her as if to seal the deal. "I guess Haru's is already fine." Haru stared at her boots, mumbling to herself, "The strings are..." And before she could finish, Carol's head snapped around in full panic. "Wait, are you telling me I'm the reason Harusen's messing up the strings?" she stammered. "Carol, please show her how to do it," she begged, eyes pleading. "Yes, please," Haru blurted it out, her eyes sparkling. Then he dropped to a knee to help, secretly wondering if those brand new shoes were really making her happy. Her tail wagged like crazy as he grinned. "All set," he said, snapping the knot shut. "How's it look, master?" she asks as she stands up and he grins. "Yeah, it fits you great." Then Carol snaps forward and slams into Haru with a sudden hug. Haru's eyes went wide as the sudden affection hit him. "I guess we're ready," he breathed, finally clocking how both of them were fully suited up. Then he shouted, "All right, let's hit the maze." And they trekked to a jagged opening in the cliff, marked right on the rock maze entrance. "Whoa!" he blurted it out, stunned by what lay inside, and the maze wasn't corridors at all. It was a stack of stairs, climbing higher and higher. He nodded and said, "I've heard some mazes are built like towers." Then Carol gasped, "Wow, there are so many different kinds." "Oh yeah, look at your status before we're done exploring," he barked and then added, "All right, we'll go cautiously." He lunged one step onto the stone stairs. Then Haru's ears snapped up, and the monsters went deathly still. He tried to shout a warning, but something cut him off. A spider-like monster lunged at him, and he chopped through the air with a brutal slash. "Haru-san is unreal, Carol." Haru cut down yet another monster with a single snap of her blade, and he just watched in awe as the three of them kept climbing those ancient stone steps. "Honestly, there aren't many people living anywhere near this dungeon," he muttered. Like that fact hit him hard. Carol leaned in and told me the truth. "Mazes don't just trap people, they drag in miasma and cleanse it for real." As the miasma piled up, it thickened, twisted, and snapped into a monster. "So yeah, the deeper we go into the maze, the monsters will get stronger," Haru said. She went on, "That's why the church keeps urging everyone to live with joy." But then she paused because she remembered every word the demon lord said about monsters. He said monsters don't just crawl out of some blurry, evil in humans' hearts theory. He hates that idea too. And yeah, Harold couldn't stop thinking about it. It finally clicked for him. Most mazes were right by the places people lived. And after hearing Haru's past, Carol wasn't even shocked by the demon lord stories anymore. From a shadowy corner, a creepy rustle snapped their focus. "Ooh," he screamed as a giant frog monster catapulted straight at them. "It's huge," he blared, and just like that, he clocked it as a red toad. "Don't get close, its skin drips lethal poison," he warned. Then he yanked a pouch open and hurled a putchy stone. The projectile smashed into the toad with a nasty splat, and the hit blasted a brutal shockwave through the air. The monster got smashed into nothing by that blast, and the system chimed, telling him his level had jumped. "Oh, IV got a skill that can heal," he mumbled. then snapped his eyes to Carol. What's wrong? He watched her worried face, and when she said, it looks like my level jumped, but it feels weird, the air suddenly turned tense. Don't worry, I'll explain it the second we're out of this maze, he promised. And Haru shot a warning. Master, watch out for that drop item, as she pointed at a puddle of nasty mucus. So it's a drop item. No wonder it won't disappear, he realized. And she snapped, touch it barehanded and you'll get poisoned. But because your hunter level is high, you'll get a skill called dangerous item pickup, she said. And he realized this fast. If they get poisoned, they've got to slam medicines or cure magic right away. He yanked out an empty bottle and something clicked in his mind. Then Master shouted, what are you doing? While Haru blurted, totally alarmed. He shot his hand down and scooped the poison mucus straight into the bottle with bare skin, then yelled, I got it, while he held up the vial. My hand's gone numb, then he screams, his body shaking as his hand blooms with a gentle glow. It's fine, cure, he grinned, and the numbness melted away like it was never there. Look, I just learned a new magic and you're about to see it. Both girls let out a frustrated sigh at the same time. I'm sorry, he stammered, right as Carol tore into him. Ichino-sama is the one who's supposed to tell us properly, she snapped. Then Haru begged, Master, please don't you dare do anything reckless. I just wanted to try my cure magic, he confessed, while Harold leaned toward Haru and hissed that she couldn't touch any boys either. His cheeks heated up as the truth hit him. This bond between them was real, and it ran deep. Carol wouldn't help them in a fight. Then Carol snapped out, suddenly. Then let Carol be the guinea pig, she blurted out, before he spun toward Haru and apologized all over again. Next time, I'll get it right, he vowed, terrified of what would happen if Haru ever truly hated him. I won't hate you, she said softly, then two worm-like monsters erupted from the stone floor. He spun on a dime, snatched one mid-motion, and blasted it with a surge of dark energy. Then the creature shrieked as it crumbled to dust. Then he yanked out his sword and split the second monster clean in half. Carol couldn't help but grin. Your sword and magic hits like a legend. Then Haru barked, watch out, one's dropping in from above. Then you handle it, he said as he backed away, and she didn't hesitate, launching herself into the air. She carved the monster in half before it could even swing at her. And right on cue, a hulking golem-like creature lumbered into view. Whoa, Carol's like, from my angle, you two are crushing it seriously. Your leveling's going smooth like butter, she cheered. Even the drops from those monsters were worth it. Master, Haru said, pushing through the crowd as they hit a massive door. From here on out, we're headed straight for the boss's chamber. She figured it wouldn't take long, just 10 floors, and told him the maze's boss was a 3-headed snake. So he decided it'd be smarter to bring the whole thing down with long-range fire, and he stewed over the poison gas like it was the real enemy. I guess we've still got to shot wind magic. He locks in on Haru first, and then he's like, I'm using wind magic, because right then, the plan starts clicking into place. Then you'll test whether fire can blast that poison gas away, and the giant stone door starts clacking open. Yeah, Haru nodded and dove headfirst into the plan, ripping loose a brutal combo of wind and fire magic. A raging vortex of fire ripped forward and swallowed the boss whole. The boss got annihilated in the blink of an eye. So it's over, he blurted, still reeling from the brutal power of his attack. And then right on cue, a system ping flashed. His level had just shot up. Another message popped up and announced his alchemy had jumped to level 2. As any master would, Haru stared at the golden snakeskin that had fallen and said it just like he knew it would. Isn't it usually only one kind of magic at a time? Carol asked. Yeah, Haru confirmed normally. He grinned, figuring it was his useless skill finally doing something. And then right out of nowhere, he felt a weird presence closing in. Watch out, there's another one inside, he barked as the floor started to clack. And then a massive goddess statue with orc-like features busted out of the wall. Yeah, I got it. He let out a heavy sigh. It's just our usual goddess joke routine, and hey, the master can always meet Goddess Sama after all, Haru said. He joked that Uraksama would finally be way happier if we stuck to a routine. Then the statue split open, and pure, bone-chilling killing intent spilled out. Then he wondered out loud, should we really pray to that orc statue? And right on cue, a furious voice snapped, so who the heck is an orc? An apple smacked his head with a loud thud, and in the next heartbeat, the two goddesses materialized right in front of him. Enough with this pointless chatter, the silver-haired girl snapped, sighing hard. You've got those skills because you can juggle multiple jobs at the same time. Oh, just like I thought he suddenly got it, being jobless is a special case. And she's still digging into it too, so she leaned in and pressed the pressure on him. He felt totally swamped, so if anyone ever noticed, she told him to just call it a blessing from Goddess Sama, and they dropped the whole thing without pushing further. Then your sister cut in, and suddenly it clicked. Mount Fuji, hiking on the goddess's orders. She told him it all, like it was nothing. Mount Fuji, he blurted, in total shock because the goddess kept going, insisting that at least she seemed perfectly fine. Is that so? He shot back. Then she stepped in with a smile. Good here. Take your clear reward. And she thrust a box into his hands. This time, it's a lottery. 3 of them stood tall and proud right outside the dungeon entrance. We smashed through the Gomaki village maze, and Harold erupted with cheers because the rewards were right there on display. Skill lessons for Carol, the bow of wind for Haru, and even lifestyle magic for him. All right, back to the city we go. Hino-sama secret. Kashmar-sama showed up out of nowhere, and the moment he said her name, it was clear calling her by it was something he almost never did. She shoved him hard and barked, "Go on, get out of here already." He kicked things off by dropping a jaw-breaking truth on his companions. Carol mouthed the same word again and again, whispering in stunned disbelief. She burst into a giggle, stunned to realize that meeting him had flipped her whole life overnight. He told me the divine blessings he'd gotten supercharged his gains. He was earning 20 times the usual experience. Carol drank it all in, muttering about the 2 blessings as he got ready to spill what came next. He swallowed hard, because the next part lodged in his throat and wouldn't come out. He finally admitted it, voice strained. Yeah, he's really jobless. He expected more, but her reaction barely moved. Then she just smiled like it didn't matter. He tried to explain that it wasn't about things not working, but that only left Haru even more confused. Haru leaned in and said, "In this world, every single person is born with a job already stamped into their fate." "So what do you mean by jobless?" Carol demanded. And that's when he launched into the explanation of his weird, one-of-a-kind skill. He admitted he had a secret job snap skill, so he could juggle multiple jobs at the same time without breaking a sweat. "Honestly, it's way faster if you just see it for yourself," he said. And then, yeah, he knew he had to show you right then. He ordered them both to yank open their status windows. Both girls freeze and stare at their status screens, absolutely stunned. He told them this second job skill would let him place yet another role on his comrades. Haru couldn't believe it. He somehow ended up with 5 jobs for himself. He added that he could even flip their jobs. And he reminded Carol how she went from a civilian to a temptress. He hurried to apologize for hiding it, then asked straight up if she was disappointed. Carol burst with joy, convinced that the master who always respected her was finally the one who saved her life. "So that's the real trick," he said with a grin. And just like that, they could swap jobs anytime they wanted. While they walked, Haru leaned in and demanded to know what skill he got as a straight-up reward. Carol blurted out that raising his lifestyle magic to that level was so rare it felt almost impossible. Haru leaned in and told us lifestyle magic 2 was a nightmare to get only a one-shot. He didn't trust anyone else. He charged straight into testing the Room of Serenity spell himself. "All right, I'll try it," he said, convinced this spell couldn't possibly be dangerous. A dazzling veil of light snapped into place around him in the blink of an eye. He figured out he could shrink or stretch that glowing sphere anytime he wanted. He spun around to ask Haru what the spell was doing, but she looked miles away, swallowed by something else. As the spell's aftershocks left him wobbling, he realized both of them were completely ignoring him. Haru finally clocked his distress and came sprinting to his side. "There's no way I'd ignore my master," she snapped, right as he jabbed his finger toward Carol. He stared as Carol went wild with her gestures, shouting from just outside the sphere of light. She said the spell slams a total silence barrier, cutting off every sound between inside and outside. As they got ready to turn back, he finally caught on. This magic was pure gold, and he understood exactly how useful it was. The crew pushed through the crumbling ruins, refusing to slow down, and kept forging straight back toward town. Back in his inn room, he crumpled onto the bed and stared into space, numb and dazed. Carol and Haru stormed off to their own plans, and he suddenly found himself completely alone. With nothing left to do, he cranked up his alchemy and started smelting ore right away. He heard a step outside and snapped his head up. Haru was back. He told her it felt downright refreshing to finally see her in casual clothes. "It's not just a little thing. "Look at you, you're cute," he said, pumping an enthusiastic thumbs up. She flashed a grin and thanked him, her smile saying, "Nice words and I mean it." She scooted onto the edge of the bed beside him and dangled some smoked meat from the end zoner right in front of his face. Without warning, he lunged forward and clamped his hands onto her shoulders. He yanked her into his arms and murmured, "No one's here, just us for a little while." She flushed bright red, nodding fast and saying she was totally fine with it, even if the walls were paper thin. Her tail flicked like a drum roll as she bragged about picking up new techniques, but he yanked himself back and snapped that they couldn't. Her sudden rejection hit him like a gut punch, leaving him flustered and stunned. She quietly patted her lap with a soft, knowing smile. "Come on, put your head right here," she said with a warm, gentle smile. She offered to clean his ears, and he snapped up the chance without hesitation. The door exploded inward, and Carol stumbled into view, trembling so hard she could barely stand. Haru snatched up a few clothes and sprinted after the fleeing girl. She stormed back holding a captured tarot card, and it swore it saw nothing. Cold sweat poured down his face as he realized Carol had come back right at the worst possible moment. He watched as Haru tried to steady the shaken girl before panic swallowed her whole. Haru's lightning-fast thinking and a tiny white lie about a bug snaps the whole mess back into order. He couldn't shake the question, did the misunderstanding really get cleared up? Or was Carol just accepting the story? Carol grilled him about checking for bugs next time, and he could only mumble an awkward, "Yeah, sure," in reply. The very next day, he shoved their whole plan on the table and declared they'd camp right at the base of Gamaki Mountain. That night, he pushed for real rest, proper beds. No more games. The very next morning, he got wedged right between them, wishing he'd grabbed 3 rooms instead of 1. They tore down the mountain trail, braced for the wild road ahead. They spotted the perfect spot to camp for the night. Right before dinner, he slammed the news down. They'd trained to secure their own food. He told them first to split up, test their own powers, and scour the area for food. With the plan locked in, the 3 of them split up and raced off to their own jobs. Ichinojo tried to fish by smashing a giant boulder into the river like a cannon blast. His plan crashed and burned, and the water gave him absolutely nothing back. Meanwhile, Carol tapped into her huge knowledge and hunted down edible mushrooms and ripe fruits. She quickly stumbled on a huge patch of mushrooms, and pure delight lit up her face. Elsewhere, Haru prowled through the shadows, nose twitching, hunting for meat and zeroing in on any nearby prey. Her blade, wrapped in dark flames, burned at the ready as a rustle hissed through the woods. Carol sprinted back to camp first, grinning as she thrust her basket full of mushrooms into Ichinojo's hands. She also hauled out the mana grass she'd scavenged herself. She admitted it was deadly, but in a pinch, it could yank back your MP when everything went wrong. He proudly showed her his catch, an unconscious oracle turtle. He lifted the rare monster in his hands, staring at it like it was a prize, then blurted out, curious as hell, what it would taste like. Said, when Carol told him it was famous for being disgusting, he didn't hesitate. He tore into the valuable shell for now. Just then, Haru burst back, hauling a gigantic boar behind her like it weighed nothing. He and Carol froze in shock, staring as blood poured over her. She shot them a quick look and swore it wasn't her blood, then let him hit her with purification so it could cleanse her clean. Terrell locked eyes on it and shouted it was a rare dash pig, one of those monsters that blurs the world with sheer, impossible speed. Ever since Haru landed that hunt, dinner was locked in straight to a blazing barbecue. Then, right after dinner, they dropped off to sleep without even a second thought. Carol snapped that it was usually a man's job to stand watch at night because Ichino-sama was nothing but a slave. He slumped beside the crackling campfire, lost in deep thought over the whole mess. Haru-san also reminded everyone, I'll be driving the carriage tomorrow too. Just rest, he begged, eyes wide, pleading like his life depended on it. Carol surged a step forward. So what's wrong, Ichino-sama? Did something happen? She demanded. In the end, they settled it. Carol and him would take turns, round after round. He cast lifestyle magic to scrub their bodies clean. Then they climbed into the carriage to sleep. He tried to fall asleep, but his eyes just refused to shut. When shift change hit, he slipped out of the carriage without a sound, then leaned in close to Carol and whispered that he was on his way. He yawned hard, then realized he was even more bored than he'd first thought. Carol appeared out of nowhere, landing right beside him, and it made him jump hard. She smiled sweetly and told him, like it was nothing, that as a peddler's daughter, she'd been dealing with this kind of mess her whole life. Come on, sit down, he said, gesturing like this was about to get real. They huddled by the fire, and Carol grinned, saying it was way better than the accident that could have happened. She tilted her head back and stared at the sky, whispering, "Wow, the stars are absolutely stunning." She admitted she never ever imagined she'd get to see a sky packed with stars like this again. Even though it was just a bug, I screwed up last night, so she told him to just forget it, like it never happened. But Carol was absolutely over the moon now. He'd welcomed her into the party. Thank goodness, he breathed. And she swore she'd show him more than the night sky. He leaned in and told her to live your life to the fullest, urging her to drop every painful memory and finally let it all go. First things first, he decided he needed to figure out exactly when those bugs were going to show up. Flames danced and crackled as the night dragged on, spitting sparks like a warning. The sunrise crept over the horizon, lighting the world with a brand new promise. Haru popped her head out of the carriage with a mischievous giggle. She watched Carol doze off, her head slumped in his lap like she'd finally run out of strength. "Master Carol, it's morning." Haru blared the news at the top of his lungs. They both snapped awake with a jolt, stunned by what just happened. Later, the carriage thundered over the stone-paved road, rattling closer to their destination. They finally hit the border city, and that towering gate loomed up like a giant, daring them to pass. Carol told me the Dakat Federation Kingdom only has 3 cities, just 3. He couldn't believe it. This massive country was packed with barely any cities. She kept insisting there were over 20 nomadic villages out there, and the map refreshed every single day, pinpointing where they were hiding. And on top of that, she added there's a whole fortress on the west side of the kingdom, standing ready for a brutal fight against the invaders. He kept his eyes locked on the White Wolf, way more than he ever cared about any Kate Sith. So yeah, turns out we're actually heading to that border city, and he confirmed it straight to my face. He remembered with a sick twist that even slaves weren't getting in free. They'd still have to cough up an entrance fee. Haru chirped with a grin, saying she genuinely enjoys paying her taxes. He paced, asking himself where they'd crash for the night, and finally fixed on the Dakat side. Carol pointed out that Arendelle was famous for fish, while the cat was all about meat dishes. He spotted Haru's tail give one tiny twitch, something most people would have totally missed. "All right, tonight we're sticking with the Dakat side," he grinned. As they reached the gate, they saw a mile-long line of people packed into carriages. He realized the security was cranked up even tighter here, like this border city wouldn't let anyone slip through. He shoved the carriage permit forward and forked over the tax money. Carol couldn't believe the whole thing didn't get multiplied by 400. She leaned in and asked his civilian level, and he grinned like he'd won, saying it was 72. Carol gasped in disbelief when she heard the civilian level had climbed that high. Aru blurts that he wants to play with Gorza again, and Carol's stomach drops because if he's serious, those attacks are about to cost them millions. He probably figured it'd be fine, just don't go chasing the cash while we're busy playing, he mused. Haru praised him, crediting it to the master's idea, and Carol stared at both of them. Stunned, Haru offered to teach Carol, but a doubt snapped in his head. He figured she couldn't pull it off. They finally shoved through the gate and burst into the real heart of the city. A guard snapped at him to use the inspection point, warning that if they left anything sitting in his item box, they'd get suspected of tax evasion. The guard scanned his status and saw his civilian level spike to 73, then warned him, "Stay sharp, don't get careless." He scratched his head, trying to figure out what the guard meant when he said, "Be careful." They strode onto a crowded bridge, packed with market stalls and people bustling everywhere. "Look at all these shops, way more than in the city," he blurted, "even though we're literally on a bridge." Carol said it was basically a lawless free-for-all, so nobody collected taxes when people traded there. They ditched their horse at the stable first, then hit the streets to explore everything. He spun his head in pure awe, taking in every loud, bustling detail of the market. He couldn't stop thinking the bridge was basically its own little city, all on its own. A hulking beast man barked at him to check under the bridge after he asked where the merchants lived. He leaned over the railing and spotted the boats churning beneath him. He couldn't believe it. Every single one of them was living on their boats, hauling themselves up with ropes like it was no big deal. Then he spun around to the girls and shoved some money into their hand. They both blurted out, "It's too much." He told them, "Just let yourselves have fun for real." Overjoyed, they practically burst with gratitude and instantly announced, "We're going shopping." "Oh yeah, Carol, stick with me. Or if it's not me, then Haru got him." Haru winked and teased that her master wasn't cold. He was just worried sick about Carol. "I'm freaking worried," he confessed. Haru's so cute, I can't stand the thought of other guys flirting with you. He yanked her into a tight hug and she swore she'd cling to no one, no man at all except her master. All right, let's move together, he said, slapping a grin on Carol as she pouted Carol. Carol. Then he jabbed a finger toward a stall far off in the distance. They wandered through the stalls, and he snapped up some adorable gifts for them without hesitation. It jumped straight into a stall where the rules dared him to yank a legendary sword from the grip of destiny. The owner swore it was a legendary blade so cursed and impossible to pull that it had basically shattered the rock around it. His metal scan skill snapped it into focus, just painted iron under the hood, and the fine print basically dared the challenger to buy it for 1,000 cents. The shop owner clocked his look and immediately caved, admitting it was a fake. She said this one is just a test. See if you're truly worthy for the real trial or not. And as she spoke, fear flashed hard in her eyes. Then she unveiled what she claimed was the legendary staff of Asclepius. Haru got hit instantly by the shop owner's warm, welcoming smile. Then, bam, a new voice erupted. Wait, is that the staff of Asclepius? He spun around in there in the streetlight. A masked stranger stood where his hat should have been. The stranger shot them an apology for the shock, admitting she'd never dreamed she'd stumble on a treasure this amazing in a place like this. I'm the world's greatest magician. No contest, and my name is Marina, she declared. Marina spun to the shop owner and shoved all her cash into his hands, begging to buy the staff with it. He stared as a weird girl in a pointed hat and mask spun in circles, like she couldn't even begin to explain what was wrong with her. That smug Miss Great Magician stood up and declared she'd take on the staff men trapped in the ground, something only a true hero could pull off. While that blonde woman cheered him on, he couldn't shake the feeling it was all just some stage skit. The magician girl shot forward and snatched for the staff, completely brushing off the fact that he probably thought it was a fake. She strained with everything she had, grunting and groaning through every second, then slumped with a heavy sigh, admitting she really gave it everything she had. Dejected, she grumbled about that tiny 0.50 price tag, then snapped, "Don't look at me." He caught the blonde girl, Carol, whispering to the others that they'd still pull off a profit. The magician suddenly waved him in for a free shot, dangling a reward of 100,000 cents. Then it hit him. They were in this together. The oath women started crowding him, demanding he yank the staff, and it drove him absolutely mad. He stared at her like, "Are you even real?" And she snapped back with a grin, then offered to show off her special summoning magic. His companions snapped to attention right away, amazed they'd stumbled onto a rare, one-of-a-kind skill. With energy blazing in her eyes, the magician declared she was about to unleash her biggest, most powerful magic for them. She whipped her hat down to the ground and declared, loud and fearless, that her magic was only just beginning. She yanked a cloth over the hat and started chanting an incantation straight up into the sky. The second he opened that hat, doves exploded into the air, and his buddies couldn't help but shout, "Wow." He calmly insisted it was just a trick still, a damn impressive one. The magician's eyes turned into goofy little swimming fish as she sputtered, and Haru leaned in, grilling him on what that trick was supposed to mean. He broke it down like a magic trick, just sleight of hand, the kind that lets you hide a dove in your sleeve. Right on cue, a dove zipped back into her sleeve, and Haru's eyes snapped to the slave's necklace hanging on the magician's throat. He pieced it all together and realized they were exploiting one cruel rule. A slave's contract is worthless unless their master signs off, so the whole operation was just a scam waiting to happen. He snapped at the two women that they were awful liars like. Not even close. Carol threw her hands up, surrendered on the spot, and admitted defeat because nobody actually got hurt. She let out a sharp sigh, still reeling that the dumb couple from earlier got totally played, while the magician snarled that they were nothing but garbage. Haru couldn't believe it. Those two scammers didn't look even a little guilty as they slipped away. The magician cannon vanished. She suddenly couldn't find her luggage at all, while Carol scrambled to distract him with sharp wordplay about the staff. Kanan's heart slammed when she noticed her bag of matatabi was gone like someone had snatched it, and a donkey might have been the culprit. She spotted the thieves' silhouettes right away, and sure enough, it was that trio of absolute idiots called Jobless. Kanan shouted that it was inside the bag, and Carol snapped back that this place was a lawless free-for-all. Carol warned, if those thieves got their hands on it, they'd be in for something truly terrifying. He and his crew felt it in their bones this wasn't the whole story, and something bigger was hiding right under the surface. Carol held out the staff and offered help, but he tried to slip away until her pleading forced him to stop and wait. She begged him, saying they were in real danger, and he grudgingly gave in, finally agreeing to hear her out. Once the truth was laid out, his party stared down the two scammers. He grimaced hard, thinking, "Fine, I'll end this and take them down after I try once more to talk them out peacefully." Kanan crouched low on the ground, mortified that anyone could see her without her mask, and she muttered through gritted teeth about her super magic power. Carol barked at him to hurry, but he stood there staring at his own item bag like it held the key to something big. Carol hurled the exact staff they'd been trying to scam people with straight into his hands. Now that their mission was crystal clear, the whole crew bolted straight through the bustling market, chasing it down before it slipped away. After they finally cleaned up this whole mess, he declared they'd jump right back into shopping, then head straight for the Dakat Kingdom. Before they knew it, they barreled into the jaw-dropping border city of the Dakat Kingdom. The crew pushed through the city streets, hunting for an inn before the night swallowed them whole. He headed to the front desk to book a room for 3, then a loud commotion erupted right behind him. A pack of priests in their entourage started shouting for the mistress to clear rooms for them right now. He stared at them, baffled, like, what's their deal? These guys were acting so high and mighty, and he couldn't figure it out. As the innkeeper shepherded the priests out, one of their attendants whipped around and shot him a vicious glare. He muttered that an inn taking in demi-humans would never offer real great service. But Haru just shot back that she was totally fine. The innkeeper came back with grim news and told him every single room was already booked solid. He couldn't swallow it. This was the only inn, the only chance he had left. So he grabbed the stable, the one option that was actually free. Outside, Carol raged at an irritating priest, and as he snapped about it, he hammered the point that a crowd this big should have booked a hell. Homeless with nowhere to sleep, he pushed them toward the Adventurers Guild because selling off their items first was their best shot. The guild was packed to the brim, and the receptionist snapped, telling him to drop his stuff in a bin and wait until they called his name. While they waited, unease crawled into his chest, and Carol tried to calm him down by patting his shoulder. Sure, his 2 companions' patting helped him heal, but the truth was, every time he ended up at an Adventurers Guild, trouble somehow always found him first. His gut feeling was right. 2 loud, boorish adventurers stormed up and started bragging about his cute female slaves. A rapid check exposed how pathetic their levels were, and he figured that guys like them never really knew what they were doing. He couldn't help wondering about the cat user job one of them had, then snapped back and tried to calm everything down before it exploded. He stepped forward, calling the girls his precious comrades, and the men just scoffed, refusing to budge. Rage started to bubble up in Haru, but Carol yanked her back and snapped, "Calm down, trust your master." He let out a heavy sigh, told the men they were worn out and begged to be left alone, but they snapped into fighting stance like they were itching for a fight. When the axe user came swinging at him, he let out a weary sigh, then just slipped the punch aside with ease, because they never even bothered to listen. With a blur of motion, he snapped back and hammered both troublesome adventurers with hard landing blows. The 2 men dropped to the floor, writhing in pain, while he pretended to be hurt and sarcastically bellowed that he was dying. He fired off a quick little healing spell on one of them, then snapped at him to knock it off and stop messing with the others. The adventurers stared in shock. This guy wasn't just strong, he could sling healing magic too, and the whole thing left him absolutely mortified. Haru and Carol stood tall, swelling with pride right in front of him, and it drove him nuts. As 2 men bolted down the hallway, they hurled a book to the floor behind them. A cat-eared girl barged up to him and demanded to know what that weird object even was. He finally clocked it for what it was, a doujinshi, and even as panic hit, he insisted it definitely wasn't his. Even with him fighting it, he still ended up hungrily devouring that lewd book. He coughed hard, cleared his throat, and then announced loud and fearless that he'd handle the forbidden item himself. Haru leaned in and told him she'd already heard rumors about the book's author. Turns out, it wasn't just romance. It was a full-on love story between 2 goddesses. A deep blush spread across his face as he pleaded for her to stop spilling all those details. Carol stared in awe at her master's unshakable resolve. He decided it was time to pause, then gently patted Haru's head like he was giving comfort. He couldn't stop wondering who in the world was the insanely fearless author. Haru guessed it was probably Daijiru-sama, and the second he said it, he erupted into loud, shocked disbelief. She told me Daijuro had confessed he was secretly drawing manga, all under a fake name. Carol leaned closer and told me the author had a whole army of secret fans, people who actually spoke the specialized language. As Carol rattled off genre after genre, he snapped at her to stop talking about it. He tried to dodge the conversation, blurting out a random question about this job called cat user. Both girls snapped their heads sideways, totally baffled. Neither of them had ever even heard of it. Carol thought it was seriously adorable, and right there he admitted he'd love to find out the requirements. Thinking it would take a while, Carol stepped up and volunteered to slip into town alone, grabbing intel on her own. He warned her to stay out of danger, but she flashed a grin and swore she'd bolt the second she sensed trouble. He gave in, telling her he was counting on her to deliver the information as she turned and walked off. He whipped around to Haru and yelled for her to step in and brace his arm. She grinned and cheerfully threw in a yes, like it was the easiest thing in the world. Behind the counter, the receptionist stared at the numbers as she slid a huge pouch of money into their hands so close it felt like it could tip over any second. He let out a heavy sigh and said it was the best shot, stick with the inn and stay there. He clocked Haru fidgeting and shot her a question like, "What's wrong?" He couldn't stop himself from giving her wagging tail a gentle pat and blurting out just how adorably cute she was. Right then, Carol burst back in after her information hunting trip. Haru's face lit up with panic. She flailed her hands and blurted that whatever she was trying to say didn't matter at all. He demanded Carol's report, but she shut him down, swearing there was nothing useful in it. But then she caught wind of one wild rumor. Apparently a priest Sama was about to roll into the city. Carol cleared the air and said folks were already whispering that the hero's party was headed straight their way. The news hit Haru like a brick wall. After the hero's victory, he'd been sold into slavery. He tried to calm her down, telling her she didn't have to face them, but she squeezed his hand tight and insisted, "I'm okay." Haru declared she was going to meet them, and she made it clear she already knew exactly what the hero looked like. He figured the biggest crowd was the perfect hiding ground to hunt for what he needed. They charged straight for the shopping district, hunting down the hero's party. Suddenly a voice blared out, demanding their attention. He and the girls spun around, faces tight with pure questions. 4 adventurers huddled at the doorway, ready to burst into action. The young man in the lead flashed a brilliant, heart-melting smile at them. He stepped up and introduced himself as Suzuki Kuda, the hero this world has been waiting for. He eyed the kid up and down, completely unconvinced because the boy looked absolutely nothing like Daijuro. Kuda spotted his Japanese name, snapped, and asked if he was a wanderer too. He cracked out his appraisal skill and saw the boy's class was only Holy Knight. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would that kid lie about being a hero? Kuda laughed it off and admitted he was nothing but an overconfident fool. The Holy Knight swore that the moment he called himself a hero, it was his duty to rescue anyone in need. Kuda snapped into the moment and loudly declared exactly what he planned to do next. Then he snapped at them to free their 2 slaves right then. No delays. Everyone stared back, totally stunned, like they couldn't believe that accusation. The self-proclaimed hero planted his feet, bracing for the clash like it was already coming for his throat. The young man leaned in and delivered his words with raw honesty, voice sharp and crystal clear. The pink-haired girl clung to her companion like she was afraid to lose her, while the fox-eared girl grilled the newcomer about why they'd really come. He leaned in and told me his companions had already picked their servitude. Each of his 3 slaves leaned in and confessed the real, personal reasons they chose to stay loyal. "Look, every single one of them chose to become my slaves," he announced, whipping his gaze back to the rest. Carol and Haru snapped to their feet to defend their master's honor, but the hero still didn't buy it. He clamped down on his gauntlet. The hero shot a furious, accusing finger forward, refusing point blank to let anyone fool him. Then he whipped his arm toward Carol, snatched the guy by the shirt, and let pure rage take over. He tried to blurt out the truth, but nobody even listened. The hero, dead sure he was right, yanked his sword free with a fierce, unshakable glare. He vowed he'd rescue them by force, brushing off Haru's desperate pleas to calm down. He knew he had to slam the brakes on this situation, or he'd end up dragging his friends straight into danger. He laid out a plan to prove their loyalty once and for all. Without a second thought, he barked a straight order to his 2 companions. He ordered them to toss every past command aside and finally blurt out what they really felt. Both girls doubled down, screaming that they'll stay his slaves no matter what. He wheeled around toward the stunned hero, watching his iron certainty crumble. The hero finally saw the slave necklaces fire up the way they were supposed to, proof that their claim was real. Shame crushed the hero as he dropped into a deep bow, then blurted out an apology for his awful mistake. He took the apology, but you could still feel his frustration simmering right under the surface. He gently patted the hero on the back and slipped him a hard-earned piece of advice for what comes next. The pressure finally lifted, and both sides let out a huge sigh of relief because they'd managed to dodge a full-on fight. He leaned in so close to the hero, the air felt thin, demanding to know who dared poison the rumors with such malicious lies. He shoved the hero on the spot and demanded to know if he'd really let someone spread lies and walk free. The swordswoman stepped in, drew the conversation to a halt, and demanded the two men talk in private. He forced the hero to swear he wouldn't tell a single soul what he was about to reveal. The swordswoman snapped that it was all a misunderstanding, then left with him and Suzuki right after. He handed his buddies some cash for lunch and ordered them to hold tight with Suzuki's crew. As they headed out, the girls wrapped Ian Suzuki in loud, heartfelt goodbyes. In the guild cafeteria, Suzuki's teammates swallowed their pride and apologized for the mess their leader had caused. The two men strode through the city streets, heading straight into whatever chaos waited ahead. Suzuki, sweating bullets, told me the real troublemaker had the power because whoever badmouthed him was sitting on a specific item. He leaned in and grilled Suzuki, demanding to know if he was the one he'd been hunting all along. Suzuki slapped the blow aside, cheeks burning as he pushed, asking how the protagonist was tied to the item. The hero admitted that this item had been a lifesaver for his everyday life. Suzuki stared at the ground, his heart sinking over what little hope he had left for romance. He suddenly erupted into tears, seething with envy over how close the protagonist was with that pretty girl. He tried to soothe Suzuki, urging him to chase one of his own companions instead. Suzuki leaned in and said, Chanti, the swordswoman, went straight for it. No hesitation, all bold moves. But her tribe's strict monogamy rules turned any romance into a terrifying uphill battle. Those union terms were way too strict for him to ever say yes. Meanwhile, his gaze locked onto Haru and nothing else mattered. Suzuki then sized up the young shaman, Schleil. As he recounted her traumatic past, his fists clenched tight, pure regret gripping every word. He ended it by telling her, I just want you to be happy in the future. Suzuki rushed to apologize for getting it wrong, admitting those filthy false rumors had thrown him into a furious frenzy. As they walked, rage simmered in him over the chaos this had caused. While Suzuki watched him with awe, praising his heroic kindness, they finally burst through the last stretch and stumbled upon a crumbling, dilapidated building. The inside looked just as battered as the outside, like nothing good had ever stayed there. A voice blared from within, screaming, We're here! Two men threw smiles at Suzuki, then their faces crumpled the moment they spotted who'd come with him. It gasped in shock and betrayal, but he only flashed a chilling grin back at them. He calmly told them, I'm not here for revenge, even though his sometimes scary demeanor made it hard to believe. Then he finally spilled the real reason he came, raising a tiny booklet for everyone to see. He leaned in and grilled the two men, demanding to know if they had any leads on who wrote that doujinshi. One of the guys swallowed his pride and apologized, admitting he'd snapped the moment he saw his gorgeous beast-man companion. The protagonist's cheeks flared with a blush, and despite the man's creepy behavior, a wave of happiness crashed over him. The two men bowed in awe, stunned by the guy who'd only just graduated from being a virgin. They told me the building used to be a magic scroll factory. Now it's secretly where they print doujinshi. He couldn't believe it when he realized there were other artists out there who were walking straight in the great second sensei's footsteps. One of the guys leaned in and praised the doujinshi's art so hard it basically revealed he was a total connoisseur of beastman's ears. His jaw dropped and his heart raced when he realized the man standing there was the artist himself. Suzuki's eyes lit up when he realized the man's cat-using job was unbelievably rare. The artist burst into a furious wail, cursing the fact that the Kate Sith had tricked him into taking this job in the first place. He thought about using his jobless power to help, but he shut that idea down. He figured if the guy's day-to-day life wasn't getting hit, then there was no point jumping in. The artist spilled his petty revenge plot, turned cat-eared beastmen into instant stars just to make the Kate Sith absolutely hate it. He snapped that they were stupid, sure, but not truly awful, and then he offered to buy their work as a real apology. He tried to play it cool, but the artist clocked him instantly. The artist came roaring back with a magic scroll in hand, ready to send messages with pure power. He said it was a special favor his niece demanded. She wanted more ink, and the payment would be just 2 little coins. The artist's jaw dropped when the guy offered him 2 shining silver coins instead. Giddy with the massive payout the artist promised, he pushed himself to forge a true masterpiece. Suzuki told him to walk up to the girls and promise them, "I'll be back in no time." They locked hands and swore to keep the day's events buried. No one would hear a word. He burst back into the loud, bustling guild tavern. He spotted his party huddled around a table. Haru was fast asleep, knocked out cold. He strode up to the group, greeting them, and dropped the bombshell that Suzuki had other business to handle. Suzuki's companion leaned in and gently brushed the sleeping Haru's head. Schleil leaned in and whispered, Haru's tail's wagging, even in her sleep. He made it crystal clear the cash he'd handed them was more than enough to pay for the food. Schleil shot in with a smooth explanation, and suddenly Suzuki's companions understood the truth. He wasn't a bad person at all. His hands shook as he blurted out, "So what were you guys talking about?" He scooped up sleeping Haru and headed back to rest, telling the others they were free to stay. Right as Suzuki was about to bolt, his companions grilled him about what he does for work. They leaned in with a sharp curiosity, clocking that Carol kept dodging the topic. He cringed and confessed he had no real job to his name. The girls stared in disbelief and demanded, "How on earth did you pull off paying for all that?" Aru and Carol jumped in, bragging about how they helped until they made everything way worse. The girl fixed her stare on him, suddenly convinced he was a no-job gambler who lived off luck. He wrestled for the right words, trying to explain what was going on without exposing that he had no job or skills to show for it. Carol shot into his defense, beaming as she called him the savior of her life. Her smug smile only made it worse. Now the other girls were looking at him like he was a total scumbag who exploited every single person he'd ever saved. He panicked as he scrambled to clear up the fresh misunderstanding this time, diving into the taxi. Right then, Suzuki shot back in to rally his whole party. His companions snapped to it and agreed to leave no delay. Suzuki shelled out for the whole group, waved them off, and still couldn't clear the mess. People kept thinking he was some kind of good guy, and the misunderstanding wouldn't die. He roared after them, desperate to clear his name, but they were already out of sight. Then Haru started to squirm and stir in his arms. She jolted awake and wrapped her arms around his neck in one fierce, crushing hug. He flushed hard when she nuzzled against him, completely thrown off and not knowing what to do next. She pressed her face against him and kept rubbing, clinging to his warmth like he was home. He got totally rattled by what she did, and it left Carol staring in disbelief. Carol's face burned. She blurted a shaky excuse, then sprinted away before anyone could ask more. Aru kept sniffing at him, her tail wagging like crazy with pure joy. He knew this tavern wasn't the right battlefield, so he bolted out the door right now. After shepherding the drunk Haru out, he grabbed a quick breather in a quiet spot. He chose to put Haru's plans first, like that was the only move that mattered. He gave her a soft pat on the head, convinced he'd found happiness as long as she was smiling. And then she looked like she was floating in pure bliss. Her ears twitched, and she leaned in close and started sniffing his neck like she was hunting a secret. Heat rushed into his face. She kept sniffing him nonstop, and he figured sure it wasn't exactly the right moment, but it definitely didn't feel bad at all. He stroked her back with a soft rub, and she slid down his side again, sniffing his shoulder like she couldn't get enough. He figured he had no choice but to sniff back, then thought, guess I can't keep clowning Joff Ellie anymore for being a foolish couple. He'd gone and foolishly fallen hard for Haru then. Out of nowhere, she gasped, bowed low, and her face twisted with pure regret. I'm so sorry, she stammered. And then just like that, she seemed to snap back into her senses fast. He blinked, stunned, then reassured her. It was fine and promised he'd never do a single thing she didn't want. Master, she started again, voice trembling. Don't you like it? Her straight-up question hit him like a punch, and he blurted, Yeah, I do. Yeah, of course I do, he said with a grin, and you could tell he was sure he liked it way more than she ever imagined. Then he leaned in and asked, So how was that? Haru snapped her gaze away, cheeks blazing red, and clutched her skirt with white knuckle grip. I get it, she snapped, determination blazing in her eyes. Then she turned to Haru and swore, I'm fully ready. He was utterly lost, blurting out what she was even planning for him, and she smiled and said that if he was this fired up, she wanted to treat his feelings the right way. Then his heart started thundering in his chest. He had zero clue what she meant, so she threw her hands over her head like everything just crashed down. I might not be ready for whips and candles, she muttered, that she just wanted him to start with verbal abuse only. And that's when he snapped. Wait, something's really off, waving his hands like crazy. I'm not into anything that'll hurt you. She remembered how he'd been way too interested in that kind of doujinshi earlier. Then she offered herself to him, tears spilling hard as she looked up. He admitted he only hesitated with the book because the contents blew him away, then told her to calm down and promised he wasn't the kind of guy who gets satisfaction from hurting a girl. And that's when Aru asked if she could hear his preferences. Sweat broke out on his forehead as he admitted, yeah, he could read everything he wanted with his eyes. No problem then. He paused, thinking hard. He leaned in and told her she was perfect exactly as she was, confessing he loved every single part of her, no matter if she was drunk or spiraling in her own head. Haru's face flushed so hard it felt like her whole body caught fire. He let out a shaky laugh, then admitted, if I get to choose, I'd want her to be a bit more assertive. Haru straightened up and declared, I'll do my best, with fresh, hard-earned resolve. He blushed and confessed he couldn't wait. Then he said Carol was waiting, and they had to hustle back to the stable before night completely fell. The three of them jolted awake in the stable and traded bright good morning laughs. He swallowed his pride and apologized for cramming the stable until it was completely crammed. Carol told me the stable was packed with folks the priest kicked out of the inn, and Aru cracked that snuggling up and sleeping while clinging to each other was the best kind of fun. Carol nodded with pure excitement, and he finally exhaled because they'd actually loved it. He told himself it wasn't so bad to get this kind of experience every now and then, because he could still feel himself crammed between them all night. He let out a shaky laugh and confessed he couldn't sleep at all because it all felt like too much to handle. Carol and I handed them both a fresh pair of hiking shoes, and he straight up told the girls they looked amazing in their new kicks. Carol's basically a master of getting things done. He told them to hand back the sheets and move, and the moment they did, they slipped inside the inn. He thanked the innkeeper for the sheets, and the innkeeper quickly apologized for forcing them to sleep in the stable. Then she made it right by handing them a free breakfast on the house. He leaned in and demanded, "Are you sure?" The innkeeper wouldn't take no for an answer. He kept insisting they should chow down there, and Carol pushed him to accept his offer. Eastside, still fuming about that priest who walked away from perfectly good food, muttered that we can't let a single scrap go to waste. Then Carol shot her fist up and declared it like a promise. The dining area was already bursting at the seams with people, and Carol was gloating over the free meal Haru shouted over to him. She jabbed a finger at the wanted poster on the wall, and he stared, eyes locking onto Jafra, Elise, and Kinteris's faces. Haru spotted a poster with the Goddess Church's mark stamped all over it. He couldn't shake the feeling that the priest from yesterday had sent for that poster. Haru nodded and admitted it could be true. She pointed out that based on the price of Washington, Kinteris was clearly their real main target. A voice snapped from behind, asking them straight up if they knew anything about the donkey. He whipped his head around, and there was Malimia. He froze in shock, trying to figure out if she was even okay and why she showed up there. Then she smiled and said her name was Malimia, the deacon appointed to look after Kinteris. She leaned in and started spilling the church's secret plan. They tried to forge a man-made hero by jamming a hero's cells into test subjects, and the experiments cost them tons of animals. But at the end, they finally cracked it and birthed the hero, Alexio. But one creature didn't get touched by those cells, Kinteris, the slow donkey. Malamia finally owned up she was the one who let him out of the stables, and as the words hit the air, he let out a heavy sigh, realizing this was a dangerous secret to be spilling in public. Malimia shrugged it off and told the innkeeper he was so cheap they could sacrifice him without batting an eye. He couldn't believe her cruelty. Then she casually told him her punishment for freeing Kinteris was just a demotion. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Why in the world was the church hunting down Kinteris now? But Malamia was sure Priest Limestone Sama was setting her up for death, and when she pushed, she demanded to know what he planned to do to the people traveling with Kinteris. He shot back that he'd keep her safe, right there under his protection. Then she warned him that if the Priest Limestone ever caught them, execution would be the best-case scenario. Besides, by them. He didn't just think it felt wrong. He couldn't stand the idea of abandoning people he knew to die. He leaned in and asked Haru to track their scent, because if only it had been as clear as that catnip smell they'd found before. Got cravings for catnip? "We've got some right here," a cheerful voice chirped as Marina and Cannon burst into view. Marina snapped that she'd come to track down the folks on that wanted poster, and he groaned as the whole mess started to spiral out of control. Marina flashed a grin, lifting the catnip and asking if they needed a hand, and he had no choice left. He had to talk to her. He ordered Haru and Carol to stay right there and hold position. He shoved the item bag Daiguru Dono gave him into Marina's hands. Kanan realized they'd been hit by the same cruel fate. Marina's eyes shot wide with pure shock. "So you're a wanderer too, just like Marina," she blurted, then grilled him about whether he was Japanese while he snapped back, glaring hard, determined to hide where he really came from. Marina reassured him it was fine. Kanan already knew his whole situation. "You damn swindler," he muttered through gritted teeth. She just told him not to tell a soul, and then Cannon snapped into a totally unhinged fit of maniacal laughter. "Marina, the sun will set if you keep talking like that," she cackled, then hissed. "Speak normally," Marina ordered. Cannon's eyes widened as she stared him down and asked, "Are you Melimia's master?" Cannon swore it was true, then spilled that she'd been dropped into this world 3 years ago and landed the introvert job as her first assignment. She said doing this job with her kind of personality felt like living in absolute hell. As he offered his condolences, she stared into the distance and thought, if I'd met the goddess Toralul first, maybe everything would have turned out different. She poured out how her fight for survival spiraled into debt, and how that debt chained her into slavery. Right when hope shattered, Marina burst in and saved her. Marina cut in and snapped that she didn't save her, she just scooped her up for dirt cheap. Then she pressed a magical mask into Kanan's hands because it could fix her 2 split personalities. Kanan, after Sakura Marina declared herself untouchable under that mask, Marina pressed him so now, would he finally trust them? He let out a heavy sigh and said, "I get the gist." And Sakura Marina leaned in, asking how important that catnip really was to them. Then she figured it out instantly. The real prize was the locket hidden inside. She swung it open, and there it was, one haunting photo of her parents staring back at her. She told him it was her only memento from Japan, and then he blurted, "Can you go home?" She admitted the goddess never told her she couldn't go back, so she clings to that tiny hope and forces herself to stay calm. He let out a heavy sigh, then nodded and joined the hunt with them for the locket. They burst back to the group, right alongside the others. It felt downright weird now he'd be chasing Jaffar's crew, and he told Haru and Melemia, "We're sticking with them for now." Then he demanded, "Where's Carol?" Carol came sprinting back, breathless, and apologized for making them wait. "She told me most bounty hunters had gone south, but there was zero proof Joffrey ever crossed that bridge." He couldn't help but grin as it clicked. Now they could actually map their route and predict where they'd go. He admitted his fear had been chewing at him over her. Carol swore she wouldn't risk her life. Then he ruffled her hair and thanked her for always having his back. Carol burst into a grin, while Marina wrestled to tug the girls onto her side only for them to cling to him instead. After they finished breakfast, they bolted out of the border city. Haru breathed in the catnip, using its scent like a tracker, and told her he was depending on her. The wind whipped straight toward them, tugging their attention right along the trail, and together they rode in the carriage. He leaned in and whispered to Melemia that the deacon was spitting out the funniest stuff, and Sakura Marina declared the weather was perfect, just like her blessing. Marina snapped at her to keep her mouth shut. Cannon muttered that she was a natural disaster, then grinned because it was the first time he'd ever seen someone actually click with Marina. Marina couldn't stop thinking that maybe it was time to unleash the cannon and cut it free from slavery. She tugged on Cannon's cheek and told him the rich wouldn't hurt a slave they could sell off later for their money. The talk suddenly turned sharp. Everyone was debating how slaves were treated in Dhaka. Marina claimed the treatment here on this continent was head and shoulders better than anywhere else. The Eastern continent was the worst of them all, she snapped. That in the East, people stopped seeing slaves as human a long time ago. There, slaves were nothing but disposable cargo. They got dragged into the slaughter, used up, and then tossed aside on the battlefield like nothing. Carol couldn't stop wondering, was there once a war against demons on this very continent? He figured that's why the priests ruled with such power, so he pressed for answers. Is there any information about demons? Carol shot back that the church claimed the demon wasn't just scary, it was a vampire. Melemia threw in a pile of classic vampire folklore to spice things up. There was even a rumor that the master-slave bond could flip if the one beneath managed to drain the one above. So when the carriage jerked and finally groaned to a stop, her eyes snapped wide with pure shock. Hold up, how does Cannon even know something like that? He blurts it out, baffled. Carol will snatch the spotlight, she promised, standing tall and raising her arm high. She then proudly threw her newly acquired map right into the spotlight, grinning like she just struck gold back home. When did you snag that? He asked, flashing her a quick thumbs up like he was genuinely impressed by that awesome cover. Kanan shot at a suspicious glance, demanding to know where she'd even gotten a map packed with military facilities. Cannon snapped, "So you're not going to tell me?" And Carol shot back that she couldn't share what she didn't even know. She leaned in close and hissed to Ichino, "You saved me, Carol." And he just waved it off, telling her she didn't have to mention it. With a confident thumbs up, Harold declared that, in the end, Ichino-sama was the most important thing in her life, leaving him stunned. "Me too," Haru blurted, gripping the leashes tight. "And for me, Master is everything. The one thing that matters most." Malimia grinned, watching him get all that respect like it was pouring onto him. Following the map's directions, they charged toward a watchtower perched exactly where Randall, Dackett, and Colette's borders all crashed into one another. Because of a treaty from 15 years ago, the place turned into a hollow, empty tower, but guards still slammed the doors shut and banned entry. Kanan shot a question at him. What was he going to do with Joffrey-san and the rest? Ichino watched Kanan casually spill the secret of Hero General like it was nothing. "All right, I've got it. Let's take a break," he shouted to the whole group. He used the little bit of water he had to splash it into a bucket for the horse. Suddenly, Kusunoki snatched the water jug right out of his hands. "So you're a magician?" she demanded, yanking at his clothes. "Tell me, does using magic feel good? You call yourself a magician, but you can't do a single spell," he shot back, snapping the words like a whip. Malimia balanced an apple on her head while Kusunoki raised his bow, and he twitched so hard with nerves that it was impossible not to note it. "Please don't make me watch blood," he muttered, because he couldn't bear seeing her line up the shot. With her eyes squeezed shut, she loosed the arrow like a promise she couldn't take back. The arrow spun through the air like it had a mind of its own. It shot straight for the apple sitting on Malimia's head. Kusunoki leaned in and bragged, "So what about that? This is my greatest magic." Haru burst into laughter and told her that she talked to the wind spirits to twist the arrow's path. A vivid picture showed her yanking a string just to twist the arrow off course. "Wait, train your archery like you normally would," he begged, because he was sure she'd still pull off something amazing. "Come on, if you can shoot that clean with a bow, why not just become an archer already?" Malimia laid it out plainly. Kusunoki couldn't switch jobs, and she had zero bow skills, so in a fight she was basically dead weight. "Even if I'm not planning to switch classes," Kusunoki said, standing up with fresh purpose. "I could, but I'm not changing my class. I'm mastering this. EGULT, can't stop thinking what would it even feel like to finally master his own joblessness." Eris insisted her archery talent was so lethal it couldn't be wasted, even if her firepower was still weak. Malimia then stepped in and offered to lend him the magic bow she'd won as a reward. Kusunoki's hands trembled with emotion as he took the weapon, then swung his aim and fired straight at a nearby rod. She yanked the string back, and the bow erupted in a blinding glow of pure, unstoppable power. The arrow ripped through the air, and every step it took left behind a chain of explosive bursts of energy. It slammed into the rock with a brutal crack, smashing it into jagged pieces. The sheer force of that bow blasted Kusunoki backward, bam, like a cannonball hitting the air. She shook in her grip as she clutched that unstoppable weapon, like it might burn through her hand. Then she crumpled to the ground, drained of every last scrap of magic power. Malimia hoisted the unconscious girl onto her back, ready to rush in with first aid. As she did, Aru's ears flicked, and the ground started to shake, reeking with the stench of monsters. A thunderous swarm of giant ants exploded out from beneath that rock. Marina's presence didn't just reach the army ant's nest, it smashed it to pieces. "Master, I'll be the vanguard," Haru declared. Then he pushed her to just trust him. He decided to go for broke, cranking his magic power boost so hard that his spell power skyrocketed. He blasted a boosted fire spell at point-blank range. Flames exploded out of his hand like a roaring inferno. The moment they charged, the flames snapped and swallowed the ants whole. The creatures shrieked as scorching heat cooked them in midair. His companions just stood there, mouths agape, completely stunned. He stared out at the gigantic, smoking crater, his attack carved into the earth. His jaw dropped as he realized the power was way bigger than anything he'd pictured. He'd only shrunk the range, but that was nowhere near enough. Whoa, Haru couldn't believe the sheer destructive power. And yeah, this is exactly what you'd expect from Master. He stared at the burned-out wasteland, knowing he'd finished the job. So yeah, this is the price for burning through 10 times the normal. MP, I sighed at seeing I'd totally overcooked it. Master, ascent is seconds away. Haru already sounded the alarm and that smell in the air. It's the priest from yesterday. He stared at the problem. Since they couldn't duck away in a carriage, what were they even supposed to do next? Right then, Cannon burst onto the scene with a soft, gentle smile. A priest and his crew urged their horses ahead, convinced the strange noise was coming from right around the corner. They froze on the spot, gaping at the massive crater carved into the ground. Haru watched the men walk off and their voices faded into the distance. Good, I guess it's over now. With a sharp swish, a cannon burst out of the thick mist that had been hiding everything from them. Hide mist was some next-level magic, and the guy couldn't stop sounding impressed. Kanan told everyone it was basically a room of serenity that you only see, so there was no way he could just call it real magic on its own. Master, Haru blurted, thrusting a finger toward the road the deacon had just come from. Malimiya-san, Haru, come with me, he demanded, and then he snapped, everybody, stay put here. They charged closer to the tower, faster and faster. They spotted a camp set up right around the structure's base. From the bushes, they spotted the priests were on the right trail and set up camp outside, ready for whatever came next. All right, what are we doing, wait, he whispered, then made up his mind and turned back for now, ready to cook up a plan. Safe inside the mist, Carol tapped her half-mini human gift and pulled information from a distance like she was reading the world's secrets. Carol and Malimiya come back from their scouting mission. Carol rushed to the priest and spilled everything she'd heard. Haru checked the air and confirmed Jefferson's scent was still trapped inside the tower, so they had to be alive in there. He couldn't stop thinking, why did those priests act like they were already dead? Sorry, Carol blurted, cutting right through his thoughts. Then she smiled and hit him with an idea. She pitched the whole scheme solo slip in, track down Joffrey and Elise, then leave two of them behind to spark a diversion. Times like this use Carol, she demanded with blazing determination. The moon climbed into the sky the moment night began to crash down. A lone tower stabbed up into the sky, standing there like it was guarding a secret. As Guard roared about a monster swarm, he grabbed Haru by the moment and shouted that it was time to move. From the tree line, Carol and Cannon stare as they stride off into the distance. He'd already mapped out their whole plan earlier. Marina was ready to doubt Carol's role at first, but Carol lit a fire under herself, determined to grow into a true temptress. He pondered that with the right mastery, her skill could explode into something truly unstoppable. A guard actually thanked Carol for her help, like he finally saw how brutal her job class really was. The plan was locked in E-Millennia, and Haru would ride the chaos like a smokescreen and slip into the tower. Right then, Kintera stepped in and asked to join them. She worried she'd be a burden, but he still nodded and said she could come with him. She swore she wouldn't slow them down, and her stubborn drive hit him like her parents' spirit. Joffrey yanked him aside and hissed that he had to talk about something with her. Back in the present, the guards dug in and fought tooth and nail to stop the very last of the monsters. With the plan working perfectly, Carol and Cannon threw down the gauntlet. Now it was their turn to move. His crew stormed up to the tower, and something felt empty. No one was inside. The inside was pitch black, and somehow there weren't any traps or ambush signs waiting in the shadows. He gritted his teeth, risked everything, and cast a tiny light spell. With the hall blazing under the lights, Haru charged ahead, chasing a scent only she could smell. They crept down the endless, silent corridor, every step careful as a whisper. A faint sound snapped his focus, and he shot his eyes toward a tiny gap in the wall. A hulking shadow burst out from the doorway ahead, and he yelled a warning at the top of his lungs. A hulking armored giant slammed itself in front of them, cutting off every step ahead. Jaffer froze in disbelief. His presence detection never triggered, while Haru just wrinkled her nose and said it only reeked of iron. He clocked the automaton instantly. It was one of the church's commissioned guard dolls. Cornered with no escape, he yanked his sword out and swung to end it all. He hurled himself forward and swung his blade with everything he had. The blade snapped against the doll's thick armor and bounced off like it hit solid stone. He couldn't believe the hit did nothing. Then the doll snapped its arm up and swung to strike. Haru sprang over the automaton, her blade held ready to strike. She snapped her sword down in one crisp arc, slicing the doll's head clean off. The helmet clanged to the ground, and when it hit, Everyone saw the chilling truth. There was nobody inside at all. The headless body kept staggering forward, and he snapped, appraising the chaos, telling Haru, "Get back." Then he unleashed a thunderous bolt of lightning. The doll crumpled into a burst of scorching smoke, and the proof was instant. His theory that it couldn't handle lightning was dead on. But that relief didn't last. Marina suddenly yelled a warning from right behind him. An entire squad of armored dolls stood right in front of them, like a wall that refused to move. Haru yanked his arm, certain they'd never survive a fight against that many. He snapped into action, blasting the dolls with a violent burst of water to wipe out his next move. He didn't hesitate. He blasted a wave of ice that froze the dripping automatons in their tracks. His companions gaped in disbelief as he laid out the plan he'd trap and immobilize them. "Let's bolt." He decides retreat is the smartest move. After sprinting for what felt like forever, he finally skidded to a stop, convinced they'd reached true safety at last. Haru swallowed his pride and apologized because he couldn't sense the iron dolls at all, so they had to hunt using nothing but their ears. Joffrey seized the moment to spill a chilling tale: 2 demons trapped inside the tower, sealed away for good. He told us a vampire and a devil were locked away after a hero's blood was used like a deadly catalyst. It hit him like a lightning bolt. Maybe a hero's blood wasn't just powerful, it could snap the seal wide open. Haru snapped the pieces into place and realized the priest was hunting Tintoris's hero blood to break the demons loose. If he decided no matter what that priest was planning, the only move was to lock down Tintoris. Just when they thought they were safe, another doll lunged at them, but Marina snapped a light spell into action, ready for it. As the Ottoman swung his weapon, he snatched Haru out of the blast zone. He swiftly wiped out the enemy with yet another petite thunder spell. Millennia shot him a heartfelt thank you, grateful that he'd just saved Haru. He waved off the gratitude, then shoved the whole crew forward, yelling for them to keep moving. He couldn't help but wonder if Joffrey had truly wandered into that deadly place all by himself. Seeing Haru look worn out, he shoved some dried meat into her hands to give her a boost. Haru's nose caught a sharp whiff of dried meat from behind the wall, and before Marina could even breathe, she started hunting for the hidden switch. He told her not to press random bricks, but the moment the words left his mouth, she found one that just clicked. A chunk of the wall suddenly slid aside, and a hidden room burst into view. Still stunned, he shoved the group forward and led them inside. They stumbled onto Joffrey Tintoris, snoring peacefully right in the middle of the supplies. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could they sleep so peacefully in a place like this? He shot up to wake Jaffra, roaring her name at the top of his lungs. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Carol leaned in and demanded to know what Kanan was planning. Kanan leaned in and promised she was safe. Those monsters were too busy hunting the priest to notice her. They slipped into the back of the tower without anyone seeing them. Kanan cracked the truth: no climbing, and pointed Carol straight to a precise spot on the wall. She shoved at the wobbly brick until it gave way, and a secret entrance yawned open beyond it. Kanan told them the tower's architect had a real love for secret doors. She explained that her kind could snag the usual facts with ease, but even then, tons of hidden truths still waited to be uncovered. She straight up said they were standing right at the entrance to a black market of information. With zero time to spare, she yanked the bewildered Carol inside. Carol blurted out that she couldn't believe Kanan could slip through the darkness that effortlessly. Kanan just shrugged and said she was used to the dark. Then Carol couldn't help but mourn how cruelly he treated her. Kanan leaned in, teasing her hard, reminding her that he'd already got Haru in the bag. She claimed the dark made her feel safer, and Carol's worry shot through the roof. A brutal clank rang through the hallway, and Kanan instantly clocked it as the mechanical dolls. The moment the doll popped up, Kanan snapped at Carol to step back, then swore she'd handle it. Carol's confidence crumbled. She stared at the sword in her grip and realized it was just a cheap knockoff from her scam days. Ignoring the insult, Kanan snapped that she should just watch as the doll surged forward to attack. She thrust the sword skyward and unleashed one chilling word: awaken. She screamed the blade's true name, and the weapon exploded in blinding, roaring energy. A monstrous burst of power ripped out and completely vaporized the automaton. Carol couldn't do anything but gawk at the scorched wall where the doll had vanished. Kanan smirked with pure confidence and laughed that the magic sword was off the market now. She finally dropped her real name. She was a Magi blacksmith, the very one who forged that sword with her own hand. Carol was completely stunned to learn that Magi blacksmith is an advanced class you have to master 3 other jobs first. Kanan just shrugged and said, "Everyone's got a reason for what they do." In that hidden room, the newly awakened Joffrey burst out, screaming in alarm. Panic erupted when he realized Excalibur's hero power had ripped itself from him and landed on Kenteris. He couldn't wrap his head around it, why the ones hunting them came to rescue them when they were still wanted fugitives. Marina cut in fast. Her only mission snatch her bag back before anything went wrong. He told the others he'd assumed Kenteris had picked up that weird sword. Jaffer swore he'd strapped the bag to Kenteris, then the moment he turned, she vanished into thin air. With everyone staring around, Haru suddenly thrust a note into his hands, the one she'd uncovered. Then it hit her, Millennia was gone too. The whole group froze in terror, staring at the gaps where their friends used to stand. Haru jerked his arm toward the empty stone room, panic blazing in his eyes. "Everyone, stay here," he roared, then bolted into the hallway by himself. She explained it like a warning might wielded top-tier dark magic, and the church just shouldn't have been able to touch something like that. As he sprinted, Cannon's warning clanged in his mind, and he couldn't stop wondering what that deacon was cooking. He sprinted up the stairs, mind racing, as he wondered how the priest knew every secret inside that church, and why he'd let a vampire slip away. Haru caught up to him and demanded where he was headed, right when it hit him that Malamia's story didn't add up at all. "Hold on, Haru," he blurted, just as she scrambled to catch his eye. He said he couldn't find a single trace of them, and that they had to hit Priest Linesdown's place first. Kanan cut in. She swore she could spot the priest on the rooftop and lead him straight back to the way. He snapped back, telling Haru to stick with the others because the danger was way too real. She snapped around with a fierce look, then yelled, "I'll go with you." "Yeah, it's super dangerous, right?" he said, still totally confused. He begged her to hear him out, but she marched right past him like he didn't even exist. She choked back tears and declared, "I'm done being my master's slave," and it completely blindsided him. She snapped out a quick clarification she'd obey. Sure, but that collar was her pride, and nothing was going to change that. "I'm the master of sword and shield," she blurted, yanking her collar like it might rip off. Tears poured down her face as she pleaded for him to take her because she knew the danger was coming and she refused to be left behind. He yanked her into a tight hug and growled that unlike a sword or shield, she can't be replaced. He gripped her shoulders and tenderly rubbed her head, like he couldn't get enough of her. "Will you come with me?" he demanded, and she swore she'd stick by him all the way to the end of the world. He called on her to take the lead, and they took off side by side. They charged up the steps toward the rooftop, like the whole world was seconds from collapsing. They finally climbed to the top, and there they found Malimia sprawled on the ground, pinned down by two armed guards. An old priest and his bald cronies loomed over their captive, then snapped their heads toward the newcomers. "Who are those guys?" he demanded, clocking them as the same plebeians he'd seen back at the inn. The priest smirked and thanked the guards for the job, then practically laughed as they figured the wanted poster had dragged them straight here. Turns out it was a full-on trap set to catch this guy, and the priest greeted him with open arms anyway. He jabbed a finger straight down, and the boy's eyes went wide. Malamia wasn't just a girl, she was a vampire. The priest slammed his foot into Malamia's back and sneered that he was nothing but a total dud, barely even good enough to be called a lower-ken vampire. Malamia shot him a furious glare, and it hit hard. He was the one who slipped the priest the truth that the hero's blood was the key to shatter the seal. "Do it," the priest barked, waving his men forward, then pointed at the crystal shard and ordered them to use it. The guards moved like machines, driving their spears straight through Malamia's shoulders with ruthless force. Malamia screamed in agony while Haru and he stared, frozen in pure horror. He started to shake, and this eerie little laugh slipped out of his mouth. His sudden shift in attitude hit like a lightning bolt, and everyone around him went wide-eyed. "Now you've really done it, you foolish humans," Malimia gasped, and she knew the seal was about to break. He hurled the donkey's blood vial onto the sigil, then flooded it with his own blood, using the mix as the spark to bring his king back to life. The magic circle stamped into the ground suddenly blazed with terrifying, earth-shaking power. A blast of raw energy detonated from the circle, while Malamia screamed like her life depended on it. Then a terrifying silence crashed over the rooftop. Malamia shot the guards a look every week, yelling the donkey's name like she meant business. The priest erupted in laughter, calling the outcome flawless, and Malamia froze, trembling, completely lost. "Do you really think that donkey's got the hero's blood?" the priest jeered. He admitted Malamia did care for a non-aging donkey, but that was the whole truth, and nothing more. That's why we whipped up this report so we can shut down debate fools like you, the priest snarled. He viciously said their research proved the demons sealed in that tower were already gone for good. The priest declared that Milameo could wipe out his sin of pretending to be a deacon because even a failed vampire's blood was precious enough to pay with his life. It's gotta be Lee, V. Melimia screamed as a guard slammed a stake straight into his back. He ripped into the guards with dark power, launching them through the air like ragdolls. The priest's crystal slipped from his hands, and the very next second, a blazing shield of light wrapped around him like armor. Even a total dud still swings back. No way he goes down easy. The priest watched as Melamia bared her blood and forced it to do her bidding. Melamia's eyes snapped wide with pure desperation. He charged in and drove a petty heel into the fallen vampire, barking, "Stay with me," to push him to hang on. Melamia raged, pounding his fist into the barrier again and again, yet it didn't budge, not even once. The priest cackled that his pendant supercharged his magic, forging a perfect shield that would outlive Melamia's last scraps of blood. The priest sneered, asking if she really couldn't see how hopeless it all was right when Melamia's terrified scream shattered the barrier. A violent splash of blood erupted at the priest's feet, flooding up from under the barrier like something was tearing free. From below the barrier, Melamia stared in shock, completely stunned by what just happened. The priest tore through a scream of agony as brutal spikes of blood burst up from the ground, skewering him from the inside through his own shield. As the priest crumpled to the ground, Melamia snapped at him not to worry about those people and to keep right on healing. The dying priest begged for help, but he slammed the door shut, saying Melamia would die the moment he stopped. He clenched his teeth as the priest's body finally crashed down onto the stone floor. Melamia dragged himself up, then started moving forward step by step. He dropped to his knees and snatched the glowing pendant right off the priest's lifeless body. "Melamia, stop," he snapped, then urged Haru in a low voice to pull back and move the injured before anything got worse. "Don't call me that, you human," the vampire shrieked, teeth bared. He gripped the pendant, spilling that he'd waited his entire life for this moment, because only then would his master, Valfsama, finally name him. He stared at the pendant, crushed by the truth that he'd already failed and still didn't even have a name. Despair crushed him as he feared he'd stay a total failure for the rest of his life. He shot back, yelling that the priest had already said the tower was empty, now nothing left inside. If the blood couldn't break the seal, he'd waste no time. He'd smash the tower to pieces. Normally that would have been impossible until Melamia clutched the pendant that could crank his power up to a whole new level. He realized he had to smash the pendant before it started soaking up magic power by the truckload. He shot his hand forward and blasted a roaring wave of fire straight out. He crumpled to one knee, gasping as his magic finally ran dry while the pendant clattered down, completely unscathed. A wicked grin cracked across Melamia's face. Melamia blurted out that I'd been quietly draining your power the whole time we traveled together. Then she said it was a vampire skill. He hoisted the blazing energy orb high above his head, daring fate to let him witness Valfsama's resurrection. He just stood there, staring in pure horror. Damn it. A hulking suit of armor slammed into view ahead of them, and the hallway instantly turned into a silent nightmare. "Be honest, do you guys have any real strength?" the girl in the witch hat asked, nerves shaking in her voice. "Lay, yeah, we're strong," she declared, giving a thumbs up and striking a fierce pose right beside him. "Don't panic," he shouted, flashing a big bottle of holy water like it was a weapon in his hand, and swore he'd handle the haunting with an exorcism item. "It's a machine. There's no way that's going to work." The witch-hatted girl blurted it out in tears. To her total disbelief, the armor shuddered and then snapped to a stop the moment the water hit her. Holy water is the ultimate weapon, he declared it like a victory bell. Sure, it was the answer to drive that evil spirit away. She leaned into the helmet, and bam, she found a tiny paper talisman hidden inside. She snapped her fingers and blurted, "Oh my gosh, now I finally get the whole story. Let's keep using the holy water," he cheered, totally missing the fact that the doll wasn't cursed at all. It had just malfunctioned because the talisman got wet. She shrugged and admitted it, same outcome. Either way, then tapped its neck and called that spot the weak point. He lunged for another bottle in their item bag, then it shot out of his grip and smashed into pieces. "Joffrey, are you okay?" They sprinted over and grabbed his attention, desperate to make sure he was all right. He stared at the puddle and realized the spilled water wasn't cooling the floor at all. It was sliding straight toward the wall. "Heh, Finding secrets is my specialty, he said, shoving hard against the stone until it gave way and a hidden passage opened up. He burst into the empty chamber, triumphant, and celebrated the instincts that just saved the day. She burst in asking where the hidden treasure was, all fired up, but all they uncovered was creepy, strange writing sprawled across the far wall. The three of them gawked at the script, and their faces slowly morphed into fake, empty grins. They all blurted out at once that not a single word made sense to them. Right as their curiosity kicked in, she suddenly swore she heard familiar voices lurking just outside their reach. Yahoo, a voice boomed, and right as Karen stepped into view, a little girl popped up in the doorway. "Where's Ichino-kun?" Karen snapped, whipping her head around, hunting for him. Sheesh, like, I even told him, take care of Marina. And then I went and high-fived the witch-hatted girl. They spilled their whole mess on the table, and she snapped that Carol might be able to crack the words. She snatched the little girl by her shoulders and shook her hard, barking, "Can you read it?" Carol shyly straight up confirmed she had a decoding power so insane it blew the whole group's minds. With a sharp burst of focus, Carol declared, "I cracked the code, it is done." The note said, "I've taken the sealed girl lying here." And when she read it aloud, the message screamed out, this was the Demon Lord's own autograph. Suddenly, the whole room started violently trembling as if it couldn't hold itself together. The quake slammed down, and she screamed as the shaking kept getting worse. "Don't you dare stuff candies like that right now," Karen snapped. The girl in the witch hat started firing off earthquake safety rules at everyone around her. As the trembling got worse and worse, they all lost their footing and crashed down to the ground. Violent tremors jarred Marina's mask right off her face. "Damn it," she spat, clutching her face while Karen stared up at her with pure dread. Way up above Ichino, weight slammed into him, his mana nearly wiped out. He stared up at the twisting vortex of dark energy and felt the truth hit hard. The whole tower was about to get wiped out. "Hurry up," Ibegharu grabbed onto his shoulder. "I'm not running off on my own. I want to leave my master," she insisted, shutting the door on any escape plan. "Haru," he swore, "I'll crush my Lemia and end it all." "Times like these, you can always count on me," she said, eyes locked in pure determination. She lunged ahead like a streak of lightning, charging straight at their enemy. She sprang into the air and drove a thunderous kick straight for Mylemia. Her attack slammed into a blazing wall of dark fire energy. Mylemia snapped a counterattack and shadowy tendrils shot out, whipping straight for her. "Damn, you're fast," Mylemia snapped to herself, realizing she had to close the distance to that pendant. Ichino bolted forward, desperate to catch up and close the gap himself. Haru snapped into motion, twisting and dodging as he threaded his way through those shadowy strikes. Mylena slammed a cage of darkness around her, cutting off every escape route. She tightened her grip on her staff and braced like a storm was about to hit. Her body got yanked and slammed as the tendrils hit with brutal, crushing force. Gosh, she gasped, stumbling after the hit as Achino's voice tore through the chaos, screaming her name. Like a white wolf breaking from the shadows, Mylemia showed up behind her right as you let your guard slip. Haru can't move a muscle. He says it in a cold, blunt voice and reminds her he's only half human. "Mylemia, why are you doing this?" Ichino snapped, staring as the glowing sphere above him throbbed with raw power. "Valve is gone from this tower now. Mylemia says it cool as ice." "Yeah, you should have known that," Ichino roared, but Lemia cut in with a sharp retort. "You don't get it." Ichino gawked in pure disbelief at the bloody kid. "This is all I've got left," Mylemia snapped, his body wobbling on the edge of collapse. He finally spilled the truth he was half vampire, born from Valve-sama and a human. The link to Valve-sama was the only thing that kept his heart beating, but the moment his master got sealed, despair crushed him. "Do you have any idea what it did to me when he screamed and his power erupted, blazing and wild all around him?" "Mylemia, stop," Ichino pleaded, voice cracking. "Your body can't take this anymore." Lemia declared with zero fear, reaching for the sky, "I'll gladly give my life for him. If this Valve guy actually cared about you, he wouldn't be letting you take all that on." Ichino shot back. "He told me Haru, someone he cared about, had said the exact same thing, ready to throw her own life away for him. I'm not letting that happen," he roared. "I can't stand the thought of Haru getting hurt because of me." "Too late," Lemia said with a calm edge. "My secret art is already activated." "Heroes always show up late," a fresh voice shouted. Then she tore in, sword drawn, like the cannon had just come alive. "Wake up," she snapped, pushing Ichino forward. "You've got one job, destroy the tower, or we'll both be doomed." She swung her blade and blasted out a colossal beam of light, an X-geyser. All of them stared as the crushing attack ripped through the air and flew straight for its target. "Aria," he blurted, stunned to see her pop up right beside him. "Kanan, take another shot," he yelled. "Aim right for the gap." "Well, I wish I could," she said, flashing an awkward little smile. And she revealed her attack had to cool down, so Mylemia snapped that she needed to wait. "Hey, don't fixate on me," she warned, flashing a grin at him. A savage laugh tore through the rooftop air like thunder. "The real hero is here," Marina screamed, snapping her demonic bow toward the pendant. I won't let you," Mylemia roared, lunging in to block her. "Don't you move," Carol squealed, gripping her sword and pointing it straight at Kanan. Mylemia froze for a breath, wondering if that tiny girl really had a genuine magic sword in her hands. Kanan leaned in and told Ichino straight up that the heavy sword she'd lent him was nothing special, just her normal self-defense blade. Even with that sword weighing her down, Carol dug her heels in and forced the enemy back with relentless pressure. Mylemia's eyes snapped wide with shock when he saw that injured white wolf trying to drag herself forward. He clutched his bleeding hand, and the truth hit him hard. He wouldn't last much longer. He decided the only way out was to take down the guy who tried to smash the pendant first. He lunged forward, but Kanan and the others slammed the block in his face. He slipped past their guard like a shadow and snatched Marina from behind. "All right, everyone, watch the tower crumble for me," he snarled, gripping Marina like a hostage. "Oh, wow, he's a total wimp," Karen snapped, dead calm. She softly pressed her palm to Marina's head and urged her to slow down and breathe easy. Marina, bareface, no mask, broke down and stammered through tears, right there, straight up saying, "Buchanan." Karen flashed a warm smile and reminded herself she still had one mission burning in her chest: get back to her country. "Don't get mad if I miss, okay?" Marina pleaded, searching her face for reassurance. "All right, I'll try," she said, whipping around to face the target. As Mylemia lunged in to interfere, Ichino barked, yelling at her to lock eyes with him. "I'm running out of blood," she thought, and then she chose to burn her own life force to make up the difference. She loosed the arrow with everything she had, hurling it forward while screaming one desperate plea to get back to Japan. A blazing projectile tore straight through the night, locking onto the dark pendant hanging in the sky. Kanan tore open a swirling vortex of raw magic. A lethal spell came screaming through the air. "Oh no," Mylemia muttered, eyes dropping to the girl closing in fast. "I've harvested the power of magic," Hainan declared, and a sinister aura surged around Mylemia. The scattered magical arrows snapped together, racing toward one blazing spot. Kanan roared and slammed her fist forward, blasting a razor-focused burst of energy. Marina sprang to her feet and watched the attack rip through the sky. She flashed a triumphant grin, convinced she'd finally taken the win right before Kanan crumpled against her. Kanan cheered that she nailed it, then grimly admitted it was a losing move because the pendant's magic was still surging and piling up inside her. Dark energy surged as Lamaya blazed, swearing that if she was still breathing, the secret art would be finished. She sneered and said he had no mana potions left, so there was no way he could still stand. Still, he flashed a grin and tucked a fistful of managras into view. He confessed that, yeah, his mana was back, but the grass tasted awful, and that poison had his mouth going all fuzzy. Mylemia lunged at him, slamming the brakes on his magic, but he still fired up his magic power boost. A bright, fluffy white tail burst into the shot out of nowhere. Haru shot in front of him and slammed the attack back with a blast of her own. "Did you seriously forget?" He snapped, then grinned and said, "I've got Haru with me. I'm my master's shield." Haru blurted, then slammed Lamia with a terrifying wall of white flame that left her reeling. He declared, loud and clear, that he had friends who would stand by his side no matter what. Kane and Bid tore themselves away, giving Mylemia one last heartbreaking farewell. He tore open his own attack boost and unleashed a thunderblast. He couldn't stop thinking about Mylemia because she never tried to take their lives. And to him, that made her feel like a perfectly normal human. Master Aru blurted in shock, whipping around to face her. He shot his eyes open, but everything spun like a blur. He ended up sprawled on Haru's lap, and he blurted out, "Are you okay?" Aru flashed him a bright smile, telling him that a priest had already healed her wounds. Carol told him he'd blacked out, so she shoved one of their mana potions into his hands. She broke it down that fake beacon had been guzzling the blood of a limestone priest, using it like bait to drag in anyone with a bounty on Kintoro. She kept going, saying the deacon was hunting demons just to climb the priest's ranks. Then that rumor sparked a whole new racket. Carol closed it by saying the real deacon had been dead for 3 years, and no one could figure out how that half-vampire even found the truth. He couldn't help blurting out whether they'd get hit with any punishment for what they'd just done. Carol teased him about that scary face, saying they should have demanded cash for beating the fake deacon. Marina jolted upright with a blood-curdling scream that sent everyone scrambling. Carol asked if she still needed her mask, and Marina nodded back, shy as ever. "I'm back," Marina blurted, frantically pawing through the chaos for her bag until Carol thrust her mask into her hands. Carol leaned in and told me she'd been holding onto it the whole time. Marina beamed, slipped her mask back on, and vowed right there to never lose it again, just like he told her to wear it. He nodded along with her, and a fierce thought burned in his mind. He had to guard her memories like they were priceless treasures. Carol blurted out that Joffrey and Elise were still trapped inside the tower, and that's when Haru snapped, "Got it," and offered to hunt them down by tracking their scent. He told them to push on, but Carol was already gone. She'd sprinted off the moment he spoke. He and Marina started heading back, and he kept grumbling that it was brutal, like it chewed through his mana to the last drop. He leaned in and asked Marina to talk to Cannon, because he already knew it would be brutal to say goodbye. Marina's cheeks flared red as she blurted out a heartfelt thank you to him. He asked if her photo was safe, and she assured him it was totally protected. He told her he'd been itching to talk to her one-on-one ever since Haru and the others started worrying. He laid out his plan to track down a man named Daijiro, who was hunting a way to get back to Japan. He invited her to hop into their party and chase Malay Galori with them, then made it crystal clear the choice was all hers. He told her that once she returned to Japan, he wanted her to hand-deliver a letter straight to his sister. When Haru and Carol came back, he leaned in and told Marina that they could still let Cannon decide. Marina knew Cannon couldn't be truly happy if she stayed, because she could feel just how heavy the sadness had been weighing on her friend. She blurted out that Cannon had lit a fire in her chest, the courage she needed to go to Malay Galori. Tears blazing in her eyes, she begged him, "Take her and Marina with you on this journey, please." He grinned warmly and promised her he'd gladly take them both. He shot his hand forward and slammed his fist into hers, gripping her tight in a handshake. With a big, joyful, "Why not?" Marina finally stepped into the party for real. Elsewhere, Joffrey and Elise burst into a dusty room, hunting like they were racing the clock. Elise cracked an old code and uncovered the truth: someone had stashed the payment for the sealed girl right nearby. Joffrey shoved the wall aside and uncovered a hidden door. They dug up a strange jewel shaped like a comma right from inside. Right as they made up their minds to grab it, Carol burst in, shouting that she'd found them. Aru and Carol showed up with Quinteros, and he was already geared up to march them straight to the upper ground. They burst into the light, screaming their master's name like they'd been waiting their whole lives to be heard. Haru told them how Jaffer and Elise spotted another exit, slipped out, and grumbled that the wind was to blame. He let out a heavy sigh, gutted that he'd never get to uncover what Quinteros truly was. Sunlight blasted through the forest canopy like golden spotlights, flooding everything in warm, blazing light. The whole party craned their heads to the sky, and in that moment it hit them. They'd been battling nonstop through the entire night. He finally exhaled. Relieved to the bone everyone was safe, and those other charges had all been wiped clean. He thanked Haru and Carol for their hard work and swore he'd repay them with a proper show of appreciation in the next city. Two girls stared at him with wide-eyed curiosity. Both of them erupted into cheers, praising him nonstop for his incredible generosity. He marched toward the carriage, his mind racing. Was his level stuck because Mylemia was already marked as dead? He decided they'd better grab breakfast first, no exceptions. The tower loomed in the morning glow, dead silent, as if it was holding its breath. "All right then," Cannon groaned with a tired sigh. "Hey," Ichino blurted, "please take care of Marina and Cannon for me." "Don't cry now," Cannon snapped, trying to lift Marina's spirits. Marina sobbed out her gratitude, saying that if she hadn't crossed paths with Cannon, she'd be trapped as a slave for the rest of her life. Ichino leaned in and told you and Marina, "From here on out, you two are going to hustle together for both of you." Cannon admitted that if she lingered any longer, she'd start begging to go with them. "Ha ha, I'm just messing with you," she burst out laughing, trying to shake off the tension. "All right, I'm off then," Cannon finally blurted out. "Listen, I have to check something up in the tower," she said. "I'm a blacksmith. I want to stare at the tower and drink in every bit of its architecture," she declared, striking a bold pose. Then she whipped her item bag to Marina, declaring it a parting gift. Marina choked out, "Thank you for everything." as tears poured down her face. Tynan stalked off without throwing a single glance over his shoulder. Ichino shot back, "I can't believe you didn't even glance over your shoulder." Marina snapped around to face him and the rest. "From this day on, take care of me," she said, dropping into a deep bow. Gratitude crashed over her, and right behind it came a rush of embarrassment. "Yeah, welcome aboard," Ichino said it with a grin. The whole crew burst into laughter as they stood there beside the wagon. "All right, everyone, let's roll," Ichino blared. He declared their next stop was Farut, the country's capital. Their last stop was Malay Goluni, the magical city where Daijiro was waiting. "Yeah, no matter what, our journey's still rolling forward," he said, and the wagon thundered on. Marina stared at Carol's alchemy in total shock, blurting out, "Kusunoki-sama really is incredible, after all." Still, our journey in Dakota was only getting started. Ichino snapped a thought to himself. Meanwhile, Cannon dropped to his knees at the foot of the tower and dragged a line through the dirt. She couldn't shake the thought. Had Valve really died for good, especially after remembering the priest's warning that nobody could ever be sealed in? A chilling shadow suddenly swallowed the ground behind her as she realized maybe he was never sealed there at all. A hiss of a voice cut through the air, and her body locked up on the spot. "I'm a vampire, one who commands the dark, stalks the shadows, and finally steps into the light where everyone can see me." He squinted into the glare, shielded his eyes, and snapped, "Damn this wretched sun." Kanan shot his gaze upward in pure terror as dark energy spiraled around him. He told me it wouldn't be easy to break his seal because he personally taught the sealing technique to its users himself. She finally clocked it. Count Valve had faked the seal just to sit back and watch the war unfold. Oh wow, that title instantly hits me with pure nostalgia, like Valve Muse is whispering right back to my memories. He admitted he'd been worried sick about her the moment he saw her pull off that sealing technique. "You're a real scumbag," Kanan spitting on everything like it means nothing. He snapped at her right to her face. "Kanan the devil. A piece of the Demon Lord's seal just shattered, don't you feel it? Tell me, have you noticed that? That's why he can, and then it hit him hard. His people have been clawing at their chains just to get him out. I don't want a kin that gets wiped out by a mere human." Valve snapped that coldly. "Did you kill him?" she gasped, horror clawing at her face. "Yeah, I had my shadows wrapped in his dark robe, and he just confirmed it." Then he ordered her to head straight to the kingdom of Arendelle and dig into the mystery behind the broken seal. "Who's gonna listen to you?" Hannon snapped back, defiant as hell. "The Demon Lord's army is still standing." He snapped that into her face, cutting her doubt in half. Far off, Marina jolts with a sharp gasp as she feels a distant burst of explosive power. Marina, that's her name, right? And get this, Valve said, the girl who faced Cannon knew how to get fiercely protective in the first place. No Cannon shrieked at the top of his lungs. "Please, don't do it," she begged, and her voice shook like it might break. "All right then," Valve snapped back, twisting her words like they were made of wire. He slammed the words down like a contract. "Use that word, and you'll serve me again." Hinan crumpled to her knees in pure agony, gasping Marina's name like a prayer. She slumped on the ground, utterly crushed, and stared up at that lonely tower like it was the only thing left standing. Back in that border town, Ichino's crew shoved into an inn and finally dropped their guards for the night. While everyone else shoved out, Ichino said Haru, his name echoed in the hall, and the loneliness hit hard. He decided this was the perfect moment to dive into that book he'd finally managed to snag. But he figured he couldn't stop. Yet research still demanded a whole mountain of learning. A brutal knock on the door slammed through the room and he practically jumped out of his skin. Marina burst in and told him she couldn't sleep. Something was gnawing at her all night. "Shouldn't this be the moment you finally rewind my story and see it from my side?" she demanded. "Forget it then," Ichino snapped, waving the whole thing off. But she wouldn't let it go. She shoved her status screen open so he could see it for himself. He had a storm of things he wanted to spit out, but right then he clenched his jaw and stayed silent. "I'm a genius after all," Marina blurted out, grinning as she pointed to the unlocked jobs. Ichino couldn't stop herself and read one of her titles out loud. Then she jolted with a sharp gasp. She leaned in and told me it was an insanely rare title, one of a kind. "You got a perfect Tawashi 5 out of 5, did you?" He spun around, shocked out of his mind. She bolted away, mortified, like the world couldn't see her fast enough. Then he stepped in and promised to rip off her slave collar, holding up the key from the cannon like proof he meant it. He remembered Tannen's advice, keep that collar on, because the risk stays way lower. Marina stared at Haru and Carol's bright smiles in her memory, and a quiet thought slipped out of her chest. "You really are a kind soul, aren't you?" I don't think I've got the right to answer that, he said, voice honest as a punch. Please, will you take good care of me too? She asked, nerves shaking her voice. He swore he'd take her to Daijiro's place, just like Canon demanded. Sure, I might have sounded like a big shot, but the truth is when it comes down to it, I can't do a single thing on my own, he admitted. Maybe one day I'll need Marina's strength, he said, then pushed the idea. So come on. Let's grab drinks. As she spun around, something slipped out of his clothes and clattered onto the floor. Marina gaped with flustered shock at the R18 book. How am I going to tell this to Haru and Carol? He panicked so hard he bolted straight out of the room. He bolted down the hallway, not looking back. In the divine realm, Mary fidgeted and demanded to know just how long her transfer would take. A goddess leaned in and told her to stay calm, then dropped another name, Sakura Marina, another transferee. The goddess replayed how she'd moved Marina after the fall from her apartment, and that one brutal incident felt like it erased Marina and even her brother from the world entirely. What about her? Mary asked, her curiosity sparking like lightning. Mary admitted she had a sneaking suspicion the incident wasn't fair, that some bias was behind it. Are the folks who come here really dead, or is it just a lie? She dared the goddesses to prove it. My brother didn't die, she snapped, because he vanished right out of the world. We didn't die, she shot back, so that's why you goddesses call it transfer, not reincarnation. Then what did you do? The goddess pressed, eyes blazing. Mary snapped her gaze away, grumbling that she owed that one after all. Right then, another goddess crashed in, screaming that somebody had gotten away. Sheesh, everybody's running wild and doing whatever they want, and the head is finally putting his foot down on his side. Mary, the ex-demon Lord Larity, couldn't stop asking how much longer this was going to drag on. The goddess spiraled in fear about the absolute worst case, what would happen if Miri and Ichino Joe ever crossed paths. She threw caution to the wind and told Libra, the goddess of order and balance, because she had no other choice. Libra got a quick, sharp rundown on what was going on with Kusunoki Ichinojo and Kusunoki Miri. A new report drops the truth. The jobless skill transfer has to be handled right now. So tell me, what do I do next? Libra's mind raced, weighing every option like it could decide everything. The three goddesses stared with grave, unblinking faces. Back at the inn, Ichino was down on all fours, scrambling to explain the R18 book to a stunned Haru while Carol leaned in, eyes wide with curiosity. Mary wore a grim, unbreakable determination like armor. They were racing toward Farid, like everything depended on it. He's now roaming with three friends, Marina, just like him from Japan, Carol the Halfling, and Haru Watat of the White Wolf tribe. He told me Marina's alter ego, Marina, was born from a blessing straight from this world's god. He leaned in and asked her what she'd do if she couldn't change her job. When Carol demanded to know why she'd refuse, Marina snapped back, "You're too loud." She told him she'd already picked her fate. She was going to become a master street performer. She hadn't even tapped her job's full power yet, and every time her magic pulled out a smile for everyone, it felt absolutely incredible. He leaned in and asked her what she'd do if she could snag a second job, only to realize she had zero clue that something like that even existed. He told me that since his blessing landed on him without a job, he could just keep hopping between careers. Marina shot her hand up and begged him to jump in. She flat out declared she needed Hunter as her second job because without the right skills, her bow just couldn't land the high damage she was craving. After she tore herself away from Cannon, she finally understood the brutal truth. Combat technique wasn't optional. It was everything. He told her, "I just slapped civilian on as your second job. Now go check your status." Marina burst out in a fierce shout. Her hidden power had fully awakened, like a blessing poured straight from the goddess. She warned him, "Stop stressing the tiny stuff or you'll go bald," then tossed him a pitying look like a poor little thing. Haru and Carol swore they'd love him even if his head was totally bald. But he snapped at them to quit that pointless talk. He snapped back at Marina, flat out refusing to shed a single strand of his hair. She snapped that if he kept calling her magic a trick, she'd curse him bald, then declared she'd hunt down monsters and use every battle to unlock brand new skills. Carol and Marina kept chanting, "Go bald," and he begged them to stop before it felt like this wild thing might actually come true. Suddenly, Haru screamed for her master, warning him that monsters had just burst into the world. He scanned the room, found nothing, and Haru barked, "Look up!" A huge flock of giant vegetarian birds rumbled across the sky, filling it like a living storm. Carol warned them that those birds could trigger a famine and that the guild would have no choice but to send a subjugation request for them. He realized they were way up in the sky. Terrible news. Marina asked if her beau was next, but he snapped, "Hold up, Haru's up first," because he didn't want her to burn her MP too soon. He decided to tap into his own magic because that 20 times EXP blessing wouldn't kick in unless he did. He raised his weapon and zeroed in on the sky. He clenched his will and unleashed his spell, Boost Petite Thunder. A huge bolt of lightning tore out of the heavens and slammed to the ground. A sudden electrical blast pinned the flock of birds right out of the air. As the defeated creatures hit the ground, Haru and Marina rushed in to praise him for that perfect shot. He thought it wasn't bad at all. Then Marina snorted, saying her magic was way better. A notification blasted that he'd leveled up and unlocked a bunch of new skills, and Haru shot back that she leveled up too. She unleashed her brand new Beast Blood skill, and in the next 10 minutes, her power and speed surged like crazy. Because her second lumberjack job had finally leveled up too, she marched right up and demanded a switch to the fighter role. Then he grilled Carol about how things were going, and she lit up, saying both her peddler and gatherer jobs had leveled up. That meant she could finally switch into an apprentice pharmacist role, and she couldn't wait to start processing managras instead of choking them down raw. He snapped his gaze to Marina, and she instantly straightened up, eyes locked on him, as soon as he asked if she was actually listening. She couldn't even blink. She'd leveled up so hard it felt unreal. Her civilian job shooting up to level 8, and she even unlocked a brand new throwing stone skill. He screamed for her to stop as she set up to show off the skill. An iron ball smashed Ricochet off the carriage walls, hammering around inside like it wanted blood. Carol watched the street performer work magic, then snapped sternly, telling Marina to never do that inside the carriage again. Marina stared in awe at her awakened power, but he shot it down, saying the insane leveling speed was all thanks to his unfair blessing. She laid out his ridiculous stats, 20x EXP, plus a second job and 3 stunning girls he kept as slaves, then proudly crunched it all to an indirect total of 40x EXP. He confessed he'd gotten a cheat blessing, then insisted he'd earned everything through hard work, only for Carol to hear it as him throwing shade at them. He told them his being jobless let his party run 2 jobs at a mind-blowing 20 times EXP rate, but for him, that boost came with a brutal catch. He laid out his personal multipliers, and suddenly his growth rate shot up to a mind-blowing 2,000 times faster than normal people. He explained that once his no-jobs job was finally fixed, everything sped up 1,600 times. Yeah, faster than fast, but it was still a total cheat. Marina's jaw dropped when she found out her second job had turned into a hunter, and she pressed him, asking how he pulled it off without ever stepping foot in the church. He told them the truth. This power wasn't some miracle blessing at all. It was his own skill, and the girls were left stunned. With a defeated sigh, he confessed he was drowning in secrets and promised he'd spill the truth later, but only if they agreed to keep it locked away from everyone. Right then, Haru jabbed a finger forward and blurted that Farut was finally in sight. Elsewhere, a young boy leaned up to a door slot and spoke with someone, dead set on reshaping the world, even if he had to do it piece by piece, without help. The door swung open, and the boy was pulled inside. Deep inside a secret society, its members huddled together, grumbling that the password kept changing again and again. In the town of Furot, an anti-government group struck fear into everyone. People called them the Massacre. A hush snapped through the crowd the moment the president stepped in. A masked kid stood right in front of them, pumping his crew up about the centuries of brutal war with their neighbors Karat. He admitted this some were grieving that they couldn't claim the win, while others felt proud because they hadn't been defeated yet. The crowd erupted in cheers, screaming that they knew exactly what was going on. The president snapped that Karat wasn't a true enemy at all. He was a fake, virtual threat cooked up by a corrupt government to hide its own blunders. When he fired a question at the crowd about what a life of luxury meant, one man practically blurted out his answer on the spot. He described it like women's sake, rich, smooth, and meat so luxurious it hit hard, loaded with pepper. The crowd burst into a booming chant for pepper, and the president's jaw dropped in shock. The man thundered on, demanding justice and going straight after the corrupt government. Suddenly, a giant man burst through the doorway, and the young president's stomach dropped because he knew they were in real trouble. The man stormed into the warehouse, seething when he spotted a bunch of brats loitering there. The president screamed for everyone to sprint. The kids bolted in every direction, snatching up sacks of goods while the man screamed at them to get back. The president and his vice president slipped into a nearby alley to hide from the chaos. Vice President Tsukino groaned that the old man had shown up, while President Julio nodded, thinking their speech had gone surprisingly well. Sachino then dropped the bomb on Julio, asking if he'd heard the shocking news Uncle Narube had just been arrested. Julio snapped back to those rumors he'd heard a hero who'd defied the country, and now he'd just been arrested in the northern city of Florence. He clenched his fist so hard his knuckles ached, swearing he'd never forgive Ichinojo and Harwatat because they stole his hero right out of his hand. Sachino said he had to go even while he was still somehow alive. He told me he'd gotten a job offer to research, and he was hoping he could drag Julio out for a drink. Julio backed down, already fearing his dad's scolding, so Sequino shrugged it off and kept rolling down the road. Near the labyrinth lurking by Balosra, two figures pushed forward on the road. The hero groaned that he couldn't believe he had to wear a disguise because everyone in the world already knew his fate. The great sorcerer Hag, his companion, snapped back with biting sarcasm, claiming Alessio, the hero, must be wildly popular. The hero quickly apologized for what he said, insisting it wasn't meant to happen. Hag blurted out, "So what's the upside of being bald?" as his hair kept thinning away right in front of him. The hero cracked a joke. "At least then nobody will spot me as the hero's comrade." Then he grinned and admitted it was all a joke, pointing ahead to show they'd already reached their destination. They faced the entrance right after the seal got shattered, and when the jewel that kept the demon lord's power bound was ripped away. Hag scoffed at how plain the seal was, but the hero shot back that swords are made to be drawn, not shoved forward. They realized the trap snapped shut too, and the jewel's magic power started getting sealed off. The hero raged that he had no idea who unearthed the broken seal, and he only wanted one thing: if the Pope could just talk to the goddess himself straight from the sword. Baffled that they were out here hunting for a Japanese person just to get Toru Osama's blessing, he grumbled that goddess Toru-sama was nothing but trouble, and that rattled Hag into pure nerves. Hag started to sweat as the truth of what he'd implied hit him like a punch. The hero basically asked, "So you're about to tell me she's a pain in the ass, right?" And Hag shot back a frantic, "No." Hag remembered wild rumors about Toru Osama blessing a kid with a street performer gig, but she knew the only way to find the truth was to hunt the whole city. With the plan locked in, the hero slammed his fist and shouted, "All right, time to take a break." He flashed a wicked grin and called out, "Come on, let's gamble." Ah! Hag pitched the plan to hit Quint San's place for answers, and the hero lit up like, "That's exactly it." They made it back to the party and charged straight up to the massive gates of the big city. Marina's stomach sank when they got stuck in a painfully long line at the capital's checkpoint, and as their crew inched forward, they could already feel the city's security getting tighter by the second. "The trading post is shut tight for the night, so we're stuck waiting until tomorrow," he said. He decided they'd cash out by selling their goods first, then dive into a bunch of hunt missions to level up fast. "Oh wait, I almost forgot. Marina just told me to kin and ask me for a favor. She told me Cannon had her deliver something straight to the inn's landlady as soon as they arrived." He glanced up at the inn sign and clocked the bar on the first floor. Yeah, that place was about to be loud. As they climbed the stairs, the landlady's eyes narrowed because she couldn't figure out where her employee had vanished to. He flashed a grin at the woman behind the counter and told her that all four of them wanted to stay. Marina proudly held out a stunning kitchen knife, something Cannon had gifted her. He demanded 2 rooms, and the landlady snapped into motion, sweeping them down the hall. She shoved the keys into his hand and told him the note from Cannon said that knife was the price 1 whole week's stay, and food came with it. The landlady told them they could save every leftover day and cash it in on their next visit. Everyone agreed on one thing: Cannon wasn't just kind, he cared so hard it showed in everything he did. Carol demanded the price, and the landlady dropped a wildly high number because the festival's still raging. Carol blurted, "Wait, that kitchen knife costs that much." Marina stood tall and proud, puffing out her chest, while he groaned over the sword he'd missed from Cannon when he had the chance. The landlady beamed and raved about the knife she swore its magic keeps every slice fresh for a full day. She grinned and said, "All right, I'm going to whip up a dish with this magic knife, so get ready." Then he threw the big question on the table: who gets which rooms? Marina shot up and declared she'd take a room all to herself, shocking everyone who expected her to share. He slipped into the other room and casually told them, "Don't worry, I already purified it." Haru couldn't help but follow him into the double bedroom, her tail whipping with pure excitement. Meanwhile, Marina yanked Carol into the twin bedroom and declared with zero hesitation that they were about to take their bond to the next level. Haru finally let out a deep, satisfied sigh and sank onto a real bed after what felt like forever. "Wait, what are you saying?" he demanded as she padded across the bed. "You're exhausted. Come on, take a rest. Tonight, let me serve you," Haru said, locking eyes with him like she meant it. He clocked her tail, twitching nonstop, and knew something was clawing at her thoughts. "Haru, is there something you're dying to tell me?" he asked, voice soft but urgent. She nailed his type dark-haired women, and he straight up admitted she'd guessed it right. She leaned in and demanded to know if he was from the same country as Marina and Daijiro. Haru admitted she'd been stuck on this thought for ages because in his country, it seems like everyone has jet black hair. "If Master wants it," she said with a shy blush, "I'll dye my hair black right away." "Don't buy it," he shot back, and as he said it, he pointed out how her gorgeous white hair was one of her biggest charms. Haru was flooded with emotion. She suddenly clutched him in a tight hug while her tail whipped back and forth, totally out of control. Right then, Marina yanked the door open and froze dead in her tracks as she saw them locked in an embrace. "Are we seriously going to get stared at by every new member?" he blurted, gently stroking Haru's head. Marina slowly eased the door shut, acting like she hadn't seen a thing. She popped her head back in and told you Carol said they needed to gather information after dinner. With everything finally settled, the three of them lit out straight for the bar. The first floor was packed, wall to wall, buzzing with nonstop energy and excitement. He hunted for a seat by a breezy, well-ventilated window just so Haru would be safe. He couldn't believe his eyes when the adventure party they'd met before popped up right in front of him. "Long time no see," he blurted out, asking if his crew could join you guys. The warrior woman thrust a drink into Haru's hands, grinning. "It's on me." A cold, hostile glare pinned him to the spot like the other two were sizing him up for dragging in yet another new woman. One of them dropped that their master was also a wanderer named Suzuki, and Marina's heart basically stopped. Haru flashed a polite bow and introduced herself as Kusunoki-san's slave. Marina blurted out that she was from the exact same country as them, and the whole room went dead silent. "I can't believe they're enslaving a girl from the same country too," the warrior snapped, slamming her mug down like it disgusted him to the core. Marina shot to her feet, desperate to dodge the topic, and blurted out a comment about the weather. He demanded she stop blaming him, and she bowed hard, apologizing over and over. He sneaked a look at the other adventurers, and the way they stared at him made it feel like he was nothing but scum. It was a lot to explain. He let out a heavy sigh and shot a question straight away. Where was Carol? Right then, Carol burst back in with a bright grin, cheerfully bragging that she'd nailed the information she was hunting down. A jolt shot through him the moment Carol said she'd met Miles' son and the rest of them. The adventurers met his eyes like weapons, certain he'd ditched another girl behind him. A mug slammed onto his head, and as Carol snapped that he was the worst, he finally realized there was no saving this misunderstanding. Trying to dodge the question, he snapped, "Where's Suzuki?" Carol told me Kuni marched into the Adventurers Guild to help train the brand new recruits. The adventurers size up Suzuki, the real hero, against that broke, jobless guy who munches like nothing in the world matters. The three of them all let out heavy sighs, their disappointment in him hitting like a wall. Don't stare at me like that," he pleaded, jaw clenched, trapped in his useless, jobless life. A tense, awkward silence crashed over the table. Then Haru slammed her empty glass down like a bomb. "My master works his ass off," she blurted out loud, sloppy, and clearly wasted. She staggered, and he clocked something was seriously wrong the instant Marina asked if she was okay. He grabbed her empty glass, lifted it to his nose, and sniffed. "This is cider," Carol snapped, while a woozy Haru shook it off and swore, teeth clenched, that she was totally fine. "But," Haru stuttered, "I've got to tell everyone Master is an absolute legend." She kept screaming, and he leaned in to tell me he'd handle all sorts of services for me tonight. Her legs shot up like a trap door, catching him, Carol, and Marina completely off guard. She leaned into the room and declared to the whole bar, "We're serving each other." In his arms, she breathed out his name and pressed her leg against his head, like she couldn't help herself. He sank with a defeated sigh, thinking, "Yeah, this misunderstanding is already a mess I can't untangle." He told the others, "I'll take Haru to her room, then bring food up later." He shoved some money into Carol's hands, then told her and Marina to slow down and enjoy dinner at their own pace. He has a girl down a few drinks, drags her to a room, and when she never argues back, it only proves how far his reputation sinks. As he lifted the sleeping Haru in his arms, she snuggled deep against his chest, drifting like she belonged there. Then, out of nowhere, she slammed into him with a fierce hug, her tail whipping back and forth like it had a mind of its own. "Yeah, that's how it all goes," he stammered, then bolted out of there like he couldn't breathe. Later in their room, Haru jolted awake, her ear twitching like she'd heard something only she could sense. "Are you awake?" he demanded, then gently patted her head as she blurted out an apology for getting drunk again. He leaned in and told her not to worry, then admitted he actually loved it when she stayed like that. "Hey, you need to rest up some more," he said, rubbing her back with a soft, calming pat. He figured cold water could snap him back, then slammed his magic down and forged a chunk of ice. "I can't control it worth of a damn yet," he admitted, while Haru gawked, eyes wide, staring at his power like it was pure magic. He slammed down a room of silence, then whittled the ice down until it finally fit his hand. "Here you go, Haru," he said, sliding a cold glass into her hand. "Honestly, I like you even when you're drunk," he admitted, smiling like he meant it. Heat rushed to her cheeks as she stared at him and begged, "Master, give me." With pure determination blazing in her eyes, she pushed through and finished her task. The title page screamed, "Chapter 31, and it hit hard. This is all for training." Haru clung to him, her warm breath beating against his chest as she begged no, demanded that they start her training. He pondered this. Sure, you can toughen your liver to handle alcohol better, but the other deadly side effects are the real problem. She met his eyes, begging him to believe she didn't want to be a burden, and he just nodded like he finally understood. He brought up dried meat, and the moment he said it, she turned bright red, blurted, "That's not what I meant," and basically couldn't get the words out fast enough. He raised the jerky and swore it was the exact same alcohol-sterilized meat that had knocked her drunk the very first time. Then she asked him to rub her belly, and it hit him like a sweet flashback to the fond memories they shared. He clocked that they were locked in a soundproof room, then cleared his throat and demanded, "Should we start?" He chose to give in to her temptation for now, telling himself he'd face the fallout when it finally arrived. He gritted his teeth, slammed out an order, and figured that if he couldn't stop himself, he'd just swap his second job over to Playboy. He told her to calm down and to tell him right away if she started feeling sick or dizzy. She shot him a grateful look, then tore into the dried meat. Suddenly, her chewing screeched to a stop, and a weird look twisted across her face. He asked what was wrong, but she just blurted that she was burning up and demanded he take her clothes off. She flashed him a thankful smile and slipped her dress right off her shoulders. Flustered by the blazing heat, she begged for a belly rub to cool off, and that request sent him spiraling into internal panic. He tried to play it cool, cracking that it was the perfect moment to train. He found it weird as hell that she got drunk off such a tiny amount of alcohol, but when he looked at her, she seemed totally fine. He reveled in the fact that he could touch Haru's belly any time now, then slapped his own cheeks to knock those wicked thoughts right out of his head. He pushed for them to keep training right there with the dried meat. The door slid open, and there stood Carol and Schleil, hitting him like a sucker punch and knocking him completely off guard. He hurried to set the record straight, and with his silent skill, he soothed the tension before it could explode. "We weren't doing anything dirty," he stammered, throwing his hands up like, "Wait, nothing like that." He stumbled over his words, insisting up and down that nothing sexual was happening. His thoughts completely vanished as he panicked, desperately hunting for a believable explanation. He finally blurted out the truth that they were training to toughen Haru's resistance to alcohol. He whipped around to Haru, desperate for her to have his bath. Horror hit him hard. Haru was now sound asleep on the bed. He snapped his head toward the doorway, and panic hit him so hard his face just froze. A whole crowd of women surrounded the place, eyes narrowed, suspicion burning and anger blazing right behind it. Beneath a moonlit sky, two young men stood side by side in a lone clearing, waiting for something to happen. Sakino, yeah, that guy came right out and confirmed the job was legit, even bragging that he'd already pocketed in advance. He said the total reward was 100,000 cents, then admitted the whole request was seriously weird. A simple gig: slip into a military-run labyrinth and tuck a glowing ball right at the base of a goddess statue. Julio spun toward his companion and demanded, "So what kind of person are we dealing with?" Sachino nervously confessed that he was so hyped about the reward that he barely asked a single question. He figured that with just 2 guards posted most of the time, this was the perfect hustle spot. Adventurers with military ties came here all the time to rake in quick cash. He leaned in with total confidence and told Julio, "Don't worry, this won't be dangerous, and we'll finish your request." Julio nodded and said whatever chaos the military caused after that wasn't their business. As he spat those callous words, a girl lurking nearby snapped into breathless surprise. Milky, their childhood friend, sat there thinking, man's friendship is pure gold, and it's worth more than anything. Sochino stared at Julio, totally stunned by his words just like always. Milky's boots crunched over the grass as she hurried right up to them. Julio instantly snapped and demanded why Sakino had brought Milky along. Sachino told everyone, "I've got my own taste, but once Milky's in the picture, my cut of the money won't shrink a bit." He added that she'd join him for free, so the monsters in the labyrinth suddenly turned into a total piece of cake. Julio caught Milky mumbling about cat ears Dogen, then asked Tsukino to ignore him. Sachino admitted the truth. He only invited Milky to get her help for free, but he needed Julio to land the biggest chunk of the reward for himself. Then he burst out laughing, swore to Julio he'd lock him out anyway, and that earned him a razor-sharp glare. Sachino snapped his gaze away, wondering if he should just let Julio die out in that labyrinth. Their scheme got ripped apart the moment night monkeys shrieked in, closing in fast. Sachino leaned in and shouted at Milky, "Your turn," as she flipped the book up into the air. The book snapped into a monstrous snake, then wrapped itself tight around the night monkeys and pinned them to the spot. One monkey snapped free and whipped a huge chunk of wood through the air like a bullet. Sachino juked aside at the last second, and the projectile exploded into the dirt right beside him. He screamed in agony, clamped his arm tight, and swore his bones must have cracked. Julio bolted to his side and offered to patch up the wound, but Tsukino snapped him away. With a grimace on his face, Sakino pleaded, begging to snag a bigger cut of the reward to cover his treatment fee. Dulio finally gave in, grumbling as he noticed Tsukino's hands looked completely unhurt. Milky suddenly screamed and his blood gushed out of her nose in torrents. The boy screamed her name just as she rocked, then tipped backward and collapsed. They hovered over her unconscious body, stunned, trying to piece together what the hell had just happened. Milky stood tall, yelled for a brush and paper, and demanded something to trap the ink she'd just unleashed. Julio recoiled in disgust and snapped that it wasn't ink at all. It was a nosebleed. Before she fully blacked out again, she swore clear as thunder she had zero regret. Now that the snake was gone, the night monkeys stared in stunned disbelief. Sachino flashed a smirk and taunted those confused creatures, like he already knew they'd fall for him. He shoved Julio ahead of him and snapped that he'd throw him out as bait. Julio gasped, went wide-eyed as a mounted figure tore toward them at breakneck speed. In a blink, the riders tore through the night monkeys, and they collapsed on the ground, fully defeated. Julio and Tsukino just stared, frozen in shock. Then they whispered, "That was awesome." In truth, the heroic rider was hanging on for dear life, clamped to a stubborn, donkey-like beast that would not budge. As the two adventurers swung down from their mounts, the man frantically tried to tame his wild, misbehaving steed. Sulio bolted to the front, fired off introductions to his crew, and then shot the pair a heartfelt thank you for saving them. Then he leaned in and demanded to know if they were famous adventurers. Joffrey swelled his chest and demanded to know if they could see the sheer force of their overflowing auras. Joffrey shot into a pose and boasted he was a hero. Then Elise stepped up and introduced herself as a monster master. Julio stared in awe as Joffrey acted like it was nothing, and Milky just stayed passed out with the donkey underneath him. "So you two are your uncle's subordinates," the boy blurted out, eyes popping with pure awe. "Since you're this strong, you've got to be Uncle's right-hand man, right?" he blurted, eyes wide with pure excitement, while he and Elise just stood there, stunned, totally lost at this sudden turn. Right hand to his mouth, he muttered, "Yeah, of course we're in the old man's debt," then flashed a grin and spun a quick fix on the spot. "That's right, while everyone else lies low, we're out there pulling off our work as true chivalrous thieves, right, Elise?" he said, shoving his companion with an elbow. The kid just stood there, completely stunned by what he'd heard. He quietly confessed to himself that he'd never actually spoken to the man who'd been unconscious back when they first met. Then he exploded, "He's so cool," and clutched his fists tight with pure excitement. His right hand shot up and he cheered, punching the air like a victory claim. Then shivers of pure joy racked his body because that praise hit way too hard. Idolized, turns out it's not so awful. He grinned and struck a perfect pose. Ah, Julio, I remember now, the boy blurted out. Julio blinked, tapped his chin, and asked out loud, so what's a chivalrous thief supposed to do? Then he grinned and went, what am I doing right now? I'm soaking up Aniki's insane stories and loving every second of the attention. Then he grinned at the boy and joked, don't point at Aniki. And that's when it hit me. Aniki was on the bounty poster, Julio said. That bounty poster got yanked in just one day. He admitted it with a chuckle like, ah, so that's what you're asking. Yeah, it's a long story. Then Julio gasped, completely blown away, like, how wondrous. He just chuckled it away. It was nothing, like it didn't matter. This guy's a total hotshot, and Julio could feel his respect for him grow. He can wipe it clean in just one day. Then Julio asked, Jafar-san, are you tight with a bunch of nobles? He dug up that old memory, saying I'd saved a nobleman's life in the labyrinth before, and with a confident nod, Julio didn't even leave room for doubt. Ah, wait, the boy wasn't hurt. He made that perfectly clear. And yeah, turns out the nobleman was really that fat boy all along. But you saved the butler, so count that as a win. Right, Jafroniki, Julio started fine. Let's split up for now. But I can't let my cut of the reward shrink again, Julio blurted. And as Joffrey suddenly clamped onto his shoulder, he snapped, hey, what are you? While his mind raced with a new plan, I can use these guys. All right, let's hit the labyrinth and knock out that request, he blurted. Come with us. We'll split the reward, no stress. I'll even help you for free, since you're the old man's nephew. He said it like he meant it. Yep, we've already scored a ton of bread from the church anyway, Elise said with a grin. So stop it, Julio. They already told you it's fine, the other boy shot back. But then how would we get money, Julio stammered. Then he grinned like he'd already won. If we really need cash, we can just sell the item we got from the Demon Lord. You nabbed an item from the Demon Lord. Olio blurted, stunned out of his mind then. With a shrug, he said it came from some tower, and Elise erupted in cheers. Julio froze in total shock as their other companions stumbled into a horse, blood pouring from her nose. A wild love triangle between men. How fabulous, she giggled, totally lost in her own little world. Can you stop blasting a nosebleed every few minutes? He snapped, utterly fed up. Then, Aniki Julio yanked his chin toward what was coming next. All right, lead the way, he shot back. Then the whole crew kept rolling under that endless, wide-open sky. He was toying with the idea of staying in this town for just 2 or 3 days. Yeah, I'm okay as long as these girls don't keep that misunderstanding going, he thought. Then Marina snapped. So you're not planning to check out the horseback riding festival? Yeah, no rush. We'll let you decide, he said, spinning back toward Haru. And Haru flashed that sweet little smile right back. Yeah, sure, tons of horse will be charging in there, he said, staring off into the distance, like the thought still hurt. I don't even like horses. I got kicked by one and I died. Then Haru shot back. So do you maybe want to try the dried meat they serve at the horseback riding festival? Yeah, I'm picking the dried meat that'll hit the shelves a month after the festival, he shot back. Haru giggled, cheeks blazing. Geez, you're so lovely, he murmured, and his face just melted into something gentle. Then Haru lit up, tail twitching, and promised, I'll make sure I get that one. All right, like we planned, we're heading to the trading post to sell that request item at the Adventurers Today Guild, he announced. And Ichino-sama and Carol hurried after him as she guided them straight through town. Yeah, sure, lead the way, Carol, he shot back, and right away she looked fired up. He couldn't help thinking it was because she finally got a chance to close some business. I told Haru and Marina to head to the guild first, and he explained that like it was already urgent. Welcome, brother, are you a peddler? The shopkeeper demanded, like the next deal was about to explode. I'm not the peddler, Ichino shot back. I'm jobless. So I'm not exactly helpful in that place. Oh, so it's the half-mini-human, huh? The man said, then patted Carol's head and apologized. Carol flashed a determined grin, like she'd already decided she wasn't backing down. Yeah, I'll handle the negotiations with you, she snapped. Then Marina leaned in from the doorway like, funny, though he's calling Carol's sister. Carol began heaving a small crate onto the counter, and the shopkeeper clocked it. This guy's attitude doesn't budge no matter who's in front of him. All right, time to earn my keep, she grunted, and the shopkeeper leaned in to inspect that tiny vial. "Wow, this is top-tier qualities," he said, sounding impressed. "This is the work of a legendary alchemist." And Carol grinned proudly like she'd just proven it. "Wow, you've got sharp eyes," she said with a grin. Then the man shot back, "Wait, did you buy it using iron ore in the first place?" "Yeah, we grabbed 7 boxes of them, and once the refinement was done, I repacked every single one," she said. "Plus, we've got pepper and chili, too." Then she paused, tapped the last box, and admitted it was only half full. "So that makes 5.5 boxes total." The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes. "Wait, where's the salt?" "No!" Ichino snapped, and Carol shot back, while the shopkeeper just stared them down, 2 pairs of eyes locked like a standoff. "Hey, Carol, this isn't the moment to sell salt," the man said, patting her head like her instincts were the real treasure. "Nice work, I pray to you," he murmurs. "You're always so dependable. I'm your slave, after all." Carol says it quietly. Ichino's heart jolted when she said it. "Let's sign the papers," and she spun back to the counter. "Leave it to me," she chirped, and Ichino shot back a thumbs up honestly. That deal was pretty sweet. As they headed outside, Ichino said it straight. Carol spilled the number 035 for the chili pepper, 085 for the iron, and that shellfish brooch we snagged for 0800 just shot up to 015. She leaned in, pointing out every detail. "Is this real? Am I seriously seeing this? Or am I losing my mind?" I tightened it up, but the price still blew past the limit and doubled to 120,000 cents. Carol just smirked like she'd won. "Also, my peddler level just jumped by 1 holdup." Why only one? Ichino's eyes widened with shock. "Yeah," she said, and the moment she mentioned it was a trip from the neighboring country, the number shot up this much. "So it's true then?" he asked. "Look, if EXP piles up just from buying and selling, no matter how far you go, then you team up with a trading post and rinse that buy-sell loop until EXP floods in," she explained. Then he couldn't help but wonder, so does tax even exist in this world? "Carol, you absolutely crushed it," he said. And then she frowned. "Consumption tax, right? Only a handful of countries even use it. And in DOCAT, it's the same deal customs duty is for the peddlers who've got to pay. But the trading post has to demand a trade fee from the peddlers, thanks to the trade guild's rules, yeah. Even if you're guaranteed EXP, no matter how far you travel, that kind of grind would still make EXP hard to stack up," she figured. They burst into their destination moments later. Adventurer Guild. Ichino stared at the sign, and then his eyes caught the sight of a giant crowd packed inside. "Wait, what in the world is happening here?" he blurted. Carol muttered, shielding her eyes as she stared harder, because what on earth happened? Everywhere she looked, there were peddlers, and he quickly scanned their statuses like it was a warning sign. He shoved through the packed crowd, forcing his way right up to the throne. "Ichino-sama?" "What's wrong?" Carol snapped as he suddenly surged forward. "Where's Haru?" he muttered, scanning for his companions. "Marina too, because Ichino-sama." "There's a problem," and Carol said she just dug up the info. "The southern cliff collapsed," she shouted, claiming it had crushed the main road to Port Cove. Then he nodded, eyes locked in, listening like his life depended on it. "Bodyguards, in a forest full of people, are there monsters hiding in there?" he demanded. And because Faroud's weapons and armor were famous, she started. "Thank goodness," she breathed out, relief flooding her as we'd already sold the iron. "Why would the iron price even drop?" Ichino demanded. And she shot back, "Because weapons and armor are prize trade gold, just like I told you earlier. They only have so much space in that warehouse, so unlike Ichino-sama, who's got an item bag, this time there's no need to buy iron at all, and the market will slam down." She pointed to the chart, and you could practically see the price plummet. So the folks here already knew about the landslides before Carol ever did, and that's when it hit him. Then he shows up at the guild to hire bodyguards. "Huh," he muttered, thumb stroking her head. "Master," Haru's voice cut in. He spun around and spotted Haru and Marina sprinting toward them. "Did you find a good request?" he demanded. "Yeah, sure," Haru panted, and the flood of bodyguard hire requests kept rolling in. Most of them got ignored, but one looked important. They asked for meat and fruits, and she pointed at me like, "That one, you handle it." "Was that okay?" he asked, scratching along her ears, but then Marina snapped back from Haru's back. "So why are we even talking about food procurement?" He explained that they'd seen food shortages coming and pushed for a big payoff, and right now Farouk's lifeline was imports from Port Cove, which got completely cut off. With merchants flooding the town, the supply crunch would only get worse. Plus, most adventurers are now being snapped up as bodyguards. And all that rubble Haru piled on is still there. Ichino looked like he finally understood the whole picture. And honestly, I was already craving some sweet fruits. So he went and said, "Yeah, as long as we collect enough for the request, we can pull the rest off too." Haru's right. Let's do it. The whole crew erupted into cheers all at once. "I'll make my invisible arrows knock them down," Marina bragged, pointing at those forbidden fruits hanging from giant trees. Then Kusunoki acted like he wasn't listening, and she snapped, "It's invisible, not impossible." I heard it twice, like a warning in the dark. Invisible, but not impossible. Arrows, right? He snapped it off with a dismissive tone, and before they knew it, they were already standing just outside the city gate. We slipped through that gate in a blink, even with the whole crowd packed in around us, and he couldn't stop noticing it. "Because you've got me," Carol bragged. "And honestly, if the guild handed us a written request, then if we tell them we're going after food, I bet they'll fast-track us to the front." "Haru and Marina are rock solid," Ichino said with a grin. And then the party pushed straight into the nearby forest. Marina's struggling, and he blurts out like that caught him completely off guard. Even back in Japan, Marina never skipped muscle training because stamina was everything. She muttered to herself, eyes drifting past him, then shot him a question. "Wouldn't you feel depressed if some elementary school kid said that to you?" And she spun around. "If you kill yourself, my brother will lose it and regret every second." She swallowed and repeated the girl's words. Then he let out a heavy sigh. "Forget all that. Let's not talk about dying." But in the end, I crashed down from the top floor of the apartment, she finished with a quiet calm. And then Haru snapped, "Master, there's a monster up ahead," while pointing. "All right," he snapped as he stepped forward. Then a creature right in front of them staggered, weakly swaying on its way. It looks dangerously weak, and he can't help but notice. I'm kind of hesitant to strike a monster that isn't even fighting back. Then he grins and says he can smell the ground shifting, and Haru snaps the warning as her ears perk up. Confused, he asked about the strange ground. Then she snapped, "Let's retreat for now." "A sludge worm is about to rise," she warned, "and I know Master's a beast, but we still have to evacuate right now." "All right, Haru, if you say so," he relented with a sharp nod. "Everyone, move. Let's hit that hill over there," he ordered. A monstrous worm tore up out of the ground right beneath where they'd just been standing. The earth trembled as it burst into the world with pure, crushing force. Marina shrieked, "So big!" as the whole crew froze in stunned disbelief. "I don't remember sludge worms ever getting this huge," Haru blurted out. She said it was originally called a fur sludge worm as the monster finally settled, but it shrank until it turned into a little sludge worm blind as could be. Haru kept going. It didn't see at all. It tracked the world through the temperature surrounding it. They hunt down dying monsters and chow down. Then somehow that beneficial monster turns the whole battlefield around. He realized it as he watched the soil get richer. He wondered if his magic could take it down, and then the giant worm slowly slipped back into the hole it came from. "Do you know it digs a huge hole, so how do they usually plug it back up?" "Haru, how do they do it?" I asked. Haru froze with a jittery look on her face then. To make it clear, she fired off a disgusted answer, pinching her nose as if the smell could kill her. "Ugh, yeah, it totally stinks. I can catch it a little," he huffed, puffing out his cheeks. And then worry hit hard, man. This is going to be brutal for Haru with that terrifying sense of smell of his. "Is that a poop?" "Yup, it's definitely a poop." Marina's pointing at it like it's the funniest thing ever, and she's practically vibrating with excitement. "Let's go," she blurts out. "Out of here, take me to the forest." He's already eager to escape the smell. Marina spotted a sleeping creature and raised her bow, lining up the shot. Everyone else busted their butts and came back with full baskets of fruit. "We can't get our hands on enough meat," he snapped, scanning the hall like it was falling short. Carol stared at the field and said there were way fewer monsters than we expected. Then she shot us an idea and held up 2 fingers. "Let's split into 2 groups." He split them into 2 groups, staring at her as Haru and Marina snapped their heads to Carol, all of them wearing non-stop question marks on their faces. "What do you mean you're splitting us into 2 groups?" Carol snapped. She laid it all out, breaking down exactly who had which skills. She pitched the idea to the group right out of the gate. "Yeah, honestly, that's efficient," and he couldn't deny he had to agree. Haru leaned in and proposed they turn it into a full-blown competition. He shot his hand up and declared that the winner could demand anything from him. Marina weighed the offer, and he couldn't stop thinking how much of a spark it would give her. The moment the word anything hit the air, Haru and Carol jolted like they'd just been struck by lightning. He froze, staring at their terrifying expressions. Sparks practically crackled in the air as Haru and Carol locked eyes and seethed at each other. Both of them blurted out loud, pledging their loyalty to the competition right then and there. Carol grabbed Marina and Haru by the shoulders, yanked them close, and warned, "Hold on tight," as she got ready to launch them forward. Marina, terrified of heights, snapped into panic and started fighting the moment it happened. Carol exploded upward with a brutal leap, flinging her team into the treetops and leaving him and his partner stranded behind. He stared as they disappeared, and it hit him. Haru was finally taking this seriously. As his own team surged forward, he couldn't stop wondering what those girls would demand if they actually pulled off the win. He prayed it wouldn't turn into some crazy, over-the-top move because as their rivals vanished, the pressure only kept rising. "Ichino-sama, snap out of it," Harold roared, clocking how lost in thought he'd become. Yeah, he stammered out an admission. He couldn't stop himself from feeling that knot of anxiety about what he'd just said. A violent slash ripped through the forest ahead, and Marina's scream shot out in pure terror right after. He couldn't shake the pity for Marina because it was obvious they were yanking her along against her will. Carol pushed him to hurry, but he just shouted words of encouragement to the other team. He told Carol she didn't have to push herself and said she could just ask him for anything like a normal person. "I know Ichino-sama's dense as a brick," but then she just trailed off and gave this knowing look like she already cracked the whole thing. He just managed a shaky, nervous laugh in reply. Once his laughter faded, she told him she couldn't bring herself to do it unless the moment was crystal clear. He stared at her, completely baffled by her cryptic words. He pitched the idea of using the quiet hours to train her for her temptress gig, and she snapped up the chance with zero hesitation. A feathered beast burst from the sky out of nowhere, swooping hard at him and making him scramble to dodge. Once they crushed it, he shot up a level, and just as the victory hit, Carol announced she'd unlocked charm magic. He cocked his head and demanded, "What kind of magic is this?" She spotted 2 more monsters on the branch and decided to show him right then. The moment the spell snapped into place, the charmed creatures tore into each other with savage fury. She said it was magic that forced enemies to turn around and fight their own friends. Willingly, no tricks, just pure compulsion. After they crushed one monster, the other didn't even fight it, just took off and vanished into the sky. Terrell figured the spell wouldn't stand a chance against high-level monsters, so he lifted it anyway. He got spooked by the whole brainwashing magic idea, but she leaned in and told him, "Don't worry. She told me once he owned her body as a slave, magic itself trapped her. She couldn't cast a single harmful spell against him." I thought about it for a second. "You know," she said it with a tiny pout and a stubborn little smirk. He blushed hard at her teasing implication. Desperate to break the tension, he thrust his arm into the forest and pointed anywhere he could. He snapped her gaze toward a tree drenched in fruit, then wondered could it be safe to eat. Carol tasted the fruit and loved it, so he yelled, "Climb up," and offered his shoulder so she could reach it. She looked unsure, so he leaned in and told her straight only she could pick it up, because that's the price to earn EXP. He dropped to his knee, urging her to give everything she had. "Come straddle my neck," he demanded, and she started climbing right onto him. She steadied herself on his shoulders like she trusted every step. He shot her a warning, "I'm about to stand up." He wobbled to his feet, then snapped, "Don't tug my hair or my ears." After a brief moment, he steadied himself and let out a heavy sigh. He leaned in as they neared the fruit-heavy branches and asked, worried if she was really okay. She shot her arm up, started yanking the fruit right off the branch, and dropped every piece into the pot he held out for her. "God, we fit together so perfectly," she gasped, cheeks flushing with pure joy. Suddenly, he slipped, then both of them slammed backward, tumbling hard out of control. He snapped his arms around her and cushioned her drop the moment they slammed to the ground. He asked if she was all right, and she barely whispered back, "Can we just stay like this a little longer?" He figured she was shaken from the fall, nodded along and agreed, then rushed to apologize for putting her in that dangerous mess. "I've been begging you, stop treating me like I'm some kid," she shot back, gazing up at him. Then she dropped the bombshell that her 17th birthday was just 3 days ago, and it completely blew his mind. He kicked himself, Because how did he never even think to ask what day any of her birthdays were? Treat me like an adult, she snapped, after he rushed to apologize for not celebrating with her. She admitted that letting him hoist her on his shoulders was wildly embarrassing, and it totally threw her off for a moment. He suddenly got it. That's why she'd been dropping the third-person talk lately, like something had finally clicked. She couldn't believe it. He clocked the change instantly. Yeah, there's no way I could have missed that, he said, grinning. Then he finally confessed he'd been leaning toward the old her all along. Just be yourself, he said, then quickly apologized again, because he knew he'd been treating her like some kid. He gave her a gentle head pat and promised her juice later, and she huffed like, really still treating me like I'm a kid. And then she said even with everything, his moves still hit her like a gut punch, because it reminded her of his sister. Suddenly, she shoved him to the ground, pinned him there with a straddle, and jerked him back to that earlier promise. I want your love, Aichi-no-sama. She blurted it out with fearless confidence. He stood there stunned and stammering, begging her to know that, of course, he cherished her. She said it straight, if you're going to kiss me, that's what you do, and left zero chance for anyone to get the wrong idea. His mind crashed for a second, and his face went totally still, frozen in bliss. Snapping out of it, he threw his hands up and pleaded, all right, let's calm down. His thoughts spiraled into full-blown panic kisses on the mind, fish on the menu, and his virginity screaming at him like it was on fire. He sucked in a deep breath, forcing his nerves to calm down so he could finally answer like an adult. But just as she leaned in for the kiss, his calm shattered. He flinched back with a loud yell. He scrambled backward and peeked out from behind the tree, eyes sharp and scanning. Overwhelmed out of nowhere, he screamed and slammed his fist into the tree trunk. Then instant agony ripped through his hand and regret hit him hard. Carol bolted to his side and slammed a healing spell onto his bleeding knuckles. He apologized to her, getting lost in the thought of just how stunning she was. He couldn't bring himself to return her feelings somehow. It just felt wrong. As he reminded himself of his promise, a flash of Haru slammed into his mind. He pictured their bond, and it hit him. They'd already scaled the stairs of love side by side. He tried to argue that it would be cheating, and that cheating like that was straight up not allowed in Japan. I'm sorry, I already have Haru, he said, trying to break the news to her with as much gentleness as he could. Arusan already told me I'm allowed to be loved by Ichino-sama, and she answered with this calm, chilling ease. He stared at her, utterly stunned, like his mind had just broken. Haru whipped around, totally stunned, and granted you permission with a loud yell. Carol laid it out straight in the white wolf race. The strongest males often grabbed multiple mates. Polygamy was basically the norm. He froze in total disbelief, and his common sense from his past life failed him again, right on cue. But it just didn't feel like Haru. She'd always struck me as the jealous kind. Carol told him that once she'd promised to be ranked below Haru, jealousy had no chance to creep in. She warned him straight up, if he crossed that line, Haru would get jealous. Then she flushed so hard she could barely breathe, and admitted that Haru promised he'd be gentle with her the very first time. It hit him all at once. Now he finally understood why she'd been acting so bold all day. He staggered back as she closed in, and she boldly said, I don't mind being second after Harusan. As they strode down the path, he jerked to a halt, snapped his gaze upward, and stared like he'd just spotted something impossible. Everyone else snapped their eyes where he was staring and spotted a shape slicing through the clouds, soaring higher and higher. A winged beast swooped in, and as it neared, its shape snapped into full focus. With a sudden jolt, he realized someone was actually clinging to its back. The creature dove out of the sky and zeroed in on them like it meant to rip them apart. Dragons also haunt the advanced labyrinth near Florence Haru, says it all with a calm, steady voice. I figured it was just some smaller kind of wyvern, she said, and then the beast kept circling over their heads like it was hunting for them. It's my first time stepping into a fight, he said, bracing himself with a hard, shaking breath. The moment the party hit trouble, they snapped into a battle formation. Marina took the back guard, while Haru surged in to back her up. I'll be out front, he swore, then he yanked his sword free. Wait, listen, a voice thundered down from above. The wyvern slammed onto the ground with a brutal thud, and he froze in pure shock. Had that beast just talked to him? An armored figure leapt off the wyvern's back like a falling thunderbolt. He froze in disbelief as the rider yanked off their helmet, revealing a face he instantly recognized. A girl in shining armor lunged into a greeting and told him she'd heard from Miles that he'd be arriving. He spun toward Marina, firing the question, was this the girl they were supposed to expect? The newcomer stepped up and said her name was Sakura Suzuki. She was Japanese too, and she'd been living in this world for 3 solid years. Marina's eyes lit up as she cheered. Finally, the heroes had all assembled, steered by the 3 pillar goddesses. He yanked her mask off, and her real face stared back. The moment the mask snapped back into place, her confidence roared right back to life. Ian Suzuki opened up about her days as a hero, and honestly, he was still trying to get used to that whole hero title. He leaned in and demanded to know how she ended up becoming a hero, a paladin, and a dragon rider. She leaned in and told me, wide-eyed, that she'd raised her wyvern from the very egg like it was her own little miracle. Suzuki totally hijacked the talk, gushing that her wyvern was ridiculously cute. Marina leaned in, all curious sparks flying, and guessed the creature's got a Chunaboo-ish name. Suzuki flashed a proud grin and declared, "My name is Pochi." The moment that simple name hit the air, the whole group froze silence, crashing down like a punch. Suzuki couldn't stop thinking about it. Pochi was the reincarnation of her old puppy, right down to the moment she was still just a hatchling. She said Miles and the rest thought the name was adorable, and they flat out refused to let her change it. Then he whipped his head towards Suzuki with a grave look, demanding to know what she really understood about what was going on. He grilled her about the landslide, but she just stared back totally clueless. She did, though she'd heard about a whole flock of monsters stalking the west side beyond the town. Panic ripped through furry people, scattered and clawed their way out of the city as fast as they could. He said he was heading straight to investigate that exact spot when he suddenly ran into them. Suzuki told her plans she'd hunt from the sky so her wyvern wouldn't have to carry the weight. She sent him off with a warm blessing, sure he'd turn that information into something huge. With a quick, heartfelt thanks, she told the Adventurers Guild they were short on hands, and then she shot off into the sky. He watched her blast into the clouds, riding her wyvern straight up into the sky. With Suzuki finally gone, he knew it was time to turn around and haul them back to town. They strode down the city's stone streets, boots striking like a drumbeat through the night. Carol said the townsfolk felt untouchable. Those walls had never been breached. Not one. Haru said, since they're monsters, not an army, we're good, this won't be a problem. Marina theorized that it was all a chess move in someone's massive, hidden master plan. He yanked off her mask in a flash, shutting down every wild guess instantly. As they pushed toward the Adventurers Guild, he snapped at her, telling her to stop saying things like that, right now. At the reception desk, Haru slammed their finished request onto the counter. Marina clocked the same 3 wannabe adventurers again, the exact troublemakers who'd messed with them before. One of the men jabbed a finger at him and yelled, "Hey, you!" He completely brushed off the guy and kept talking to the receptionist like he didn't even exist. He asked straight up if it was okay to toss the monsters they caught onto the workbench. He stared in stunned disbelief as they dumped bag after bag of monster parts onto the ground. The pile kept ballooning until it finally slammed into a jaw, dropping total of 130 pieces. The man's face drained of color as he realized somehow they'd hauled in more than he'd managed to hunt in the past half year. The receptionist stared in shock, blurting, "Wait, did you really hunt down every single one in the eastern forest and tear them all apart?" She straight up admitted his dismantling skills were better than any hunter in the whole guild. His party's massive loot would be a lifesaver in the emergency, but it could wreck the ecosystem in the process. He spun toward the stunned man and snapped, "Roger that." When he asked if the man had anything to say, the man bolted and screamed that the town was safe as long as he was standing there. He pointed out that people like that are everywhere you look. Then the receptionist burst in with the news Haru's promotion. She praised Haru for climbing from rank F to rank E, and you could practically hear the congratulations in the air. Haru's cheeks flared red as the others showered her with praises. They got the news because of the emergency. The reward and promotion ceremony got pushed back. For a split second, he wrestled with the idea of celebrating Haru's massive achievement. Doing it today was a real struggle, with the whole town spiraling the way it was. Still, he wouldn't back down. He looked Haru in the eyes and insisted he just wanted to celebrate her. Carol realized her birthday was creeping up, so she and them decided to smash both celebrations into one unforgettable night. They tore back to the very edge. Inside, he kept pacing and worrying about Julio-kun, who still hadn't come back. When they headed downstairs for dinner, he marched up to the innkeeper and greeted him with a sharp hello. The innkeeper flashed them a warm grin and told them dinner was already waiting, cooked and ready for them. Over dinner, Carol leaned in and grilled the landlady about the monster flock. The landlady snapped that she'd only heard whispers about them coming straight out of a labyrinth, and she sounded furious that the higher-ups were hoarding every last detail. She stormed in with their food and ordered them to dig in and enjoy. He told the girls he was stepping out for a moment, then warned them to stay sharp and be careful. Then he flipped the switch on his skill and stepped right into my world. He burst into the familiar, dead quiet wasteland like the world had been holding its breath. No matter which way he came in, he always ended up at the very same place, his assigned home spot. As he wrestled with his next idea, he suddenly realized something was there with him. He stepped up to greet the visitor that no one saw coming. The woman stepped into view and with a sharp, confident smile, introduced herself as Libra, the goddess who carved order and balance into the world. He froze in total shock, staring at the impossible sight and thinking, how in the world did a goddess just show up here? It shocked everyone somehow. A goddess slipped into his world like it was nothing. He quietly clocked it. She was the most godlike goddess he'd ever laid eyes on. Libra told him she'd studied his book of creation and that now he could summon his friends right here. He couldn't believe it. His book had the coolest name imaginable. He dug his heels in, refusing to call his friends until he finally figured out what she was really here for. If he stared at his shattered skills, he'd realize she's here to fix the balance in the world. He braced himself, certain that 1 second from now, death would slam him in the face. Libra calmly told him, I'm not here to punish you. She said she was there to show him exactly how useless his jobless skills really were and to slam a hard limit on the world he thought he could live in. Seeing she meant him no harm, he nodded and agreed to keep moving forward. She shoved permit creation stickers into his hands, and with them, others would finally get access. He snatched the stickers, nodded in agreement to pass them to his friends, and left her waiting. He stormed back to the inn, and his party lit up as they welcomed him in. He told them they had to slap the stickers onto their bodies if they wanted any chance of stepping into his world. They tested the stickers and found them shockingly sticky, but they peeled off clean and easy. Marina beamed as she slipped one onto her face like it was a shining star. He told them, you've got a guest degree, so listen up and obey her every command. A sinister portal to his world erupted out of nowhere, swirling and pulling at the air right before their eyes. The girls showed up, and there they stood, staring at the lifeless, barren ground of his world. Libra stepped in front of them, regal and unshakable, clutching her staff like a promise. Marina instantly knew she was one of the pillar goddesses. He proudly introduced Libra-sama, and the girls dropped into deep, respectful bows. The whole group stared up at the goddess, faces wide with pure awe. He started to correct the goddess on his name, then realized it didn't really matter and dropped it fast. Libra told him the switch to Ichinoho wasn't random. It came straight from the customs of his old world. She urged him to hunt down Minerva, the goddess of magic and sorcery, and beg her for every last detail. He couldn't stop wondering if fate would ever finally give him a shot to meet her. Libra swore that once they set foot in Minerva's labyrinths, they'd get a meeting set up. Then she leaned in close and whispered, this stays confidential. What I'm about to tell you cannot leave this room. Libra realized he'd already uncovered the truth behind the spatial realm's nature. She told him his world wasn't just similar. It matched the divine realm of the goddesses perfectly. For once, his instant birth of a star and the strict rules he put on it kept the whole world finally in balance. She pressed him to promise he really understood just how much power his item bag skill could hold. Even though the world he built was only one Oza world, his item bag could basically swallow anything. Its capacity felt endless. She told me his bag could swallow an entire universe, and suddenly his power felt so massive it was impossible to even wrap my head around. Haru's hand shot up timidly, like she was bracing for judgment in a classroom. Carol and Marina leaned in and demanded to know if their master had turned into a god. Libra snapped that he was just the door someone else had fiddled with the jobless skill and hooked it straight into this world. She flat out told him, yeah, this planet is yours to use, but I'm planting barriers here to shield you from its original creator. She slammed her staff down with pure power, igniting the tiny world. Then she cleared the way for him to wield the book of creation without limits. He and his crew watched in stunned silence as the goddess's power swallowed his whole world. A massive dark sphere suddenly burst into existence in the sky, hanging ominously over the observation tower. Ichino and his crew stared straight up, their faces frozen in disbelief and pure shock. He couldn't shake Libra's final words. She'd built the base just to watch this world. Thank you for your cooperation, Ichinojo-san, she said with a soft smile, then waved them on. Then, with a smooth, graceful twist, she slipped through a shimmering portal and disappeared like a dream. The memory slipped away, and Ichino finally let out a long breath as the tension drained out of his body. Are you all okay? He blurted, spinning around to face his friends. Carol stood there, utterly stunned, her eyes blazing with pure excitement. As if it were perfectly normal for a master, Haru murmured, while Ichino just stared in awe, stunned by Libra's insane ability to vanish and reappear out of nowhere. Haru stared him down, her tail snapping back and forth with pure anticipation. He couldn't wait any longer. He opened his book and tried out his power, conjuring spring water even though his MP was running on empty. The book shoved a blank map in front of him, so he shrugged and decided the spring could go anywhere, y'all. He felt his magic get ripped away, and then a violent blast roared somewhere out in the distance. He and Haru snapped their heads toward the sound, their hearts skipping a beat from the shock. Shielding his eyes, he stared as geysers blasted into the sky far from where they stood. That delayed blast of sound slammed Carol's friend straight onto her back. He figured the dry ground would drink up the water instead of letting a pond form. The girls just stared in stunned silence, absolutely blown away by the sheer force of it all. He snapped that it was Libra's power, not his, but Carol and Kuro were already plotting away like they were about to buy seeds right this minute. That night, they all scrubbed up and slipped into bed. He waved them away and barked, "Hurry up, get some sleep." Plopped on his bed, he finally confessed to Haru that after burning through all that MP, he was completely wiped out. Haru came running up to him, gripping a bottle tightly in both hands. She dropped onto his bed, stared at the blazing moonlight, and leaned in closer, like she couldn't help herself. Before he could even blink, she was already in his lap, arms locked around his neck like she owned the moment. "You a master," she breathed, her face inches from his. That sudden closeness hit him like a memory blast, dragging him right back to the competition they just crushed that afternoon. He swore he'd do anything the winner demanded. "Wait so I can ask you anything, right?" she blurted, cheeks burning bright. Far off, the city loomed beneath a heavy, cloud-choked sky. The night before the state of emergency hit, a band of adventurers slipped into the sealed labyrinth. "All right, we managed to slip in safe," one of them whispered, like our luck had teeth. Their leader, Joffrey, snapped his hand up and told them to follow. Then Julio cut him off with a fierce shout. The boys shot a warning, "A monster's up ahead." "Stand back," Joffrey snapped, yanking his sword free like he owned the room. With one epic swing, he cut the slime down in a single heroic slash. His companions erupted in cheers, all fired up by his jaw-dropping strength. Sachino kept teasing him, but Joffrey waved it off and insisted it was nothing, just a beginner's labyrinth. They pushed forward and swept away every last monster they ran into without breaking a sweat. Jaffer snapped into a pose and soaked up every ounce of praise like it was pure fire. But Julio couldn't shake the gut feeling that something was seriously off. He pointed out, loud and clear, that there weren't nearly enough monsters around here. While the younger ones had no clue, Joffrey and Facina locked eyes and shared a sinister grin like they were up to something. Jaffer couldn't help but think, this just made everything way easier. He yanked Fastina in a playful grab, and right there he noticed the other two didn't give a damn about money. Sachino stared at them, eyes blazing as the story unfolded in front of her. Julio could only stare, utterly baffled, like his brain just refused to catch up. At last, they crashed into the labyrinth's absolute deepest heart. "You should be able to one-punch it, Aniki," Julio blurted with pure excitement. But when they saw it, every single one of them froze, gasped, and stared in total shock. That giant stone door to the boss room was totally shattered to pieces. Aren't the doors to the boss's room supposed to be monster-proof? So why did it get through like nothing? Milky snapped his finger toward the ruined chamber. She hurled a stealth talisman with lightning speed, then screamed to activate it. She went silent, hissed through her teeth, and snapped her hand at them to hide. She told them that talisman would wipe away their tracks as they sneaked in behind the rubble. Peeking out, they spotted a bunch of robed figures huddled around the goddess statue. Julio hissed, "Who are you?" and demanded to know if they were the crew that smashed that door. Milky muttered with a grim edge, "Yeah, those are Korot's agents." Festina figured they weren't just messing around. They were trying to sabotage the labyrinth by smashing that statue. Leo couldn't wrap his head around why they would do something like that. Milky told him straight up, without the labyrinth, the country's army couldn't train its soldiers to the next level. Fastina warned that if they wrecked this labyrinth, miasma would pour into Korot, supercharging their rival nation. But wait, how the heck did they smash the door, Milky wondered. Joff charged back to Julio, who was still down on his knees. All right, what are we supposed to do with this? Joffrey demanded, gripping a weird little orb like it might explode. Julio told them to play dumb and let the agents believe the orb was gone after they blew the door to pieces. You're a genius, Joffrey blurted, he said, then decided to end this once and for all. He sprang up, ready to shove the orb across the floor and into the room. The orb skittered and clattered across the stone floor, like it was calling disaster. It barreled straight toward the group of hooded figures. Every one of them snapped their heads around at the same time, eyes locked on that sound like it was calling them. Milky let out a scream so terrified it ripped straight through the air. Everyone else froze, staring at her sudden outburst like it just blew their minds. Joffrey and Festina shot each other worried looks, both knowing the other two weren't tough enough to survive a real fight. So it all falls on me, Milky declared, and with a roar he summoned a gigantic stone serpent. Run, everyone, she screamed, then stepped forward, ready to take on the agents by herself. Joffrey was just about to nod in agreement when Milky snapped back, saying she could still fight, no questions asked. Julio yanked Jaffa's arm, begging him to break free because Milky's sacrifice couldn't be wasted. But Tsukino wouldn't back down. She swore Joffrey would never, ever lose. How blind can he be? Joffrey's teeth snapped when Julio acted like he was just dead weight that needed to flee. Leave it to us, he bellowed, sprinting into action with Festina right beside him. The two heroes sprinted straight at the enemy agents, but the group's captain just lifted a hand and snapped, All right, time to move. The agents were swallowed whole by a chilling darkness that tore at their very soul. Joffrey and Fastino got slammed by the blast. Monstrous shapes exploded from the very spot where the agents had been standing. The two heroes just stood there, frozen in wide-eyed terror, staring at the abominations right in front of them. The whole group spun around and bolted, chased relentlessly by a shadowy, nightmarish beast. He locked eyes with her for a beat, and she couldn't stop wondering what was wrong. He jerked upright and demanded, So what's wrong? I was just thinking, You're so cute, he said, like it slipped out of his heart. Her ears flicked up. A fiery blush spread across her cheeks. She felt so honored by his compliment that her tail swished back and forth like it couldn't wait to celebrate. He sat there thinking his Playboy gig must have leveled up again. He leaned in, shouted her name, and she snapped to attention without hesitation. He yanked her into a tight hug, ruffled her hair with a few gentle pats, and told her straight to the heart that she was the best. He yanked her in, and her heartbeat went wild. Their faces were almost touching, just inches between them. A knock hit the door, and he let out a heavy sigh. He already knew it was them. Then they stole a quick kiss before he opened the door. Marina and Carol stood by the door, flashing bright smiles as they greeted them with a cheerful good morning. Ian Haru greeted them with a bright, cheerful grin the moment they showed up. After breakfast, he ordered everyone to stock up for My World, and he made them promise to spend smart. He slipped out alone, grabbed wheat seeds, and bought a fistful of stone like he was preparing for something big. As he strode through the city streets, he kept wondering what he was still missing. He wasn't trying to grow his family with more slaves, he treated Marina's situation like a one-time exception. Meanwhile, Carol and Haru huddled over how deep Haru's feelings ran. Then they had to wonder how the protagonists in the manga were supposed to survive all these women. He realized he couldn't just hire random folks or drag them into his world with zero rules. He flung open the door to their room and burst in, shouting that he was back. Haru and Carol lit up the moment he came back, welcoming him with open arms. Carol snatched the leftover money and asked, eager as he could be, if he could grab himself some good stuff. He sat between them, eyes locked on the gap where Marina should have been. She still hadn't come back. Right then, Marina slipped in through the doorway and fixed them with an intense stare. He spotted her and basically waved her in, telling her she could come in anytime she wanted. His wave crashed in like a warm welcome, just like the first inviting her back in. I'm back, she said, grinning, like the whole world just got brighter. He told her she was late, and she shot back an apology, saying she'd been stuck trying to talk to the clerk. He leaned in and told her not to quit. Keep pushing, and when the job was done, he'd come back and return her mask. Carol flaunted a bottle she'd just bought and proudly claimed it was for a no-alcohol day designed to help Marina break out of her shyness. When he asked who would stay behind and guard the room, Marina stepped up and volunteered to go first. He nodded in agreement and begged her to keep a close watch on the room. Then he ripped open a swirling black portal straight into My World. He said someone had to stay put because he didn't trust that door to shut from the inside. Marina sent them off with a heartfelt wish for a safe trip as he, Haru, and Carol got ready to step through. They burst into my world, an empty, scorched wasteland, with one giant spring blazing in the middle. Ooh, so the spring's finally here, he thought, and he gave it a quick little salute. They stood shoulder to shoulder, staring out at the barren emptiness like it was hiding something. Haru spun toward him and blurted, "Master, let's kick this off." With a sharp surge of power, he slammed up walls of solid stone in an instant. He leaned in and told Haru he'd decided no more wooden house, he was building his own stone home instead. Carol stared at the stone in awe, then decided, calm and determined, to build it piece by piece at his own pace. Next, he pulled out a nutritional agent, promising to supercharge the soil with a book of creation. He fired off a soil consolidation skill and flooded the ground with the liquid. The earth shook violently, and the ground morphed right in front of them. Stunned by the power in his hands, he spun around and demanded to know what kind of seeds they'd brought. Haru thrust tomato seeds into Carol's hands, while Carol reached back with tea seeds like she was ready for a battle of harvests. Carol told him those tea seeds were a rare gift, and he immediately thanked her, swearing he'd love to try them. But he chose to kick things off by planting everyone's seeds, starting with humble tomato poles. Each one pictured the harvest they were about to plant and prayed it would turn out right. In the blink of an eye, the wheat burst from the soil and shot up to full height. Those tea leaves and tomatoes shot up so fast they practically looked like they were growing in real time. Carol and Haru lit up with smiles, then gushed to him about just how incredible he was. Just before the harvest, he ditched his old work and became a farmer. He lifted a perfectly ripe tomato like it was priceless treasure. With just one tomato harvested, his Ichinojo job shot up a level, and he unlocked some seriously sickle proficiency. He wiped the tomato spotless, then tore into it with one huge bite. A violent shiver tore through his whole body. "It's insanely tasty," he shouted, stunned by the crazy flavor and the juicy, mouth-watering texture. He shoved the idea at them and told the others to grab some too. They both bit in at the same time, and their eyes shot wide with shock. Haru swore that bite was the greatest thing she'd ever tasted. Only dried meat could even come close. Harold, who usually couldn't stand tomatoes, swallowed his pride and said this one was downright delicious. He shot a quick look at the overflowing vines and decided they weren't done harvesting yet. They started cramming tomatoes into crates, and the sheer mountain of them left them swamped and breathless. He wiped the sweat off his brow and sighed, knowing there was still more to harvest. Haru blurted, "All right, it's swap time. I'm switching in with Marina." When Marina finally arrived, she froze in awe at the sight of that massive tomato patch. He handed her a tomato, and one bite later, her eyes went wide. She couldn't believe how insanely good it tasted. He blurted out in disbelief how plants could shoot up in an instant when photosynthesis demands all those steps. Carol leaned in and said, "Look, making a spring and growing plants with MP is already way too mysterious for words." Marina explained that the world of Aza runs on rules that don't match Japan at all. Without overthinking it, he leaned in and asked Marina what kind of seeds she'd bought. "Seaweed seeds," she said, holding up a tiny pouch like it was pure treasure. She squirmed a little and admitted she'd been toying with the idea of a fish pond because the water was right there. The moment the fish pond idea hit, everyone grinned like it was destiny as they hurried toward the spring. Marina tossed the seeds into the water, while he brooded over the fact that bringing fish from the outside world meant he'd need a permit. No. Without warning, a thick, lush jungle of seaweed erupted under the water's surface. "Amazing," Marina breathed out as he called it time to harvest the wheat. Carol reminded him they'd need tools to grind the wheat into flour, but he brushed it off and insisted it was totally fine. He regretted not grabbing strawberry seeds, and they agreed okay, it was time to head back. Right when her master came back, Haru, who'd been waiting, lit up and welcomed her home. They hit the bed in total exhaustion, and he snapped at Haru that she should have rested instead of staying up for him. He told Marina she could borrow Haru's earnest drive and learn from it. Marina's cheeks flared as she panicked, convinced he was calling her brazen, and he immediately blurted out a fast apology for the joke. Haru's mind raced over her dilemma when, bam, a knock thundered at the door. Suzuki's crew, Chanti, Schleil, and Mile burst into the room. "What's going on?" he demanded, right as Mile grilled him about all the chaos from that monster. She warned that the army was already on the move and that Suzuki still hadn't come back after going to check on them. Schleil snapped that Suzuki had ordered them to protect the town from the skies, and the whole team was terrified about what that meant for him. He just looked at him and said, I see. Shanti leaned in and asked if he'd finally step up to take over Suzuki's request. Never, he shot back. No hesitation, no doubt, just pure refusal. Shanti swore it had nothing to do with money, but the second he stared at her with that intense glare, she shut up. He told them straight up seizing their mission would be a full-blown betrayal of Suzuki's trust in them. Mile insisted, since Suzuki asked us straight up, we've got to do everything we can to defend this town. He flashed a thumbs up and said he knew Suzuki made the right call, leaving the three of them behind in town. And yeah, we're still pretty weak, he said, pointing right at his own crew as if that proved everything. Sorry, but get out right now, he snapped, firm as steel. Shanti cringed, apologized for her weird outburst, and then they hurried off together. Before she walked out, she asked him, could you at least lend them Haru's sword skills and Marina's magic too? Once the door shut behind them, he leaned in and said, I'll think it over. Everyone at his party stared at him like he'd lost his mind, and he couldn't help but wonder why they were so sure Marina was a magician. Haru asked, are we really allowed to say that? Then doubled down, claiming their levels weren't high enough to protect the town. The girls stared at him, worry written all over their faces. A wild grin split his face as he said, that's exactly why we've got to level up, trust me. I know a spot crawling with monsters. The second they saw it, their faces lit up like fireworks with pure excitement. Haru bowed and thanked him, swearing she'd take care of both of their sword. He flung Marina her mask, and she scrambled to get it on before anyone could notice. Leave it to me, she declared. Then he pressed her to run to the Apothecaries Guild and stock up on mana potions. She whirled with show-stopping grace, bowing to use her truth-seeing eyes as he tossed her a few coins to pay for the purchase. Then Carol jumped in, grinning, saying she could help too because her temptress level had finally climbed. He grinned, ruffled her hair, and told her he was counting on her too. With everything prepped and locked in, they geared up and hit the road. He clutched the sword's hilt, laying out their mission in one breath: crush the fight, level up, and get stronger. He told himself that saying it out loud would make him sound like a total nobody. Even broke and jobless, he yelled that he could still wave the country. Then he surged forward, whipping his party to sprint after him. Hey, wait! Marina shouted from right behind them. She caught up and blurted it out. Turns out the army snapped up every mana potion they could find, but she still managed to secure the raw materials. All right, everyone again. Let's go, he roared. They scrambled to a high spot, staring down at the country's army packed in formation below. Far off, a brutal horde of monsters came barreling toward them. Carol, the group's information expert, snapped that the army only had around 400 people. She kept pushing that a regular swordsman was only around level 20, while the generals towered at roughly level 30. They watched as the army stomped into a tight canyon, filling the rocks with thunder. Right there is where the fight's going down, Harold said, locking it in. If the army got wiped out, he'd already mapped the plan. Carol would unleash her power and lure the monsters away. They'd blast from afar with magic and bows, and if things got too close, they'd slip into a safe escape route straight into my world. He bragged that it was the Hikikomori strategy, like he'd just unlocked the ultimate cheat code. As the sun slid toward the horizon, the sky darkened fast. All right, brace yourselves, he said, throwing a quick look around. Are you all ready? He glanced over his shoulder at his party, and every face burned with determination. Then he grinned and blurted, all right, let's go grab dinner. And Marina totally face-planted from pure shock. You can't fight on an empty stomach, he said, shoving those tomatoes they just harvested into their hands. And then the moonlit wilderness yawned wide in front of them. Are they eating dinner too? Haru blurted it out, staring at that far-off campfire burning in the distance. Ichino asked, can I see them? And she shot back, yeah, of course. The White Wolf tribe could see like it was broad daylight, so long as the moon was up, she said. He swallowed hard, thinking, I knew your eyesight was amazing, but I can't make out a thing from here. Even in this darkness, I can only see the fire's glow. He went, all right, let's give it a shot. And Carol piped up, Master, don't you have the eagle's eye skill? Oh yeah, now that you bring it up, I've got that skill, he said. And the moment he triggered it, his vision started to warp and change. His view snapped away from the ground, and when he looked down from up above, he spotted his own party waiting below. Ooh, I can see myself lying on the ground, he thought, and pure bewilderment hit him like a wave. My eyes are stuck up in the sky, but my body's still pinned to the ground, so that's why I can still hear Carol's voice. She's right here, squeezing his hand. On the other hand, Haru's face lit up in his mind as he thought. Yep, Haru confirmed it, and as he gripped her hand tighter, a quick, warm heat crept up his cheeks. Who's yanking my clothes? He blurted, feeling the sudden tug. Oh, Marina. He blurted it out in his head. Even if my consciousness is up in the sky, I'm not lonely at all. And there they were, 4 of them, standing shoulder to shoulder beneath that endless, star-streaked sky. Haru started to speak, and right when he did, she cut him off mid-sentence. From the northwest, I saw it move. Her face went stone cold. Monsters and lots of them, she warned. Then she snapped her correction. No blood army, they're my shooting arrows. Flame-like arrows, she saw it, and then the monsters hit, exploding into the forest as a charging wave of flame wreathed beasts. A roaring wall of fire tore across the whole landscape. Fire tore through the night, devouring that monstrous horde like it was nothing. He let out a breath of relief. Maybe this was strong enough to wipe out the monsters he'd been fearing. Looks like they don't need us at all, no way, he muttered, stunned out of his mind. Flaming creatures tore through the inferno without a scratch, and they kept charging forward with zero mercy. The monsters smashed straight through the wall of fire, and Haru blurted out in shock. Carol stared down their vantage point, heart pounding as she realized they were about to collide with the army, and this was going to get brutally chaotic. If they burn out their strength right here, Korat gets her opening to strike, she thought. Watching everything unfold, and yeah, that's the plan, clear out these monsters, and they'll be in great shape. But if they can't, they'll still hold the line, though. There's a real chance the monsters will brush off Furut and push farther east, she warned, while that roaring pack of fiery beasts kept charging in one brutal, unstoppable stampede. And some of the creatures tripped, stumbled, and crashed to the ground. But the rest surged forward without slowing down. But honestly, doesn't the monsters' behavior feel way too strange? If a wall of fire blocks their path, they'd normally dodge it, but it's like some unseen hand is forcing them forward. He whirled on his companions, face set in grim resolve. Panic surged through the group the moment this situation hit. Then Master Haru demanded, "So tell me, how are we supposed to strike them?" "Is this really the moment to unleash my temptress skill?" Carol asked. "Then I'll give it everything," Marina blurted, and he stared at their fierce, unshaken faces. "I was going to ask if you're really ready to risk your lives, but I guess I don't even need to ask," he thought. Then he turned to them and begged, "Please lend me your strength." "As long as we're together, we can do anything," they shouted in unison. "Yeah," he said it with a sharp grin. "Still, if things go sideways, we'll fall back to my world." He snapped his gaze toward Carol. "So you hate your own temptress skills, huh?" he asked softly, like he already knew. "You swore you were the reason everyone around you felt miserable, and you stammered, oh, yes, but this time your skills will save Furut." He swore, then he chuckled and admitted, "I was trying to hype her up, and it looks like that plan totally backfired." "Hey, don't stress, just take it easy," he told her, then fired off. "Haru, cover us with your slash skill." "Yeah, I won't rush into the enemies, I'll handle it," she said, eyes burning with determination. "Marina, put on your mask." He admitted it, then said he'd put Haru first over himself, so yeah, I'm genuinely worried too. He leaned in and told Marina, "Count on me," and then he said my name was Three Eyes Marina Pei Kusunoki. Marina hit the moment like a spotlight, announcing it dramatically like, "If the moment my third eye clicks open, my demon bow will tear through them all, then I vanish right along with them." "Don't you dare disappear," he snapped. And she shot back, "You're not even in fight shape. And when she never gets her turn, our feelings decide who wins." "Yeah, this next thing feels like a bonus stage." He grinned like he was about to break the game. "Hey, Carol, let's enjoy it while we can," he said, snapping his attention to her. "I'm counting on you." "Leave it to me," she said, grinning like she owned the battlefield, and the whole group stood ready, waiting to unleash the next fight. "Carol, tell me, should I yell before I hit the skill?" Marina demanded. "It's a skill that's always on, so she doesn't have to shout," he explained that, though. Marina shot back, "Nope." "Honestly, I get it," then he cut off mid-sentence. "So what do you think I should yell?" Carol asked. Marina snapped. "Yell pheromone power," right after she heard Carol's idea. She could just scream, "Dark Temptation Absolute Territory," instead because her skill's real name is Moon Enchantment. And honestly, why not yell it out loud? Then she suggested it. "That's so hype, it almost feels unreal." And the second it hits, Haru freezes, like his whole body just tensed on instinct. Haru noticed the shift in her vibe, And before he could even react, a swarm of demonic bats erupted across the sky. A voice cut through the swarm, so tell me, who in their right mind thought that would stop the monsters? They're just puppets with zero fear of losing their own lives, so the voice kept going. Their whole mission is to reach Farut, and once they get there, they tear the place apart for 3 wild days before they finally vanish forever. Then the Koret's army will roll in to pay a visit, and the monsters below suddenly snapped into a new direction. What just happened? The voice blared, saying humans would rip each other apart and both countries would collapse. Then it cackled. The spell got overwritten. The lead bat snapped that realization into place. Who was it staring at me in wonder? Those eyes went wide in shock, and I could feel the hostility pouring off it. Then the bat's gaze snapped to the cliff where the group was standing. From there, everything clicks. Harudono, the Demon King's family pet. And that bat, it zeroed in on her. I can't unsee it. White Wolf's bat silhouette towers on the skyline, silhouetted like a warning in the night. But the White Wolf tribe didn't have magic in its bones, it thought. But how? Kusunoki, here they come, Marina screamed. Monsters are piling up at this pace, they'll wreck Haru's plan, and he just snapped out about it. Yeah, get ready to scrap, he fired back. Haru, hand me your bats. Marina frowned, staring up at the empty sky. I can't see a thing from here, but yeah, those bats shot northwest and vanished before my eyes, Haru said. I got it, so we've got to brace for strikes from above too, right? He nodded and confirmed it. Wait, did they really pull out? Carol asked, like she could already feel the relief. I've twisted the monster's path, and those bats don't even care about Carol's power, so he figured, okay, we do this now, but stay back. My turn is next, he declared. Poured fire, he roared and hurled a spell. The fireball detonated right in the middle of the charging crowd. Hey, where are you aiming that at? Marina snapped, lining up her shot in the exact opposite direction. A deadly arrow of pure light ripped from her bow in a blinding streak. One pinpoint shot sliced clean through the heads of a whole row of monsters, like they were lined up for execution. Are you serious? That's insane, he blurted. It's a stunt, sure, but it's exactly what happens when you make me actually draw my bow, she bragged, daring him to doubt him. He stared at her Schweigerpeer stunned, and then he burst out. The monsters are disappearing. Are they labyrinth monsters? Because Marina said that monsters from the labyrinth don't just vanish. They drop items and magic stones the moment they're defeated. Looks like another crew is pulling up. Should I entertain them again? As I step forward, Haru spots those magic stones scattered on the ground. She swung her weapon like a thunderclap, crushing through everything in her path. Slash and energy blade tore through the air straight at the next wave of monsters. The blade screamed through the front line, cutting them down in an instant. Ooh, Haru stared at the wreck and went, that's a chain reaction crash. Nice work, Haru, he shouted. Then he grinned and said, now I'm copying you, as he raised his own sword and tore into the air with a crushing slash. An energy wave tore through the enemy ranks, carving out a massive path in its way. The punch landed like a meteor, tearing a trench straight into the earth. Dust and shattered grit swirled through the air after the chaos hit, hanging like a curse in the aftermath. As you'd expect from Master Ichinosama, his slash comes out devastatingly strong. Aruchirid. Not bad, he said, wearing a smug grin, though in his head he thought, I didn't even need to go all out. Charm, Carol snapped, pointing straight at the monster. The charmed beast snapped, whipped around on its own brethren, and tore into the other monsters with relentless fury. What a terrifying skill, he couldn't shake that thought. So now he had to be careful, one wrong move, and he'd be going in swinging at a monster he couldn't afford to provoke, because his supplies weren't endless. I can't help wondering how many monsters I can blast before my MP finally hits 0. Then Haru comes to mind, because I'm most scared for her. This fight is all about restrictions, and her best skill is being held back right now. To make it worse, she's out there fighting with a bow they snatched from bandits. She's swinging that same bow we ripped from the bandits. He can't take his eyes off it, and even then, Haru is still fighting like a beast. We can keep this up, he thought, staring at the endless horde and realizing there were so many more coming. If I can, I'll wipe every last one of them in a single shot. Then he hurled another fire spell straight into the crowd. The monster surged forward with zero hesitation, like nothing in the world could stop them. Could it be, he wondered, when a plan snapped into place in his mind and the monster got ripped apart in a blazing burst of flame? Carol, I'm changing your job, he blurted. Then he slammed the pause button. And you two, Haru and Marina, stop your attacks right now. I've got to make sure of something. He kicked off the whole job switch for Carol. A storm of notifications blasted across his vision. What a wild, endless list. He blurted it out with pure excitement. Hold up, I just leveled up. Carol grinned like she couldn't contain it. You look so happy, Ichino-sama. Then Ichino-sama squinted at the far-off horde and asked, So the battle's done? Haru shook his head. Nope, the monsters are pulling back. It felt like they were back on track, driving straight toward Farut. Then he confirmed the real twist. They weren't just moving, they were being controlled. It might not hit as hard as Carol's power, but it still yanks the monster's movement under control. Then he scans the battlefield and spots a narrow pass. A single trail runs through these towering cliffs over there. Yeah, I can take that. What's up? Carol blurted, clocking the grin on his face. Ichino-sama. Harold just leveled up too, she chirped. Grinning, then Harold rushed to fix it. Sorry. I guess I seemed suspicious, he said, while Marina studied him with sharp eyes. Shut up, she snapped, grumbling under her breath. Then he flashed a grin and told her he'd just come up with something brilliant. And it kind of made me laugh. Okay, let's move out. I'm going to try this. Marina screamed, Behold the flash of my arrow. And she fired off a shot. An arrow ripped straight through a pack of monsters. I pushed past my breaking point and launched the final attack. Then she crumpled to the ground, gasping, Waha! Nice job, Marina. Go grab some rest. Haru's got this now, and he's peering down into that razor-thin canyon, watching the monsters crawl closer. Let me borrow this, she said, snatching up Marina's bow, and then, All right, Carol, I'll change your job, he shot back. The moment her temptress gig lights up again, the monsters snap right back into action. Haru loosed an arrow straight at the ground, and it slammed into the path, blasting up a cloud of dust. All right, hold up after a beat, he grinned and said he was switching your job again to temptress. The monster snapped around and charged off in the opposite direction again. The bodies started piling up in that cramped passage. They're trapped right in the middle. He noticed it with a smug grin. Good thing there's a perfect steep cliff, because right then he turned and told me, Let me explain what we were doing. We herded the monsters into one narrow trail hemmed in by towering cliffs, and he locked in their whole strategy like it was crystal clear. I kept flipping Carol's skill on and off, and it spiraled into a massive traffic jam. I don't need to aim anymore. Marina snapped from the side, then she released a tiny one, and he immediately clocked it. Nice work, no congestion hit, so I can just keep spamming Carol's skill over and over until it finally triggers. All right, it's my turn to shine, he said, powering up like a storm gathering. Spiritual unification. Oostfire roared, and he thrust his hand forward as a massive column of flame erupted from the canyon floor. A massive blast detonated around the trapped hordes, swallowing them in a roaring wall of fire. The whole landscape detonated in a blast of blinding light and raw, earth-shaking power. He dropped to one knee, every ounce of strength fleeing from him. Then he grit his teeth and hauled himself back upright. His companions came barreling to his side, panic in every word. But he shot back, I'm good. He'd only run dry and she didn't pee. Phew, this fatigue won't let up, he gasped, collapsing to the ground as Carol soothed him with gentle pats on the head. Staring at the giant crater his magic had blasted into the earth, he couldn't help but think, yeah, that turned out way more powerful than I expected. System alerts blasted his screen. Ichinojo's level shot up, unlocking brand new tiers of mage and cleric skills. Man, cleric was only level 1 and somehow it was already at 48. Cleric stared at the numbers, burning to max out that jobless class just so he could finally graduate. He swept the horizon for monsters, while Hawkeye chewed on the bitter thought of managras, because if things went bad, that foul stuff might be the only way to refill his MP2. Like Carol had suggested, he finally settled into her world for a bit. Then his eyes snapped to a dark silhouette ripping across the sky. The shadow swelled overhead, and then bam, it revealed a monstrous wyvern as it dove straight down toward them. A familiar knight in armor grinned as he perched atop the beast, cheerfully declaring his mount was none other than Pochi. I just watched a massive explosion tear through the air. I saw it, the rider said, whipping a hand back toward the crater Ichinojo had carved. Marina suddenly materialized right beside the wyvern, staring at Suzuki and demanding to know if he was the one who did it. Lightheaded and stumbling, he spun toward the newcomer and blurted, Kikusunoki-kun, do you have a mana potion? Please share it with me. Yeah, sure, Suzuki shot back. And as Ichinojo's strength finally started to crawl back, He swapped that potion for one tomato right in front of him. He stared hard at the red fruit in his hand, then snapped his eyes back to Suzuki, totally confused like he didn't get what he was seeing. Suzuki laughed with a grin and admitted, "I'm not exactly a tomato person." Then said even Carol, who swore she hated them, still ended up loving his. Suzuki told them he'd just gone on a raid to wipe out monsters, but somehow it looked like the moment he arrived, they didn't even need him. But the nightmare didn't end. Monsters surged out of the nearby labyrinth like they owned the place. "Kusunoki-kun, let's team up." Suzuki said it with total confidence. He was sure the source was hiding inside that labyrinth. He warned Ichino Joe that his old strategy could crumble the moment they stepped inside. Marina shot her finger into the air and declared, "But it looks like 5 humans are trapped inside that labyrinth. Are they people you know?" he pressed. Yet she squirmed, confessing she'd never met them face to face. "Remember that cat user guy?" Suzuki shot him a knowing look, like he already had it all figured out. "He told us Tsukino, son of the innkeeper, was stuck inside there with his niece Milky and their friends. Pheromones, Julio, and Elise." "I get it," he admitted, and the truth hit like a punch. He couldn't just leave them behind, so he nodded and agreed to go. With their brand new mission locked in, the whole crew blasted into the skies, chasing at full throttle. As everyone clambered onto Pochi's back, Suzuki snapped that they were maxed out and that one wrong move could send them tumbling. Suzuki flashed them a grin and said, "It's all good. Pochi's already gulped down 7 rare metals. So yeah, he's incredible." Sandwiched between his friends, he tore into a bite and nearly froze. This sandwich was way better than it had any right to be. His eyes snapped to Marina, who stood precariously right near the front. True to the street performer's reputation, he muttered, "Whoa, she's insanely skilled." "Who do you think you are talking to?" she snapped, jabbing a finger at him. "This was me warning you, so don't fall." "But wyverns really are something else," Suzuki blurted out, grinning as Pochi shot through the sky, riding high in a good mood. "Ichino Joe told me his first stop was right beside a wyvern nest, and he couldn't believe he even made it out alive." Suzuki then told his own wild tale how he stumbled on Pochi's egg beside its dead parent, and that moment somehow made the hatchling latch onto him forever. "So you're just doing this kind of thing everywhere, huh?" Suzuki shot back, steering the talk right back to himself. "To be honest, we jumped into that battle only because our fighting styles could carve out a safe margin," he admitted. "Toe." Suzuki shot back, not even trying to sound brave. "This wasn't a safe fight. Not even close. Every battle I've fought has been dangerous. But this is exactly what I wanted," he declared, his voice shaking with pure resolve. "My blessing's name is Protagonist Revision." Ichinojo was completely baffled, so Suzuki told him it's a wild blessing that keeps yanking him into chaos, where beautiful girls show up and a mysterious savior can appear out of nowhere. So it just nudges the odds, nothing different from a normal person. And he snaps to ask if Suzuki confirmed it, because the whole thing blows up and gives him trouble. Marina kept grumbling about the blessing, but he stewed over his own because it was raining EXP on him every time he crushed a monster. "I'm honestly glad I'm not the protagonist," he told Carol, "because I'd only be your story's side character, and you'd steal the spotlight every time." "Yeah," Carol shot back, eyes locked on him. "You're not the hero, you're our master." "You're right," Marina said, like she was making a grand entrance. Then she added, "Just leave it to me." "Kusunoki-kun, look down." Suzuki suddenly blurted, "It's monsters, a whole pack is charging for Furroot." Ichino Joe froze when he saw Marina lining up her bow, and the thought hit him. She wasn't just messing around, she was actually doing her job. "Are you really about to swing that at them straight in the face?" he demanded. "Watch yourself." "All right, we're going straight for the source," she declared. "But tell me, why should we leave these monsters for my comrade to handle?" "Marina, slice down the monster count as hard as you can," Suzuki barked the order. Up in the clouds, she perched high and unleashed a storm of arrows on the horde below. When his level shot up, power surged through him, and in seconds, he finally got how the party's shared EXP was getting split. "Man, this easy EXP is sweet," he thought, until he realized it was totally pointless, because 2 of his 4 jobs were already capped out. Right away, he locked in his Fire and Earth Mage jobs to crush that 120th EXP requirement, right as Suzuki spotted where they were headed. They burst in, and the labyrinth entrance is already swarming with monsters. Suzuki roared, "We're hitting them, get ready!" Then sprang from Pachi and charged in solo. He slammed down like a meteor, blasting monsters and rubble everywhere. "Suzuki, you're way too reckless," he muttered. Then he shoved Carol and Haru onto Pochi and dove straight into the fight. Ian Haru exploded into the battle, blades flashing so fast the enemy lines couldn't even keep up. Suzuki fired Pochi up to the clouds, then shouted, "I'll put Marina's bow skills to work no matter what happens next." "Thanks, Kusunoki-kun," Suzuki shot back, then barked an order to his wyvern to hold position. From up in the safe spot above, the girls cheered him on and sent him off with warm wishes. He already knew Haru wouldn't sit around, and with her specialty, this fight was about to get a whole lot easier. She proved him right by slamming her feet into the ground, and the shockwave detonated, erasing the nearest monsters in an instant. She exploded into motion, slicing through the battlefield at breakneck speed, turning the whole fight into a raging whirlwind of destruction. Amazing, Suzuki sucked in a breath, and Ichinojo shot back with pride. "Just like I knew my Haru would, of course." "Hey, Kusunoki-kun behind you," he shouted, clocking a fresh threat the moment it appeared. A hulking monster towered over him, and he yanked his sword free, muttering, "Ugh, honestly, this is such a hassle." Just as he raised his attack, an arrow came screaming from the sky and drove straight through the monster's head. Suzuki grinned and said, "This party's going to be awesome," as the wyvern rumbled past overhead. "Marina, give me a huge one," he screamed up at the sky, "and then let's break into the labyrinth." "All right, then I'll clear the way," she declared, yanking back the string as a magic arrow sparked into existence. An arrow tore through the air, then crashed into the labyrinth's entrance and ripped the door wide open. Now the way is wide open, and he and Suzuki sprint straight for the dark entryway. Just past the labyrinth's first twist, Suzuki was already slashing his sword into a fresh pack of rhino-like beasts. His brutal slash ripped a shockwave through the creatures, cutting them down in an instant. "Yeah, leave this one to me," he said, stepping forward while Haru stared in awe at Suzuki's raw power. He lunged into a brutal battle with the huge bird-like monster, narrowly ducking its attack, then smashed it down for the win. "Nice work, Kusunoki-kun," Suzuki said. "So you're the real deal, and that strength of yours isn't for show, is it?" He swept a hand down the corridor, practically itching to sprint forward. They just kept rolling in over and over, so he clocked it and asked Suzuki, "How many mana potions are you sitting on left?" Then he ripped open the hallway with a roaring blast of fire, swallowing the monsters as they charged, and just like that, the scorching inferno burned the threat off the spot. Smoke roared up from the scorched stone, and the path ahead fell deadly quiet. As Master Haru shouted, just as everyone expected, Suzuki stood there, staring with pure, silent awe. "Don't stand there gawking, push forward," he demanded, "and we have to hurry." He jolted his hand up, and you could practically hear the heavy footfalls closing in. A weird four-legged beast came charging at them down the long corridor, galloping full speed. His eyes shot wide. Wait, that's the Centaura. Two panicked figures were clinging to its back, yanking at its mane with all they had while screaming at it to stop. "They're here," Haru blurted it out as the whole party froze, staring at the chaos with pure, stunned confusion. He watched the donkey-like creature, lured by that carrot on a stick, stumble mid-stride and knock its riders flying to the ground. You know, that rider got Joffrey's side saved, and everyone felt this huge wave of relief, like it's been forever, long time no see. "Why is this labyrinth buzzing like a riot?" he asked, totally baffled. What in the world were they doing here? Right as they tried to respond, three more figures came charging down the hall, yelling for their Ki-Miam. Then it hit him. These had to be the other three missing people. "It's all good now," Suzuki said, stepping in with a calm, reassuring smile. The two new boys shot Chino Joe's crew a suspicious stare. The rescued crew stepped forward and introduced themselves. Julio, Sakino, and Milky, then threw out their heartfelt thanks like they meant it. Suzuki smiled his way through it, and to Ichinojo's utter shock, we'd come to rescue Milky-san because her uncle asked us to. He wheeled toward Joffrey and tossed out, "So what happened?" A spy, Joffrey shouted in disbelief because they actually knew. Then he blurted out this wild, flailing explanation like everything just hit at once and went bam, boom, boom. Where'd that spy vanish to? Suzuki barked. Could this be Kolat's sabotage behind it? Milky offered to explain, and as Lushing spoke, her voice dropped to a whisper. The spy was probably already dead after those monsters overran it. "Are you all right, Joffrey?" he blurted, spotting blood leaking from her nose. Then she waved it off like it was nothing, like she was just fantasizing. She was convinced the Kolot spy had used a filthy technique to poison the goddess statue, turning it into a miasma-spewing nightmare. Suzuki pushed for an investigation, but he snapped that they had to pull that battered group to safety first. "Hey, hold up!" Joffrey cut in, and with that, he shoved the idea of lingering aside for now. "We're getting out of here." "Then let's hit the goddess statue," Milky practically demanded. "You made it this far, so you've got to be tough, right?" He stared down the ominous, monster-choked hallway, knowing they couldn't waste a second or they'd be done for. Joffrey himself stammered out a yes, locking into their plan like it was the only way forward. Haru spotted the bag strapped to Sakino's back and knew it was stuffed with rare golden wool. He spotted it instantly. The boy couldn't wait to sprint back to town and cash in on that valuable material. Sakino leaned in and said, "We've got one job, leave it by the goddess statue, and you're our witnesses." He figured that with their testimony in hand, they could prove the job was finished, snatch back their gem, and seal it by making the client finally satisfied. He scoffed, realizing the group wasn't just after one prize, they were trying to lock down multiple rewards all at once. "All right, let's head for the goddess statue," Joffrey barked, already pointing it out as he noticed his companions looked worn out. "I don't feel like heading out alone, so I'm coming with," Milky declared. They erupted into laughter with fresh energy, and that only left him even more confused. Master Haru warned it was a whole pack of monsters, so Suzuki backed up, and Haru stepped forward like, "This one's mine." But Suzuki was already on the move, yanking his blade free as the horde surged at him. "Oh, Grand Cross!" he roared, snapping his blade through the air in a blazing arc of light. Holy energy screamed through the whole monster pack, slicing them to ribbons in one brutal, devastating strike. The corridor went dead silent, choked with smoking remains of the beasts. "Whoa, no way!" He blurted it out, totally blown away by Suzuki's raw power. "All right, let's sprint to the goddess statue," Suzuki said, grinning like he already had the answer. Right before they finally linked up with Kusunoki's crew, Ichino and the gang were stuck deep inside the dockyard labyrinth. "Man, we got lucky," one of them blurted. "I never thought we'd beat a gold wool sheep," and then Julio just explained, "It turns into gold." Ichino grinned and pointed at the precious fleece. "Yeah, we're doing an exchange. Take it." Julio stared at it like, "You're sure we can grab all of this?" Joffrey scoffed, clutching the golden wool-like treasure. "With this much, it'll fetch 10,000 cents. Then he added, voice booming, that this rare monster wool only shows up once in a blue moon, and Ichino proudly lifted yet another hard-won drop from their fight. "Bad boy!" Eli screamed, yanking with all her might to drag the beast off her. "You can't eat my hand itch, you know." And the moment he saw that, he yanked his hand back with a startled look. 9 total, he blurted, stunned out of his mind. Then Carol snapped, "Wait, how many did it eat now?" In the middle of all that chaos, the donkey just stood there, calm as ever, totally unmoved. Most monsters would choke down maybe 2 growth items, and even a dragon might manage 10, but this thing had already swallowed 9. So what kind of monster was it, really? Was it just a slow donkey? And from a short distance away, the other party just watched, baffled. Elisa's companion couldn't believe it. These people still hadn't clocked how monstrous this thing really was. "All right, we need food too, Elisa," Ichino barked. "Yeah, food," Joffrey echoed, hyped. Then Ichino strode up to Julio and offered him a piece of bread. "Here, come on, open up," he demanded, shoving the bread toward him. "This is some damn good bread, try it." "What?" Julio choked, face burning red. I can eat it myself." "Nope," Ichino shot back, pushing the loaf again. "Come on, just open your mouth." It was embarrassing. Julio mumbled and yanked his eyes away as Elise slipped into a quiet, happy giggle. In a hee-hee, she chuckled to herself, "What the heck am I thinking about?" And then she glanced at it. Right then, the donkey's head drooped, and a weird aura crawled over her. Elsewhere, Kusunoki and Suzuki cut through a shattered corridor deep inside the labyrinth, their footsteps echoing off the ruins. "That move was insane," Suzuki blurted it out. "Was that a paladin skill?" Kusunoki shot back, then nodded. The thing was, Suzuki looked absolutely drained. "It devours way more MP than Slash. Yeah, he raised a paper talisman, and without it, he'd crumple after firing just one shot." Suzuki snapped, "A talisman? What kind of effect is that?" And Kusunoki fired back, saying that when you hold it, you can share MP. "Ugh, that's convenient," Suzuki muttered. Because if he could share MP with Haru, he could chain way more skills than before, and Kusunoki couldn't help but think the same. Yeah, so I want a talisman too, just don't overuse it, or you'll dump the weight on that poor girl, Suzuki warned. And Kusunoki's mind snagged on the word lowly. She looks young, sure, but then he caught himself, staring, your comrade? Her name's Carol Chan, right? That girl looks way too young. Wait, what? No, Kusunoki snapped. Carol is 17, despite how she looks. 17, Suzuki burst out, his eyes going huge. Right on cue, Carol appeared beside them like the universe hit replay. She's half human, half Ling, Kusunoki said. And I turned 17, Carol added with a little smile. Got it. Suzuki exhaled, the tension finally slipping. So you're not treating her like a legal lolly or anything, right? He asked Kusunoki with a suspicious glare. I won't, Kusunoki blurted, waving his hands like crazy. I've already got 3 important comrades. Touch a hair on my people and I'll lose it. Suzuki snapped. Carol leaned in so close, Kusunoki's face went bright red. Make your move on me, she whispered. Then Suzuki smirked, saying, hey, if I'm being rational, I can't go after Carol either, so we're in the same boat. Kusunoki panicked, begging, don't say that. And just like that, he flinched hard, because he could feel danger creeping in. Hey, you guys, big problem, he screamed. Ah, ha, ha, man, I'm jealous. Suzuki burst out laughing, totally clueless. Quit messing around and do something, Kusunoki snapped as Haru leaped into view. Enemies are closing in from behind, she blurted, panicked to the core. Move, Haru, now, he ordered. Master, it's fine, hand the back to me, she snapped, lifting her weapon. Kusunoki-kun, they're charging from the front, too. Suzuki screamed, and at last he whipped his sword out. If I keep this up, my MP is going to vanish. Kusunoki's panic flares as he tears at his own blade, and the two of them lock back to back, holding off the monsters creeping in. Kusunoki snarled, found a slit of an opening, and parried the strike before it could land. Aniki, you ready? A new voice barked. Yeah, leave it to me, someone shot back. The very next second, Ichino and his buddy smashed through the wall, charging in on that donkey like it was a warhorse. They dangled a carrot on a stick and dared their mount to rush, labeling it the ultimate weapon Centaurus charge attack version, and the donkey exploded forward with jaw-dropping power. It ripped a path straight through the monster horde. They tore through the enemy ranks, leaving a dusty trail of broken foes behind them. After that wild, chaotic ride, Ichino and his companion were swaying dizzy, confused, and completely out of it. Everyone, follow Aniki, Julio screamed, and their whole party came sprinting right behind the charge. Isn't that slow donkey stronger than us? Suzuki blurted out. Stunned, then Kusunoki snapped. Don't say that. It'll kill the mood. Right on cue, the donkey froze mid-stride, finally chomping down that carrot. Ichino's blood ran cold as his face paled in an instant. So that was my last carrot, and now his party panicked because we're out. Oh no, carrots are out at a time like this. I don't know if this'll even work as a substitute, but Kusunoki pushed forward anyway. Like, come on, an adventurer's lifeline shouldn't be reduced to plain vegetables. Then he thrust a huge, ripe tomato right into our hands. The donkey's eyes blazed with victory, and right before it bolted straight at him, Kusunoki said that it let out a triumphant, "Who?" Whoa! He screamed and bolted for his life. Master Haru barked orders as Kusunoki tore down the corridor, while that deranged donkey and another brutal wave of monsters came hunting right behind him. He sprinted with every ounce of strength his legs could give. Wait, couldn't I just chuck a tomato at them? The thought hit me way too late as I spotted the boss room door up ahead. Damn it now, I'm seriously pissed, he yelled, smashing into the chamber right into the face of a giant, mammoth-like monster. Sorry, I gotta take it out on you, he muttered, tossing the meat he had right there, and as he thought, I've always wanted to try mammoth meat, another one appeared. Damn it, another one? He launched into the air, clutching that priceless tomato like it was life itself. The mammoth screamed as it slammed down onto its back. A donkey barreled into the room and its riders went crashing down, tumbling hard onto the floor. Then it snatched the tomato out of Kusunoki's hand and chomped it down like it owned the place. Kusunoki couldn't believe it. This donkey was incredible, even with that greedy hunger. And then it charged forward and stomped the mammoth straight into the ground while Ichino's crew finally clawed their way back together. After all that chaos, the donkey pressed close and gently nudged Kusanoki's side, like it was right there with him. He scanned their trap caught between the boss room and another chamber, endlessly spitting out monsters by the dozens. He slapped a healing spell onto himself in a flash. Sorry, Haru, but I'm taking your tomatoes then. He yanked another one straight from his inventory. Yo, Centaurus, look, it's a tomato. He screamed, launched it down the corridor, then whipped another one the other way, and the donkey bolted after it like it couldn't resist. Haru and Suzuki finally slammed into him, just as he stood there, gasping for breath. Master Haru shouted, maybe I'll end up a donkey user. And Kusanoki let out a tired sigh. I thought I didn't want that. Then he grinned, spun on his heel, and declared, all right, this is it, our final destination. Let's wipe them out. His comrades screamed, then they all surged forward, charging right alongside him. Kusanoki carved a bloody path through the swarm, sword flashing as he cut them down. Haru stormed through the chaos, her scythe flashing like a lethal blur as she danced through the battle. The second the final monster crumpled, a wave of system messages exploded on screen. Everyone had leveled up, snagged fresh skills, and earned brand new titles. The whole crew froze in front of a goddess statue, then darkness slammed down around them, sealing them inside a shroud. Is it over? Ichino blurted out. The goddess statue is right there. Elise pointed toward the dark mass. Thanks, Ichino, he said, then stepped closer. Let me check, so what's the verdict? Did you crack anything? She asked, and then she winced. Sorry, it's just really hard for me. Ichino seethed. What are we supposed to do? And then, out of nowhere, a monster crawled out of the darkness and charged him headfirst. Cheese snarled and drove a single slash through it, then the next one instantly lunged into its spot. I can't use sword moves that cut through the dark, he snapped. Suzuki, can't you do something with that holy sword of yours? Then Suzuki roared, boost the light, and he blasted out a crushing flash. The second that blinding light exploded, the others screamed, throwing their hands up to shield their eyes. Sorry, I'll warn you next time, Suzuki blurted, just as the light died out and the darkness stared back untouched. So magic won't work, huh? Onichino snapped, frustration boiling in his voice. Oh yeah, can you slap up a barrier around that goddess statue to seal it? You could hold it up for a bit, sure, but Elise warned, I don't think we should. She warned them that if the miasma thickened, the monsters would get stronger and smash through the barrier for good. Got it, Ichino said, whipping around to the rest. So what do we do? If the goddess statue is behind all this, then Gullio starts to speak right then and there. Why not smash the goddess statue and end this right now? The thought hit Ichino and Elisa so hard they just went totally silent. That's true, Ichino mulled it over for a beat, realizing destroying it might be the only way. Then he thought, if I smash it, I can steal its miasma gathering power for my world. But right as the idea hit, the goddess Satrince's vision blasted into his head, roaring that anyone who destroys her statue will be killed. The vision claimed the goddesses could wipe out the monster problem if they ditched the farm. But that's a terrible trade, and Ichino snapped his head. No. Kusanoki said these statue gods are built to never move or crack, so the last thing we need is something breaking the rules, Joffrey shot back. All right, but we got to deal with this darkness, right? I'll ask anyway. Do you actually have a plan? Ichino demanded. Joffrey held up a plain sword and shouted, I'll hurl this at the darkness, the legendary blade he and the team snagged from a horse trader on the border, one of Cannon's full-on scam jobs. And Ichinose clocked the whole cheesy sales pitch in an instant. It's not a scam, Joffrey's companion insisted, because that's exactly what the girl told us when we bought it. And Joffrey still wouldn't stop arguing. This blade will shove back the darkness once. And yeah, it's just an iron sword, unless she's messing with the rules again. Wait, Elise realized she must have crafted a real magic sword. I guess it wasn't a total lie, she's got the same fire as Marina. Easy, Suzuki, Kusanoki said. That blade was forged by a magical blacksmith. Then Kusanoki leaned in and explained that this blacksmith didn't just make it, he spent ages with Marina. And that's what helped him shape it just right. The Japanese details he pointed out as he stared at Suzuki. And that sword's name is Excalibur. Tell me, you know anything about it? Yeah? I might not look it, but I'm a die-hard fan of Excalibur, Suzuki blurted out, way more passionate than anyone expected. Yeah, it's just like that. Kusanoki confirmed it. Leave it to me, Joffrey said it as he wound up, ready to hurl it. Excalibur, he roared, ripped the sheath free, and sent the sword flying true when it slammed into the miasma. The darkness got wiped out completely. Whoa! Ichino gasped, stunned, speechless. But tiny tendrils of darkness still clung tight to the statue's base. Did it not work? He fretted. Yeah, because that's the strongest sword. The one built to be thrown, right? Kusunoki just grinned. Like clockwork, Excalibur delivers. All right, let's mount this gem on the goddess statue, Sakino blurted, sprinting in with his bag. He sprinted up the steps to the altar. Susino, get back, Ichino bellowed, and the alarm finally screamed. Sakino froze in total confusion, gripping that glowing gem. Then Ichino screamed, Sakino, as the last streak of darkness tore straight for the boy. The darkness clenched into one blazing point of power. When their sight came back, the goddess Citrin stood right in front of them, blazing with pure glory. You've actually made it here, heroes who carved the nation out of darkness, she roared, and the whole crew just stared up at her, shell-shocked. Long time no see, Citrin Sama Suzuki walked up and greeted her like it was no big deal. It's been a while, Hero Koda. She said it with a warm smile, then turned and spoke straight to the whole group. Brave warriors, you crushed it. No need to downplay yourselves. Because of what you did, 2 countries are safe at last, she told them, voice ringing with relief. I'll stand in for the goddesses and deliver my thanks. Hey, don't sweat it. Aha, Gavri just laughed. That's right, because we're the monster master and the hero. Saving the world is basically a done deal. And over on Haru's side, the frustration is boiling over. At least try not to be rude. You started as an apprentice swordsman and a whip user. So tell me this, how did we even get your statue back to normal? Tsunoki admitted it was the goddess who did it. Ceterons finally started spilling it. This wild feat was kicked off by a man called the Vampire Valve, she revealed. It was a cold scheme he cooked up to ruin both the backyard and the co-lot. Then she snapped her attention to Sakino. I bet you weren't exactly itching to do it, Sakino. You still handed over that sphere packed with Valve's technique, didn't you? And honestly, Citrance was right. Suzuki would have been the better choice. The Demon King, Familus, and she kept going, no stopping now. So many records swear she could see the future, and even now that she's gone, her grip still rules lives across this world. Then Kusunoki shot back a question. Did the Demon King and the vampire actually hate each other? And Ichino just sat there, wondering without saying a word. Now listen, Citrine stepped forward, grabbed the moment with her words, and extended her hand to all of them, ready to give them what she'd called them here for. A surge of divine energy slammed into the group like a holy tidal wave. A system message flashed Prince's Protection unlocked as a special skill set, boosting your HP and your physical attack by 30 the moment your enemy's HP sits higher than yours. Up in the sky, way above the land, a dragon ripped through the clouds like it owned the air. Down on the ground, Marina and Carol battled a crushing swarm of monsters with every ounce of strength. So many monsters surged toward the town. Marina blurted out, Please, Ichino-sama, don't let anything happen to you. Carol's eyes flicked to the sky as worry tightened in her chest. Marina smirked like she already knew the outcome and told Carol, Yep, Usunoki's been blessed with the protection of 2 goddesses. He's not going back to Valhalla's fields that easily. Marina-san, your words are hard to make sense of, Carol said, wearing a soft smile. Marina cooed as she patted her head like it was pure affection, because, yep, she's smart. Then Carol snapped into a gasp, and her eyes locked on the sky. A majestic dragon swooped down from the sky straight toward them. Is that really the Dragon King? They both blurted out at the same time. So it answered with my power, Marina said. The Dragon King was a fabled beast who battled the Demon King right beside the hero, Carol murmured in awe, because even though she'd only heard about it in books, the raw intensity she imagined felt way too real to be fake. That way leads straight to Furu right up there on the dragon's back, where that figure stood tall and fearless. Don't worry anymore, the writer's voice boomed down from above. I'm here, so you're safe? Hee hee now, I'm counting on you.